another edition of Insomnia Maniacs Tarot with your host, Tropical Empress in Spirit. Hi, beautiful people. Happy Wednesday. I hope y'all's week has started off good and it's been a good week, work week, after having a holiday weekend for those of y'all who celebrate Easter. Hopefully it was a good weekend and now starting off a new week. So welcome, beautiful people. I almost didn't stream with y'all tonight, so even though I had a couple of days off, I can't say it was a good couple of days. I did manage to get some sleep, but unfortunately I got some bad news, so y'all gonna have to bear with me tonight, because my energy is probably gonna be a little all over the place. I unfortunately had a friend of mine that I grew up with from kindergarten, one of my childhood best friends that I've known since kindergarten, and unfortunately she passed away on Easter Sunday. Her fiance woke up and she was gone, so we don't know why. I don't have any answers. The doctors seem to think it was possibly a heart attack, which I know she did have high blood pressure, but you know, knowing I just turned 44, she's the same age as me, except for she'd be 44 next month if she had made it to her birthday. But so I got that news yesterday. So I cried myself to sleep because obviously I didn't have anybody to lean on or turn to talk to about it. And then I get the news today that my other friend that I've known since, my mid-20s. So I've known her about 20 years. And she had a car wreck right before Christmas. And she's been on life support the last few months. She doesn't have any siblings. Her parents are in a nursing home because they have dementia. And the only other living relative she has is an aunt and uncle. And so now, because she's still in a coma and, she hasn't really made a lot of improvement, they're fighting to disconnect her from life support. So they're even taking it to court. And so the hearing's tomorrow. So I don't know. I might be losing a second friend this week. So it's been very emotional for me. So, but I needed to be here with y'all to try and get my mind off of it, so I don't get stuck in all that grief right now, even though my heart is broken. I just gotta focus on other things that are going on, because I know that's what they would want me to do. So, hi Bob. Thank you, baby. What do you do? I'm a fighter. I'm stronger than that. I remember I had to do that when my mother passed away, and it wasn't easy for me to do, but I had to force myself to get up, get out of bed, and focus on the positive and keep living, because she's not here. So I guess I'm trying to do the same thing for my best friend. Marisol was her name. I spent so much time with her and her family growing up since kindergarten. I actually learned how to speak Spanish because her mom only spoke Spanish. And her sister, she only had one sister who could speak English like her, but her other sister spoke Spanish. Her uncle was only, Spanish speaking. Her dad was the only one who was bilingual. So spending so much time at their house growing up, when I still lived in California, I had to learn how to speak Spanish. And it was funny because, I could have a conversation with any of them back then. And then naturally I moved to Georgia, where it was predominantly, Caucasian, and yeah, there was a small group of beautiful ebony black people here, but there wasn't a lot of Hispanic, Asian, none of that. So I lost it because I didn't have anybody to speak Spanish to, so I forgot a lot of it. And so the one time I went home to visit, I got to go over there and spend about a week at their house and went to her niece's baptism. And it was funny because as soon as I walked in the door, you know, naturally, like, time had not passed, you know, and they were all happy to see me. And her mom and her uncle start speaking Spanish to me. And I just kind of looked at him with a blank stare. It's like, yeah, I don't remember. And so they were in shock, you know, that I had forgotten how to speak Spanish. And it's like, I told Marisol, it's like, I don't have anybody to speak it to. You know, it was just you and your family. I was around all the time. That's why I picked it up. But now that I live in Georgia, there's nobody there I can speak it to. Unless I call you and talk to you all the time in Spanish, that'd be the only way I would be able to, you know, maintain it. And I didn't, so. Hi, Hans. Thank you, baby. So, I have a lot of beautiful memories with them. Went to a lot of quinceañeras and baptisms, and so it's rough. I never expected, you know, to lose her. So, no, Bob, I'm so sorry, baby. I mean, I can understand how she feels too, but you know, your heart's still so heavy because you want to see them one last time if they don't live. So, baby, just do what you feel is right in your heart. Yeah, because now I gotta decide if I'm gonna take that trip home for the funeral. But then I gotta wait and find out what's gonna happen with Anna here, because she has 2 small children. That if her aunt and uncle get their way, these children are gonna be orphans, and it's gonna be up to me and a mutual friend to kind of take care of them. And so it's all of that too that comes with it. But 2 of my best friends that I've, you know, grown up with, that I've known for a long time, spent a lot of time with them, and just, I can't make sense of it. I can't understand why God would do this. And, you know, I try not to, you know, bring up, you know, religion, but, you know, it makes me be angry at God why he would do this and take them. I can't make sense of it right now. So, but I'm sorry to hear that, Bob. So, beautiful people, I'm going to try and be here with y'all tonight. I just wanted y'all to know what's going on with me. So, you know, if I seem sad, if I don't seem like I'm fully here, just understand why. But I'm going to try my best to be here with y'all and try and push this pain out. So thank you for being here, beautiful people. So I'm going to start off with what's the vibe. Let's see. First up is karmics. Third parties, haters, lessons learned. One of y'all getting caught up in a third party situation, a karmic situation where someone's in your life right now who's supposed to be in your life for a reason, to teach you a lesson, but I kind of pick up an energy of someone who's confused. I even got puzzled at the bottom. I even feel like this is someone in a romantic relationship, so it's like a 3-party relationship. You know, you are torn between 2 people, or you're one of 2 that's, you know, is dating someone where they're torn up about what to do, you know, who to pick, that kind of energy. Which, beautiful people, I mean, if you end up in that situation, I'm sorry. Love's hard, but I want someone who picks me and only me, not someone who can't make up their mind, who's worthy. Next one up is boundaries. Disrespectful, enough is enough, and defend yourself. And I feel like someone's running away in denial. I feel like this is where someone isn't able to control their feelings, or someone that hasn't learned their lesson, even like with this karmic, you know. They don't know how to put up those boundaries and separate themselves to only focus on one person instead of, you know, having their cake and eat it too, is what I pick up. So now it's up to you to put up that boundary so they can't keep crossing it anymore. You know, if I feel like this person's, you know, in denial, you know, feeling like, you know, they shouldn't have to choose. They should be able to have their cake and eat it too. So whoever this is, beautiful people, let this person go. They're not worthy of you. You're worthy of one person who wants you and only you, who's not going to put you in that situation. The next one that came out is Archangel Michael. Protection, prevented from harm, divine intervention. You know, this energy just tells me that you have your archangels watching over you. So if you feel like you're not under any kind of protection, Spirit's saying you are, and you have a lot of protection. And, you know, if you're having trouble communicating with this person, or you're in a three-party situation, you know, just know that divine is stepping in to take control of the situation, which may mean that, you know, they're trying to show you it's time to walk away, you know, which I feel like that was one of the reasons why the running card was at the bottom of my deck too. So it's time for you to walk away and escape that energy. Know you're being washed over. Thank you, Hans. Next one. I don't know how much more of this energy I can take. Soulmate. Of course this card would come out. And I got running at the bottom of my deck again. So I feel like someone's met their soulmate. But I feel like you're scared. I feel like, you know, you're making excuses of how this could be, you know, not your soulmate. I feel you're running away from love. This is what I'm picking up. When Spirit's showing you, you've come across your soulmate. And I do feel this is romantic. Though soulmate can also be a family or friend. It's really your soul tribe family. It doesn't always have to mean romantic, but this energy I'm picking up, this is a romantic connection. Someone you've met or you've already been in contact with is your soulmate, and the divine's trying to show you that this is the person you've been waiting for. But I feel like you're running scared, not able to face them or allow yourself to be vulnerable. All right, Spirit, give me one more. And then we have puzzled, confused, perplexed, conflicted. I feel like this is y'all, in y'all's head. Y'all are puzzled over this situation, over this love connection you found, and wanting to figure out what would be the next steps for you to take. But Spirit's wanting you to dream and have hope, because I have daydreaming on the bottom. So there's a reason to hope here, to have hope in this connection. If you feel like you have found the one, trust in it. Stop being perplexed. Stop being scared and confused and running. Spirit wants you to hope and dream in this. Okay? Now I'm going to put this deck down before anything negative comes out, because I can't be in that energy tonight. Let's see. Which one's Spirit? I'll pull this out real quick. So how's everyone feeling, beautiful people? Spirit. I hope y'all are gravy. I hope y'all are gravy like me. Spirit, can I get a few messages, please, for the collective? First card out, Awakening. A realization, shift, or discovery. I feel like y'all are going through a spiritual awakening, and I just heard Dark Night of the Soul. Um, I feel like there's a few of y'all who are going through this spiritual awakening and y'all are feeling a little lost. Now, this is something new you haven't experienced before, and now you're searching for answers, which, many of us who are already here have already kind of gone through that. I mean, I guess I started very young, so I was kind of like, it was different for me. But I know the shift in energy can come down to, being in an energy of love, but then you feel kind of depressed because you're going through all these emotions, things, starting to not make sense, but make sense in a sense of the unknown, the mysteries behind the veil. There's things you're able to see and know now that you weren't able to see before, which is a new discovery, a new opening. I just heard new doorway. So I feel like Spirit's trying to open up a new door for you. And it's up to you to decide if you're going to walk through it now. What else, Spirit? Show me. Nope. Next one is apology. Forgiveness through mutual understandings. So I feel like someone's going to apologize. Whether this is you or someone else. Maybe you need to apologize to someone, or maybe you're waiting for someone to apologize for you, to you. But I feel like there has to be a place of understanding, a middle ground, or maybe I feel like someone feels like they got left out, they got put behind, I guess, the way I would feel it right now is like, you hope that there's people who are going to be there for you, um, especially in your time of need. And when you're going through something rough, it's like nobody's there. No, everybody disappeared on you, ghosted you, said that they would be there, and they're not there. This would be like my insignificant other, for an example. Like me grieving the loss of my best friend right now. Is he available? No, he's not. He puts me in the back seat, and takes me for granted. And that's kind of like how this feels like. Someone needs to apologize for that, for something along those lines, something they did that made someone else feel left out in the dark. So I don't know if this is you waiting for that apology, or you were supposed to apologize to someone else. Hi, Debs. Next one is divine timing. Everything has a higher purpose. I feel like there is divine timing for everything. And I feel like Spirit's trying to bring you together with someone. I even have communicate on the bottom. Receive and express the truth. So this kind of goes with this card, I feel. The apology. So I feel like something's going to happen in the right divine timing. Where someone's going to reach out. I just heard olive branch. So I feel like someone needs to put out an olive branch. Maybe you got to be the one to step up first and apologize and say you're sorry and swallow your pride kind of energy. And Spirit's trying to make a pathway for it to happen, because here it is, realignment. Shift your perspective for a gained sense of clarity. So there's a shift of perspective that needs to take place, a realignment. In order for you to come into your own power and understanding the emotions, I feel like it even needs to be someone, to step in more, using more of their empathy to understand someone else's shoes, what they're standing in, and maybe, that's where you'll gain that clarity of, why this other person feels the way they feel. Feeling left out, alone in the dark is what I keep picking up. One more, Spirit. Hi, Debs. Yeah, I did get some rest, honey. But I had some bad news too, so I'm okay. The last one is peace. Peace and contentment are coming to you. And I feel like there is going to be a sense of peace. Normalcy is the other word I just heard from the divine. Um, it may take some time to find this peace, to gather your thoughts. You may even need to write them down to bring back your peace of mind, to gain that clarity. Maybe you have to work through your emotions first and then write it down before you connect to someone again. That I feel like for some of y'all, there's this something's been broken, I feel, where an apology has to still take place. So I'm still picking up this apology card for some reason. That will bring you a sense of peace now. If you could learn to be more vulnerable and be the bigger person in this, is the other thing Spirit just said. So, alright. I'm going to pull out the spiritual symbols now. I hope you're doing good too, Debs. I hope you're feeling better, honey. But, I'll tell you the news real quick since you just got here. My best friend that I've known since kindergarten. She passed away on Easter Sunday, and I just got the news yesterday. Her fiance woke up and said that she was gone. She wasn't there, so I've known her and her family. I've spent a lot of time with them growing up when I still lived in California. She's same age as me, except for she's not 44 yet. She would have been 44 next month. So they don't know why she died, what caused it. So they're going to have to do an autopsy to figure out why she died. I mean, I know she had a couple health problems like high blood pressure, but I mean, naturally the doctors think that possibly it was a heart attack, but they don't know. So an autopsy has to be performed. And then my best friend here, one of my best friends here that I've known for over 20 years, the one that had that bad car accident right before Christmas, her aunt and uncle are fighting to remove her from life support. And so there's supposed to be a hearing tomorrow for the judge to decide if two small children can be left orphaned now or not. So my heart's just broken. My heart's just shattered. You know, I don't understand why, why her aunt and uncle are doing this. I mean, she has two small children who already lost their father to cancer. And now, yeah, she's in a coma, but I mean, I was told that she's getting better, that there's signs she's improving, but I don't know what's going on, and I didn't even know that her aunt and uncle even came down here. I just found out last week that they had been at the hospital to see her. So, and because they're next of kin, they can make those decisions, and to where me and our mutual best friend have been, taking care of her kids and being there for her, doing our best, and it's just a mess. So I'm just yeah, my emotions are all over the place, but I'm trying my best to not think about it. I needed to be on here and just to get my mind off of it, kind of the same way I had to do when my mama died and how it devastated me, but I still had to get out of bed and go to work and do what I needed to do. So thank you, y'all. Well, thank you, honey. I appreciate y'all so much. I knew y'all would be understanding. So if I seem a little down, just understand that's why. Alright, Spirit, show me. Okay, spiritual symbols. Spirit, show me. Well, Spirit, no, you're not giving me almost half the deck. Come on now. One card at a time, please. Let's see, what else? First card out, worth the effort. You're getting there one steady step at a time with a little bit of effort. So whatever you're working on it's going to take a little bit of effort, but you're getting there. You're meeting your goals, your accomplishments, whatever you've set your mind on. Spirit's saying that it's worth the effort. You know, keep taking it one step at a time, even if it's slow. You're still making improvement to reach where you're wanting to go. And that's a good thing. Something that matters to you. These cards keep sliding out of my hand. Next, Spirit. Environmentalist. Overconsumption. Blames anti-human, retreating, apocalyptic, righteous, complicit, pushes agendas onto others, rigid, intolerant. I feel like this is someone that's rigid and intolerant. I just heard self-righteous. So I don't know what this pertains to, but I feel like someone feels like they're in the right and someone else is wrong. I get the energy of someone who's pointing the finger, as Spirit's showing me, you know, pointing the finger at someone. It's like, no, it's your fault. This happened. Don't blame me. Blame yourself, blah, blah, blah. That kind of energy. And I feel like this is related to a love connection, y'all. So again, if someone is making you feel less than what you should be feeling, cut the cords from them. They don't deserve to have a seat at your table or a place in your heart, because they're not making enough effort, I feel, to make this relationship work or to make it matter, to make it count. You know, I don't want to say narcissist because that gets used too much, and I'm not a psychiatrist, but I get someone who's all about themselves, someone who can be very selfish at times. That's not the kind of person y'all deserve to be with. Y'all deserve someone else who's going to love you and worship the ground you walk on, and they don't see anyone else but you. What else, Spirit? No, come on, Spirit. Can I have one more? Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Lord. Dark Lord. Physical warrior. Fighting on the front lines. Physical and magical capabilities. Enlightened. Authority. Power. Grandiose. Influence. And noble. I feel like someone is in a fight. And y'all are being enlightened. Someone's getting too caught up in their power, though, in their authority or the way they can influence. You know, I feel like this is someone that's kind of runs on the thin lines of the light and also in the dark. I feel like this is someone that can influence things and make things appear to be something they're not. I feel like this is like someone in y'all's close circle. I don't feel like this is y'all. I feel like this is someone else. And they're trying to manipulate something to make it look like something it's not. So be mindful and watch for this. I just heard rose-colored glasses. And the last one is graduation cap. You do not trust yourself sufficiently, unsure, unprepared, lacking skills and knowledge, stuck, missed opportunities, feeling as a failure, and envy. Beautiful people, I feel like y'all are doubting yourselves. It's kind of crazy that this card came out because it's just kind of confirming exactly what I pulled out from the tarot and what the theme of the reading is tonight, which is being in self-doubt. Y'all are doubting yourselves, y'all's abilities, y'all's skills, what you have to offer, what you bring to the table, the good things that make you who you are. You're in doubt, and some of y'all are self-loathing yourself. You got to get out of that energy and start loving yourself more instead of loathing yourself. And stop doubting who you are. You know, are you a genius? You know, can you, make a rocket go up in space, for an example? Maybe, maybe not, but it doesn't matter. Who cares? You know, you still have a lot to offer. You're smart, you're very intelligent, and you have a kind heart and a kind soul. So don't doubt what you have to offer like it's not enough. You're more than enough, and you need to know that. All right, beautiful people. I'm going to leave that there. So, I think that was Spirit telling me it's time to go over this tarot read with y'all. Okay. Hi, Brian. Hi, Projects. Hi, Lily Hillis. Oh, you know, Lily Hillis, they do the same with me, beautiful. You know, they think that by me being confident in myself, they take it as arrogance. They take it as, being conceited. It's like, no, there's a difference. I know who I am. And I love who I am. Whether you like me or not, that's completely different. But that sounds like a personal problem to me. But people don't understand people like that. Hi, Zach. How you doing, baby? Good to see you. So, I might pull from this deck later. Wait and see. Okay. I did want to pull some advice, so I need to pull out this other deck. From this one. Oh, crap. That would not have been good if those went all flying out everywhere. Where did that card go? Hold on, y'all. I think the card fell. Let me see. Okay. What do I do with that pile? That's what I get for having decks stacked on top of decks. Okay. Alright. Exactly right, Bob. Exactly how I feel about it, baby. Exactly, Debs. That's exactly right. That's their problem. And that's how I feel about it, too. People don't know how to act. They don't know how to take someone who's strong-minded and strong-willed and knows who they are and is, loving and proud of themselves. So people do take it as intimidation. Yep. I know, Debs, there's so many women out there who can be very catty, too. Oh, thank you, Zach. You're so sweet, baby. Yeah, I decided to wear my jeans and heels tonight. Y'all know me. I gotta keep y'all on y'all's toes sometimes. Hi, 420. How you doing, baby? Okay, I'll pull out some advice in a minute. All right, beautiful people. This is a general collective reading. It's not a personal reading. So take what resonates and leave behind the rest. If something don't fit y'all, don't force it to fit. Leave it behind for someone else. And this is a timeless reading. So this is for everyone who's here now and anyone who comes in the future. All right, I'm going to start off with the messages from spirit guides first. The first one is perspective. And with the perspective, spirit wants to remind y'all calm is not a weakness. So maybe there's someone in your energy right now, I feel, that's maybe a little dramatic, to where you're more of the calm, mature one. And you bring a new perspective to the table that's more mature, that's more like-minded, adulting, like most of us act. And I feel like this is going to bring some closure to someone that needs your perspective. But Spirit wants to remind you to remain calm, that it's okay to be calm. Even if someone else can't understand how you can remain calm in a, maybe a very emotional situation, it's you being mature. And that's a beautiful thing. So know that that perspective that you have brings that calmness into play. And I feel like it's going to be beneficial to someone else that's in your circle right now. The next one is forgiveness. So have forgiveness, whether this is for yourself or for someone else. Being able to forgive even when we're hurting or someone has done us wrong, that's a strength that I admire so much, when people can forgive someone and have that compassion and love for others, but also be able to forgive themselves, because by you being able to be the strong person at the end to be forgiving, it also helps to inspire others to want to find that healing, that closure, to be able to also forgive. So Spirit wants to remind you of this to help inspire others by having forgiveness and showing that forgiveness for others and yourself. The next one is guidance. So if you're looking for guidance from someone, spirits want to encourage you to seek it. Don't doubt it. If you feel like you have the answer, but maybe you can help, get more closure or clarity from getting guidance somewhere else, Spirit wants you to do that, because they want to remind you that thoughts create your reality. This is all about manifesting. So if there's something you're trying to manifest, you may want to seek guidance from someone else. That could bring more clarity to the table to help you with you manifesting your reality. And the last one is magic, which this is like the magician in the tarot to me. So this is all about you still manifesting, having, all the gifts and skills and talents to manifest what it is you want in your life. And Spirit wants you to do this. I feel like you're wanting to manifest to be able to help someone, because I get the card be of service with it. So you're wanting to manifest to help be able to have more resources to give to someone else. It's the energy I'm picking up from this. And that's beautiful too. And I feel like Spirit's reminding y'all, you do have that capability. You do have that knowledge. You do have the understanding of how the world works and how the energies around you work, and how to talk to the divine and your spirit team to help create these manifestations you need to be able to be of service to others. So that's beautiful energy right there. And I love that. Hi, Judith. How you doing, beautiful? All right. Now for the tarot. Beautiful people, the theme I got tonight is the Judgment card, but it's in reverse. So this is all about having self-doubt. It's all about having a lack of self-awareness. And it's also a card of being in that self-loathing energy, and even having some kind of destruction to it. Even ignoring what your intuition keeps telling you. So, but yeah, I get self-doubt more than anything. Self-doubt and self-loathing. So what does this pertain to? I feel like this pertains to a love connection is what I'm getting again. Because I have the Two of Cups on the bottom of one deck, and I got the Lovers at the bottom of my other deck that I used. So first card up is Two of Pentacles. So this is recent past energy. So either, this is what y'all just experienced recently, or this is what some of y'all are fixing to go into. Is this Two of Pentacles energy, which is juggling, trying to prioritize, whether that's work in your personal life or, work in your, connection with your, relationship, whether that's a love connection, that's family, friends, or this could even be yourself. Um, I also do get a little bit of an immature energy in this. So someone's being a little too, I feel like someone's being reckless. They're being careless, by being more in a playful energy instead of taking life seriously. And that's the energy, someone's juggling with right now, of how to be more mature and take charge of their life and to do the right thing. And I get the Justice card with this, which is telling me that things are going to balance out, that you still have to do what's best for you. Okay, so you got to prioritize and find balance with what it is you want. Whether it's, to have a, a good foundation at home with your family, if you have a, a spouse and children, a significant other, and then also balance your professional life with it. But this can also be a balance of having a balance of yourself with what you want to do and maybe with what your significant other wants to do, like maybe being on two different pages. So it's trying to find that balance and meeting in the middle. But Spirit's saying, be in this justice energy, be fair and be balanced, and know that you still got to do and prioritize what's best for you instead of, worrying about others. That's for many of y'all, this is tied to a love connection. I'm picking up romantic love. And then I get the Seven of Pentacles in y'all's current energy. So this is where y'all have already made investments in this relationship, trying to, plant the seeds in the ground and get it to grow, which I feel like it is growing. But I feel like there's been some hiccups along the way. And I get the Knight of Swords with this, which is the Knight of Swords is like you acting very, being brash is one way I look at this card sometimes. It's someone that's rushing in to make a decision without thinking things through completely. So it still is a matter of, finding balance with this, being able to take what you have invested in your relationship or relationships or in your career, making, those investments in a company and waiting for your rewards to come through. And Spirit's saying it is going to come through, but you got to make sure you're making the right decision here for you. That's not going to be a brash last minute decision, that you are taking the time and energy, slowing down to really evaluate what you want to do next instead of just making a sudden rash decision that's not going to be beneficial to anyone. So be mindful. You know, there may be a small delay or a pause to get your abundance or reward, but Spirit's saying it's coming. If you can be strong and, be in control of your thoughts and stop worrying about, what's going to happen next and allow the energy to flow and allow this relationship to grow, or allow your investment you have in your job, allow your work to speak for itself, and know that your boss will give you the recognition you're looking for instead of doing something else silly that might make them look at you differently. So have a different perspective here. Take your time is what I hear. And in the center is the Three of Wands, and this is all about being excited. Being excited about a situation or a relationship. So again, this could be your career. This could be a project, a personal hobby. This can also be a relationship. And a lot of this reading is wrapped around romantic love. So I feel like you are very excited about this love connection you have with someone. Just like the cards I pulled out earlier that was saying this is like a soulmate connection, which I do feel for many of y'all. If y'all are looking or in a relationship, I feel like this is your soulmate, and Spirit's wanting to let you know, yes, this is something to be excited about. This is something to make more of an investment in, and it will pay off. And it's being confirmed by another Three of Wands. So be excited, be grateful, share your excitement, share your enthusiasm with this person. Show them how excited you are about them and about y'all's future, and make those plans, what you want to see come, in the next few months, even few years if you're looking long term, which I feel like many of y'all are looking for that long term person that's going to be there until the end. So this is something to be very happy and positive and excited about. Be excited. Make that connection last. But don't get all caught up in it, feeling like, again, you're going to doubt yourself. Because in the challenge, I get the Queen of Pentacles, but the Queen of Pentacles is this way. You know, the Queen of Pentacles, when I read the Queen of Pentacles upright, it's someone who's very loving and nurturing, who has everything. Think of like a mother who's very loving and nurturing to, you know, not just her kids, you know, even though she's looking out for her kids, but, you know, her spouse, her friends, and even her co-workers. You know, she gives everyone, you know, her time and energy, you know, to take care of people and make sure everybody is well before she takes care of herself. So Spirit's telling me you got to stop, you know, trying to be there for everyone right now. There needs to be a balance again, because I feel like the loving, nurturing side, there's an imbalance here, is what I'm picking up. And Spirit's wanting you to make sure you find that medium center again and find that balance so you can love and nurture this love connection, I feel, because I get the Ace of Cups with this. So this again is like new love. Someone coming in and wanting to offer you a cup of love. And you want to be that person that they're looking for. You know, you want to have all those traits and characteristics to make this relationship grow. To have that investment in them without doubting yourself and doubting that you're capable or you stand up to their standards and expectations. And Spirit saying you do. Stop doubting yourself. That you have a lot more to offer to someone than what you realize. So stop looking yourself in the mirror and talking down to yourself. This opportunity for love, even to look at creating a new life, like a new start, even to work on a project. Think of yourself even being in, you know, a professional role and maybe you get a promotion. And now you're doubting yourself. Can you do this job? Can you do it well? Can you do it efficiently? To where you will get, you know, rewarded for it. And Spirit saying yes. So invest in it. Stop doubting yourself. Start loving yourself. But you got to make sure you're okay too in this. Yeah, Lily Hills, I understand that, beautiful. I get that way too. People can drain me fast because I'm that loving, caring, nurturing person, especially the people I really care about the most, and some of them can come in and drain me. So the last card I have, this is the advice and outcome. I get the Hierophant. Spirit wants to remind you again, you're this Hierophant. Stop doubting yourself. You have all the skills, the knowledge, the talent, everything you need to invest in either this love relationship you have been building or in this job that you're working in. Whatever this is, Spirit's wanting to remind you that you do have it all. And I feel like Spirit's also saying that this relationship you're starting to connect with, this is long term. Because sometimes when the Hierophant comes out in a love reading, the Hierophant means marriage. So you're looking for that long-term person for marriage. And I'm being shown that this will happen if you're willing to make the investment and stop running scared. Stop doubting yourself and believe in who you are. And maybe, yeah, maybe sometimes you can't be as nurturing, as loving as you want. But, you know, we all have other things going on in our lives too. And I'm sure your person will understand. But yeah, Spirit saying you are in this Hierophant energy. And if you're looking for that long term, here it is. You're going to find success in this because I get the Chariot with it. That's confirming clarity. The Chariot is all about being confident, having that willpower, things moving forward. But it's also a card of success, of victory. So this is a win for you in this relationship or in this project you have going on in your professional life. So place it how it fits, beautiful people. I feel like it's something you're meant to be excited about, though, instead of doubting yourself. All right, Spirit. Ooh, that deck just went everywhere. That would not have been good. All right. Spirit, can I get some advice, please, for the collective? When it comes to Hierophant and the Chariot. Alright, Spirit. Advice, please, for the collective. Well, dang, Spirit. Well, can't get no better than that. Holy cow. Alright. First card out, Nine of Cups. This is all about your wishes and dreams coming true. So, this love connection, if we want to talk about a relationship, Spirit saying yes, that it's going to come true. And you're going to find yourself in a lot of abundance with the Empress. So, I feel like the Empress is you. And I feel like this is where you're going to have your happily ever after. Because the Ten of Cups comes in right behind it. I can't make this up, y'all. Spirit saying yes. Give this relationship your all. Give it the best you got. And don't doubt yourself anymore. You know, what you want, what you've been trying to manifest for a love connection, it's coming true. If you're willing to give more to it. And give your all instead of just partial of yourself. You got to give your entire being. And you will find you're happily ever after here with this Ten of Cups. So, go for it. And if you want to talk about work, it's the same thing. You know, what you've been investing in, your dreams will come true. You're going to find your abundance, everything you need. All that creativity, all that knowledge you have, is going to create something magical. And you're going to find success. You're going to be happy. You're going to be celebratory in the end. And you're going to be rewarded and recognized for your hard work. So, Spirit saying, go for it. Alright, now I'm going to go through and get to the Oracle cards I pulled. Let me shuffle this real quick. Hi, Darby. Put this to the side. Bang. I got 10 of Pentacles at the bottom, too. Alright. First card out, beautiful people, is from the Guides of the Hidden Realms. And this one is A Way Out of the Weeds. And it says, some days you feel confused and stuck, like you're in a marsh, lost in the weeds. There's no way out in sight, and you can't break free of this predicament. Struggling and pushing, however, will get you nowhere. You must do the opposite of what you want to do. Relax instead. Can you remember your partnership with Spirit and ask for divine help? Pray for clarity and the weeds to part. If you could stand up and see from a higher perspective, you would notice things you missed while struggling down in the weeds. The big picture is where you need to place your attention now. Don't let yourself get trapped in the mud and weeds of other people's drama and gossip either. Spirit knows the way out. If you trust the path will be shown to you. It surely will. Keep your head high, then take it one step at a time. So, beautiful people, stop getting overwhelmed and getting distracted by your fears and your self-doubt. The divine tear telling you, all that, getting lost in your thoughts is not going to get you anywhere. You just got to learn to trust and relax and allow that energy to flow. Allow your feelings to flow naturally. Allow your happiness to surface. Stop being, feeling like you're holding yourself back. Because I feel like Spirit's wanting to remind you that by holding yourself back, you'll never see yourself out of the weeds. You always get stuck in it. So it's time for you to see yourself out of it. Come out of that box and allow others to see you and for them to feel you and be in your energy and your light that you have to offer. So that's a beautiful card to me. All right. And then I pulled for love, beautiful people. This could be what y'all feel. This could be what your other person feels. Take it how it resonates. Okay. First one is cassette. Outdated thinking, conditioning, replaying events over in your head. Spirit saying stop getting lost in your head. Keep replaying the same thing over and over again. You know, take yourself out of it for a moment and look at it from a different perspective. Because I feel like if you keep running yourself ragged, thinking things over and over again, you're never going to see the possibilities that are coming towards you for this great opening, this great love that Spirit's handing over to you and wants you to nourish, wants you to nurture it, to be in like this Queen of Pentacles energy. Nurture this relationship, this love that you have, instead of running from it and running scared and getting lost in events that have happened or haven't happened yet. Because the next one I get is the hammer, which is sabotage, rebuilding, interrogation, persistent, working on it. I feel like some of y'all are sabotaging this relationship. So, you know, either they're sabotaging this or you are. So y'all place it how it fits again. This could be y'all's emotions or it could be your person's emotions. But someone's in here trying to sabotage this relationship because they're running scared. Stop running scared. Allow your heart to feel. Allow it to open up to this love, because this is what you've been asking for. This is what you've manifested, is what Spirit is saying. And now it's here. Divine's handing it over to you. Now learn to love this person and give all of yourself to them, not just part of yourself. Be willing to build with them, is what I just heard. And the next one is talking. Interested, conversing more, awaited messages arrives, text, call, email. So if y'all are waiting for, you know, to talk to them, I feel like you'll get that opportunity. So, and I feel like there will be some clarity that'll come, but maybe you gotta wait a moment, because I feel like some of your communication might still get delayed for fear of someone, you know, is getting lost in their emotions, or they're fearful of what you may say, or vice versa. Maybe you're afraid of what they will say to you. Place it how it fits. And the last one is camera. Reminiscing, keepsake, perception, learn from the past, make memories. Either you are reminiscing on happier times or they are. You know, and I feel like that's what, you know, why we build all these memories, because when we go through those difficult times in our lives and in our relationships, it's the happy times that keeps us going, where we get lost in that and we remember and we're allowed to daydream and think back. So focus on those happy memories you've made with this person instead of focusing on the negative. It's those happy memories that's going to bring you back to center ground with this person, instead of folding up and getting lost in the weeds and thinking that everything's going to crumble around you and that this relationship's not worth it. Because Spirit keeps showing me it is. All right. And then for my beautiful people, for y'all's professional, I know some of y'all like, you know, about your professional and your financial abundance. I did pull a few cards here, so take it how it fits. First one is gift. You will discover new talents that will lead to new opportunities. Use opportunities that arise. So Spirit's saying there's new opportunities that are going to arise. That door is going to open, which is what Spirit was showing me earlier. Spirit's opening the door for you, but you got to be willing to walk through it for those opportunities to be presented to you instead of ignoring it. You know, like this Three of Wands energy, to be all excited about something. Spirit saying be excited. Be excited about these opportunities that are coming towards you. where you're going to get your abundance that you've been looking for. And the next one is investments. Investments made will have positive results that will bring prosperity. Invest wisely. So here you go. Apply this both professionally and personally. Make those investments. You know, you can think of this, you know, in a monetary way, but it's more than monetary. It's also your time, your attention, your effort, the love you give. Be willing to make those investments because Spirit's saying it's going to pay dividends to you. The last one here is partnership. Joining forces with business partners for win-win cooperation. Prioritize your connections. Connect to your partnerships. Network. That's what I heard. Be willing to network in a business matter if we're looking at this from a professional standpoint. Be willing to work with people who are going to open those doors for you to grow your business, or this is to you to be able to advance in a company that you have made already the investment in. Or maybe you're looking for that job that's going to take you on, that you're going to feel like you're at home, like you did at your old job. Be willing to work with people in those partnerships. I feel like that's coming through too. And Spirit's trying to open that door for you. So be on the lookout for that. And then from the other deck, this is my career and life oracle. So again, place this how it fits, beautiful people. First one is honest work. It's okay to have a job that's not very glamorous. Get some experience to help you move up in the future. Success is a process, not a quick fix. Know it's going to take time and attention and honest work. Hard effort, but honest effort. And you may not feel like you're going to get recognized, rewarded for this, but Spirit's saying you are. You will, if you believe. So don't feel like your honest work isn't going to pay off, because Spirit's saying it will. The next one is strategy. You need a step-by-step plan of attack to reach the next level. Get the advice of someone who is already where you want to go. So look for a mentor, beautiful people. Someone who's already been in your shoes. If you're talking about this from a professional matter. Someone that's already gone down that rodeo. And they've already experienced it a few times. They can give you the best advice that anyone can give you when it comes to your professional life. They've been in your shoes and they've already gone and lived it and been farther than you've gone this far. Think of someone who's older, who's been, retired. Talk to them, lean on them, ask for their expertise. And I feel like it will help you. So learn, to be the student right now and look for that mentor is what I keep hearing. And they will help you to plan out your next steps. The next one is gifts. You are uncovering new talents that will that will land you new work in a better position. You could get more money with the deal as well. So there's new gifts you have, new skills that are going to be uncovered. That's going to help you increase your prosperity, your abundance. So be willing to work on that and be recognized for it. Like I feel like this person, if you look for a mentor and you learn how to strategize, I feel like that's where some of these gifts may get uncovered for you. And that's where you're going to see more of your prosperity come to the surface. And the last one is guidance. Divine forces are showing you the way to go. You are discovering another piece of your destiny and your purpose in life. Look for that guidance again. Strategy. Look for that person that will help you. That guidance that you need in your professional life, but even in your personal life. Maybe that you need someone that you can lean on and talk to that will help guide you on how to approach a situation, to look at it from more than one angle, from more than one perspective. That's going to give you the right clarity you need to be able to move forward with this person or with a group of people. So place it how it fits, y'all. And then I pulled an animal card for y'all too. And the one I got is the dolphin. And this dolphin says, swim in the happy joy of living, inhale confidence and exhale fear. Dive into your wisdom and go with the flow and learn to play. Again, I've been telling y'all to allow y'all's energy to flow, and Spirit's confirming this. You know, dive into that energy. Know that everything's going to work out the way it's meant to in divine timing. You know, stop allowing fear to stop you, because that's leaving you stagnant. It's time to believe in yourself and have that strong confidence that this card is saying, and a lot of what the other cards I pulled out are saying. Be confident. Love yourself instead of doubting yourself. This is a day to start looking in the mirror and loving who you are and acknowledging the good things about you. Leave the bad things out. Don't allow that to discourage you from doing anything or being anyone, because you can reach the stars, is what Spirit's showing me, if you allow yourself to relax and go with the flow. Okay. And then for the angel card, I pull virtues. And this says, do the right thing. Be virtuous in your choices and actions. There is an opportunity for you to take the higher ground that will bring an end to a conflict or disagreement. Do what you know needs to be done to bring resolution and healing. If you need to admit that you were wrong, it may not be easy, but by doing so, you will remind those around you how much you care. And this will guide everyone back to a state of harmony. So again, beautiful people, it's about stop doubting yourself. And also being able to swallow your pride and admit when you are wrong, in order to bring closure and resolution and healing to a relationship. Maybe there has been a conflict or a disagreement. So Spirit's saying, do the right thing. Be willing to admit when you're wrong and hold yourself accountable. And the positive affirmation here is, I choose to bring peace to every conflict. I choose to bring peace to every conflict. And that's what I have for y'all, beautiful people, for the general collective reading. Again, take what resonates and leave behind the rest. The cards are huge. This card's not huge. It might look huge, but it's not. It's like the same size of a deck of playing cards. But thank you. And that's right, Judith. Alright, beautiful people. Let me put these cards up. And I can chat with y'all some more. You love the artwork? Well, I'm glad. Peyton, thank you. Hi, Sunnyland. Thank you, honey. You're welcome. Hi, Angel Eyes. You're welcome, sweetheart. Hello, Catherine. Welcome. Well, I'm happy you found me, Catherine. Here comes the trolls. As ever, they don't have a life. They must still be mad because their parents locked them in the basement again. How you doing, Zach? I'm happy to see you, baby. I hope everything's been going good in your world. Oh, I'm sorry, Darby. Of course, 420. You know how that works, baby. Mm. You know, angel eyes, it's typical. I can handle them. They just can't handle me. They don't know what to do with someone like me, which is why they want to come here and act a fool. And I just treat them like the fool that they are. Okay, Judith. Yep, they are. You know it, honey. Are they, Zach? Well, baby, hopefully it'll slow down sometime. I know you're wanting more of your personal time. Is this your day off? Or are you work lurking like right now? Hello, Larry. Alright, Angel. Well, sweet dreams to you, beautiful. Good night for now. Alright. Let's see. These cards up. Oh, wow, Darby. That's crazy. Hi, Mark. How you doing, baby? Welcome. Here. There we go. Princess. You think I'm a princess? Hello, Pear Breeze. How you doing? Hello, the one who has power. Well, that's good to hear, Darby. Starting work at 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. Wow, that's a long 12-hour shift, baby. Well, I hope you got plenty of sleep, Zach. Yeah, it was cloudy here too, and it rained the last couple days. Mademoiselle, hello. The one who has power. And my dad called me princess. No, I can't ever say that he called me that. My dad and daddy had their own little pet names for me. Hello, Jerome. Yes, please don't forget to subscribe and like. But yeah, it rained the past couple of days, and we were supposed to be getting some bad storms. It didn't happen. It rained a lot, but the storms weren't as bad as the weather was saying it was going to be. But unfortunately, because it rained, I didn't get a chance to get out and do anything. So, because my car's still at the shop, and the other car needs tires badly, and the brakes need to be fixed too. I wasn't gonna risk driving that car knowing the tires are pretty much need to be replaced and it needs brakes. Your husband calls you Lover Bear? Oh, that's sweet. You do the pinky thing too? That's cool. Yeah, that's just something I've always done. It's a habit. Hi, Off Grid. How you doing, baby? What's gonna be the best reading? The one who has power. Well, I'm glad today was a productive day for you, Off Grid. Well, baby, to be honest, it's been a rough 24 hours for me. It's been an emotional 24 hours. I had my best friend that I've known since kindergarten. I was close with her and her family. Used to spend a lot of time with her and her family on the weekends. Would sleep over there a lot, in fact. Her name was Marisol. And, I just found out she died on Easter Sunday. I don't know what happened. We don't know yet. Her fiance found her when he woke up, and she wasn't moving. She wasn't breathing. She was already gone, so she obviously died in her sleep. So, have to have an autopsy done now to find out what she died of. Of course, they think she had a heart attack of some kind, which, I mean, that sounds possible since I don't know of anything that was wrong with her, but outside of having high blood pressure. So, you know, it's hard to grieve because I did, cry myself to sleep last night. And then I also got bad news today that my other best friend who lives here that I've known for over 20 years, who had a car accident right before Christmas, is her aunt and uncle are looking at pulling the plug on her because she's still in life support because she's still in a coma. And if they succeed, they're gonna leave 2 children orphaned who are young, who already lost their father a couple years ago from cancer. So it's just gonna be an emotional week for me. I almost didn't come on tonight, but I know I have to do what I gotta do to be here and to push all of that pain out of me, even if it's just for a few hours. Um, yeah, my heart's broken, my heart's shattered, but I have to keep going. And I remember how much of a struggle it was when I lost my mama and how much that tore me up. But I still had to get up and keep going and live for them. Even though, they're not here, I have to live for them. So that's why I decided to come on here and be with y'all for a little while. But yeah, I'm mad because I don't understand why her aunt and uncle are so quick to pull the plug on her. Especially when the doctors have said that she was improving. They were seeing some improvement in her, but I don't understand their reasons behind it. I don't understand why they feel like it's okay to leave 2 children orphaned. I can't make sense of it. I just can't. So, thank you, honey. I just, now me and one of my mutual friends with her, she's been taking care of her kids the last few months. They've been staying at her house. And so now what happens to her children? So there's supposed to be a hearing tomorrow where the judge is going to decide whether it's time to pull the plug or not, because they're fighting to pull the plug. And we're over here with the caseworker and a social worker fighting to keep her alive, give her more time to recover, to heal, and to wake up from this coma. So I don't understand how people can give up on someone like that. If there was no, sign of improvement, okay, I get it. But there's signs she's improving. So why are you gonna rush to pull the plug? Like, it just seems so cruel to me. Like they have an ulterior motive to why they want to end, and pull the plug on her. I don't know. She never told me if there was a life insurance policy, but I'm kind of almost feeling like there has to be. Why they're rushing to pull the plug on her and take her kids. Like, she wanted me and my friend to watch out for her kids in case in the event that something happened to her and her husband, which her husband did die of cancer a couple years ago. So, obviously there would have to be a trust set up for her children. And it just seems like there's a motive here. And so I'm trying to make sense of this, but I'm angry. I'm so angry, and I don't understand. Hi, Nicole. How you doing, honey? They really can be very cruel. I mean, she's younger than me. She's 36. She'll be 37 in a couple months. No, actually, in about a month. Her birthday's next month. Like, it's not like she's old. It's not like she's, I don't even call it middle age. Like, she's young. There's still a lot of life left in her. And you're going to go through and, take her away from her children. I don't understand. But outside of that, I'm good. I just needed to be here with y'all to try and get my mind off of it and not think about my grief for a little while. So I hope y'all are doing okay. And thank you, sweetheart. No way, Nicole. What the heck? That's messed up, Nicole. I'm sorry to hear that, honey. Bob, and I do get that. I understand, but... And I understand that the road to recovery could be very long for her. But I believe she would be the one who would come back from it. I believe she would be the one who would fight heaven and earth to come back to normal, to be there for her children. She's that type of fighter like me, you know. And that's how I look at this too, because me, you know, and I've told people this, like if something like that were to happen to me, don't pull the plug on me. Give me a chance to fight. Give me a chance to heal, to recover. You know, don't just automatically, you know, after a week or two say, well, I haven't, you know, come around, so it's time to let me go. No, give me a chance to fight. You know, give me, you know, 60 days at least to find out if my body can come back. So you know, and I know it's been longer than that, but like I said, if she wasn't making any kind of improvement, I would say, okay, I get it. But she's making improvements. She may not have waken up yet, but she is still making improvements, is what the doctors have told us. So, again, it just seems like there's an ulterior motive there for me. Yeah, Nicole, Darby has a point. I would look into that, beautiful. Because your parents may technically have to go to court and have you evicted. If you're paying rent there, you would have protection as a renter. I would look into that, beautiful, if I were you. Yes, Zach, it does help to get your feelings out. So it's been rough. Off grid, I mean, it's possible. I've been streaming so much, and you know, we talk about so many different things. It's possible. Hi, Robert. Nicole, I understand you may not want to stay there, honey, but to buy you some time to find a new place. I think is what Darby's saying, which you would be entitled to that, beautiful, if you are paying rent there. And I would go before that judge and tell them that your parents have taken your money. Like, can you prove that in court? Because that's what I would do. I just saw a spirit orb too. I would not allow my parents to take my money like that. I would go to court and fight it, and I would tell the judge exactly about what you're doing, and as far as the money goes, and you know, living there, like there has to be at least some sort of protection for you to give you time to find another place to live. I'm really sorry, honey. Hi, Taquan. Yeah. Darby, yes, I've tapped into her energy a couple of times. I wasn't able to do it yesterday, but I may try again tomorrow, because when I did tap into it, I knew she was still there fighting. Yeah, exactly, Darby. And of course, you know, I haven't had a chance to even look at anything else when it comes to my car. Oh, wow, Nicole. That's a lot too, honey. Who's the troll? 420. $11:30. Alright, I need to go use the ladies' room, y'all. He's gone? Okay. I gotta use the ladies' room, y'all. I'll be right back. I'll behave. Hey Jason, how you doing, baby? Hello, one who possesses. Okay. You know what? The one who has power, I just can't handle. Just can't deal with the nonsense. Just can't do it. Stop telling people to do that. The one who has power. I don't appreciate that at all. Bye. I'm not clicking any link. I don't know who you are. Surely I'm not going to ask people to click the link to come to you. I don't know who you are. That was not cool. Hi, KB. Thank you, baby. Thank you, Off Grid. And Nicole, we are here for you, sweetheart. Oh, you did that too, Darby. Thank you. Because I don't appreciate that. I don't know who that person is. Don't know what link you're clicking. You don't even know what link you're clicking on. And it's like, no, that's not cool. I can't stand it when people do that. Come into my stream and do that nonsense. Nope. It's not welcomed. I don't know who you are. Yeah, it seemed very suspicious to me too, Darby. That's why it's like I try and protect y'all from others that come in here and want to advertise their channel. And there's only a few people that I would accept doing that. And that person wasn't one of them, so. Hi, KB. Yeah, baby, well, I mean, that's all I ever eat, so. And I pulled some out right now, in fact. Sorry, baby. I haven't eaten all day. Hey, Parker. Hi, John Hip. Oh, yeah, Darby, I get those too, and I just laugh at them. I delete them and report them. And then I got an email, I think, last week from, supposed to be from PayPal, I think, talking about they received my payment to buy Bitcoins. It's like, yeah, you wish. No, I didn't do that. cool beans off grid. Yup, it can, Darby. That's why I don't use, like, my bank card on the internet. I'll use a credit card, yes, but a debit card, that's not happening. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I would laugh at them too, Darby. Like, I've gotten the calls about the IRS that you owe so much money, and if you don't pay it today, that they're coming to arrest you, and blah, 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 and I just laugh. It's like, yeah, go ahead. I'll be sitting here waiting for you. I'm hanging in there, Jason. You know, I had a death in the family. One of my close friends, my childhood best friend, I found out she passed away on Easter. So, it's been an emotional 24 hours for me. But other than that, I'm okay. How are you? Yeah, 420. They even tried giving me their badge number, and I just laughed. It's like, okay, I'll be waiting for you. I know this is a scam. Well, and see, and they would have almost gotten something a couple months ago if I wasn't home, because they almost scammed him. Telling him he won a new car and $10,000 cash, but they needed $1,000 or something like that to have the car delivered here. And I just looked at him and said, are you stupid? Like, okay, if they need $1,000 and you won $10,000, why don't they take it out of $10,000 you won then? I told him, I said, that's a scam. I said, you better not give them any of my bank information. I said, because I'm going to be pissed off. And he almost did it if I had not caught it just in time. Thank you, Jason. Did I see what who said, Darby? Well, that's cool, Darby. Yeah, Parker, you're right, baby. That stuff does happen, too. And that's a lot of money, Parker. No, Darby, I didn't. Because I thought you hid them. Because I hid them. That's funny, Bob. Yes, they are. 420. Yeah, that's crazy, Darby. Nope. I don't play around with that. And I keep a close eye on my accounts. Just to make sure. See, I block all their numbers. Once I see it come through, I block it. And then, of course, they keep trying from another number. Okay, Darby, well, what did it say, sweetheart, so I know? No, no, Jason. Baby, you talking about your romantic love? Or is it something else, baby? Please don't tell me it's your romantic love connection. I'm sorry, baby. But you're also right. Someone else will appreciate you, baby. That's how I feel. I know someone out there will appreciate me for everything I am. Because I'm definitely not being appreciated here. And that man's out there somewhere looking for me. Yes, Darby, I did, but I don't know, beautiful. I didn't see I didn't see where she really looked like me. She looks like someone else I know, actually. I get some of the similarities, but there's someone else out there I think who would look more like me. I can't think of her name, though, off the top of my head. That's fine, Darby. Message it to me, honey, so I know. And no, Nancy, I've never watched it. I really don't watch TV, honey. And you're right, Jason. It is the best thing you can do, is walk away. And that's right, baby. Give him a chance to miss you. Aw. Hey, Jeremy. Well, that's sweet of you, baby. That's nice of you to do that for her. Oh, okay, Darby. Yeah, well, since I don't watch TV, I wouldn't know. Hi, Linda. Chips and beef jerky. I don't have any food in my house, so I'm just munching on this. How you doing, sweetheart? Oh, jeez. Thank you, sweetheart, for doing that. Yeah, that person's disgusting. Yeah, disgusting, Darby. So thank you for doing that, honey. Okay. Oh, cool beans, Linda. Yeah, I got it, Darby. Thank you. And you're right, that's disgusting. They needed to be reported, so thank you. And that's exactly right, Jason. Hide the room with TV. You've been sick, baby. I'm sorry. I hope you're feeling better. Hey, country girl. Hey, that guy. How you doing, country girl? I know, Linda. I think when you came on, when was it? Sunday? I was getting ready to get off. I think it was, or something like that. Do I like crackling? I don't know what that means, Moonchild. But I do love spicy chips. I'm okay, honey. You know, I got stuff going on, but I'm okay. Thank you for asking. How you doing? You're doing much better? Oh, I'm happy to hear that. Your sleep is off, Linda? I'm sorry, beautiful. My sleep's been off, too. Like I tell y'all, the nights I stream, when I go to sleep, it's like I don't sleep solid like I do on the days off. It's like my brain knows that I'm supposed to be working the following day, so I'm always worried I'm gonna sleep over or I'm gonna hit the alarm in my sleep and then I'm not gonna be here at 10 o'clock at night like I say I'm gonna be. So it's like it seems like a mental thing, like I don't allow my body to go into a deep sleep when I need it to, even on the nights I stream, so it's like with the days off, that's when I catch up on everything. So I get it. So I slept most of the time. I was gonna run some errands, but it rained both days, and because my car's still sitting at the shop and hasn't been fixed yet, the other car is here, but it needs new tires because the tread is very thin, and it also needs brakes. And the last thing I want to do is drive that car when the roads are wet. Just driving around with people who can't drive themselves, so I end up not going anywhere because of that. And I still got to call them about my car and get that going, so. I hear you, Linda. No, that's true, country girl. Yeah, Debs, that's me. I'll sleep for a few hours, then I wake up for an hour or two, then I sleep for a few hours, then I wake up, and yep. I get it, beautiful. Aw. Oh, you always make my day, Linda. I'm happy to see you, beautiful. Yeah, I was also looking at how I'm gonna do this with the memberships. Because I don't want to exclude anyone. But I want it to be affordable to everyone too. Oh no, country girl. No, Jeremy, that's so sweet, baby. Aw. You were her knight in shining armor, Jeremy. That's beautiful. I love hearing that. An honest, kind deed does not go unnoticed, baby. Always remember that. Not that I don't know, Debs. I'd have to look again. I don't think so. I don't see anything, beautiful. My email address is in that little posted comment, Debs. So you may want to try it again, honey. Because it should mandaepanda@gmail. So it starts with an M and not an A. So mandaepanda@gmail. But no, I didn't get an email from you, beautiful. I don't see one anywhere from you. I got other people's emails in here, but not yours, honey. Nope. I even checked the spam folder, and I don't see it. Okay, that would explain it, honey. Yep. I know people get confused because my name's Amanda, but it's Manda, starting with an M. Think of Mandy, but it's Manda. Oh my goodness. Okay. Hi, Jonathan. How you doing? Oh, thank you, Linda. Me too. I still need about $1,000 to get it fixed. Oh, that's cool, Debs. No, Linda, my name's Amanda. You got that right, sweetheart. It's just my email address is Manda, not Amanda. It's Manda. That's where people get confused. So if you send me an email, or if you were to like look up my Zelle or Venmo account, you would have to type in the email address and it would be Manda, like Mandy, you know, take the A off, but Manda, E-Panda. It's okay, honey. You know, I'm glad you asked. Well, it's nice to meet you, Joseph. I like your name, baby. Hi, Jazzy J. I'm good, honey. Thank you for asking. How you doing? I just need some of my energy to calm down. Because last night was just rough for me, y'all. It was rough. Dang, that dang truck out there. Alright. Trying to think of which deck to pull out for y'all. I wish I had a couple more spicy decks, but I don't. Hmm. I haven't had a chance to use this deck yet. Not a lot anyways. No space at the other one. Alright, fine. Let me see. Okay, Darby. Hey, Moon Fox Knight. How you doing, beautiful? No, Darby, I haven't seen her. I think she's been sleeping during the evening now. She's been able to get more sleep, she said, the last time I heard from her. Hi, Kelly J. Hmm. Yes, Joseph, it is getting expensive. I just spent um about 7 grand fixing my cars before. I even had to take out a loan. So for this to come up, it's killing me because I don't have the money and I can't take out another loan. So my power steering pump went out and they say the water pump has to be replaced and the radiator and it needs to be flushed out. And they're trying to really screw me over it. And so they want to charge me $2,000 to have that done. And I need brakes for my car too. The other car needs brakes and tires. So it's just a nightmare right now. Yeah, Darby, she's been okay. I need to actually message her. I just haven't had a chance to reach out to her. Oh no, Moon Fox Knight, what's going on, sweetheart? Yeah, country girl. It would be tough trying to get another car right now. Because I really don't have that money to make a monthly payment on it. If I did, I might consider it, but I wouldn't give up my cars either. I would still get my cars fixed because they have sentimental value to me. Both my cars I named after my parents, in fact, because my mama loved Camaros. That's the car she's known for. She always drove a Camaro when I was growing up, a Z28 to be precise. And so when they discontinued the cars, I was happy I had mine because I've taken great care of mine. Both my cars, even though they're 23 years old now, they still run great. You know, they just, like my car, she just needs some work on her. And she only has like 125,000 miles. That's not a lot considering her age. The other one has a little over 150. And my car's a 35th anniversary edition. And they also have T-tops on them. The new cars, the new Camaros, they don't come with T-tops. You can't get T-tops. You can only get a hard top or a convertible top. So, it's been rough. Yeah, I can't afford even paying $129 a week for a car. I don't have it, beautiful. That's part of my stress right now. Because he won't help me. Okay, so understand me, starting off, I'm $3,000 in the hole every month of bills I need to come up with to cover. And that's just to break even. And that's without me going anywhere. That's without me eating out anywhere. I'm $3,000 in the hole every month. So I don't have any room I don't have money to splurge. I'm trying to break even every month. And that's been the stress that I've been put under for several months now. Waiting for my insignificant other to come through and keep his promises he made, but he still doesn't. So he leaves it all on my shoulders to do. And it's just, that's what's caused everything to break apart besides the other things he's done over the years. So, you know, and it's like last week, you know, he has kidney failure. And this thing that pisses me off, he has kidney failure, okay? I saved his life twice, 2 years ago. First time was because he became diabetic. You know, he had a 1262 blood glucose level that almost put him in a coma because of his bad eating habits and drinking too much Mountain Dew. You would have thought that would have woken him up. Nope. 4 months later, he almost died again from kidney failure. And he was put in the hospital again. And he had about, it was less than 10% kidney function. So obviously he had to start dialysis. And you would think he would wake up. He would start eating better and taking better care of himself. Nope. A few days ago, I walked into my kitchen hoping to find some food, even if I could just make a salad or something. And what do I find? I find a Mountain Dew bottle in my produce drawer where I should have like lettuce, vegetables, onions, things like that in, and another one in the freezer that I didn't know about, that he was trying to sneak and hide. And it's like, and I'm just over it. Well, you know, and I had to sit there and tell myself, now, why should I even care anymore? Because obviously he doesn't care. He doesn't want to live. He's just continuing to kill himself. So why should I care? And that sounds cold, but I mean, why am I supposed to be the one to carry all the weight here and care about his well-being when he don't even care himself? So, you know, and that's the other reason why he won't go get a job either. So it's just, it's a nightmare. Thank you, country girl. And I will be. And I'll be fine. And I will get through this, you know. I just can't do it being the one that constantly carrying the weight for someone else who refuses to help themselves. So, well, hi, Jules. How you doing? I appreciate you. So I'm a fighter. I'll keep going. Oh, thank you, Moon Fox Knight. You're so sweet, honey. I appreciate you. Nicole, I'm open to advice, sweetheart. And I appreciate you, country girl. And Callie J, I've been doing that, honey. I really have been. So I hear you. No, I appreciate that, honey. Come live with you. I know. I want out of here. I want out of here bad. Well, thank you, Jules. You are too, sweetheart. How you been, girlfriend? Hi, Duke. No. Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, Jules. I am, honey. But I'll be alright. I always find a way. I just take it one step at a time. The most important thing is to get my car fixed first. Because I need a car. Because like I said, even just to rely on one car, I can't do. Because when it rains, I'm not driving the other car because it needs new tires and brakes. I mean, my car has new tires, but it also needs new brakes. But it needs the other stuff done to it for her to run too. So, but yeah, I agree, country girl. And that's what my brother told me the other day. My brother's like, stop getting so upset and worked up over him. He obviously doesn't care. Why are you creating all this, energy that's draining you when he doesn't care about himself? If he wants to keep killing himself, let him. Why should you care and carry all that weight? That's right. If he wants to keep drinking Mountain Dew and eating all the other crap he does, I mean, I can't stress over about it anymore. I just can't. No, thank you, Kelly. I have fought for him for the last 6, 7 years. I have fought for that man, but he don't fight for himself. So I can't fight for him anymore. I'm tired. I gotta take care of me now. I gotta focus on what's best for me. He's not obviously focusing about us. So why should I put that focus on us when he's not putting forth the effort himself? And it's like, no, I'm done. Done. I know I will, country girl. I know that guy's out there who wants to build an empire with me. Off grid, he won't touch it, sweetheart. He will not touch it. Hi, McDawn. How you doing, baby? Oh, Moonfox, I don't have a new boyfriend. Although he accused me of having a boyfriend, which I found hilarious. Because that's him wanting to blame our marriage falling apart. Not because he can't take accountability for himself, but he wants to blame it on something I've done. Which I don't have a boyfriend. I have friends who are males, but I don't have a boyfriend. But that's what he wanted to say one night. Just to make himself feel better. Instead of taking accountability for his own actions and why this marriage's been, taken down the drain. Yeah, Jules, it is, honey. And it's been rough. Oh, the guy I'm talking about, I mean, that's my, husband. Exactly, McDawn. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to make me feel guilty. I feel like he's trying to make me feel guilty for being able to move on with my life and be here with y'all and do what I do and have a life outside of him. It's like he can't understand because it's the other thing he said that he feels like I'm not living up to my full potential. He thinks my full potential is getting a job at a retail store as a manager, not being here with y'all. He don't get it. But then he's like, well, I meant it. And then he started backstepping. And he's like, no, I meant you'll make more money doing that. I mean, because not everybody's buying readings from you on there. They're not sending you money. They're not supporting you. If they really care about you, they would be sending you money to help support you while you're there for them. If you're really being helpful to them, is what he was saying. So because of that, he feels I would be making more money as a manager at a retail store than being here. Hi, Lady Freedom. So it's crazy. Oh no, Moon Fox Knight. I'm married. I'm legally tied to somebody, unfortunately. Gulf of America. You wish I was going through menopause. Bye-bye. Zach, I have. I've made my mind up. I'm getting out as soon as I can. Exactly, Moonfox. He doesn't. He gave up on himself. When he got laid off from his company, that took him down the drain. Like, he hasn't been the same since. And there's nothing I can say or do to get him to come back, to be the person he used to be. So, he lost himself, apparently. And I can't be the one to fix him. I can't fix him or try and bring him back, so... That's right, Kelly J. I agree, country girl. All right, Judith. You have a good night too, beautiful. Thank you for being here. Yeah, Jules. I've been having chats with them here and there. Because he doesn't want to, McDon. He sits on that couch all day long. All day long. Playing on his phone, on the iPad, or watching TV. I mean, he might step outside on the back porch, but that's no different than being on the couch. The only other thing he might do is feed the cat and clean up the litter box. But that's it. Outside of that, he's on that couch all day long. Period. And that's where he sleeps. And if he runs errands, he doesn't go out of his way to run errands for me. And he won't even do my laundry. Like, I had a basket of laundry that sat there for 2 months that I asked him if he would do for me. It sat there for over 2 months. And it was only just this past week he actually got up and did it. But he made another excuse of why he didn't do it before. You know, but yet he'll wash his own clothes. If his clothes need to be washed, he'll wash them, but he won't do mine. And the errands he runs, it's either to go to the pharmacy to get medications, whether it be for him or us. And he'll go to the grocery store, or I should say Walmart, to pick up the groceries, and that's it. But it's not like he's getting out of the car and going inside. He's going through the drive-thru, or he's pulling up at the front of the grocery store and having them load up the groceries. That's all he does. So I get annoyed. I'm over it. So I can't grow with someone like that. I can't. I can't grow with someone who won't help themselves, who doesn't care, who doesn't take, good care of their hygiene either. His hygiene's a problem. I can't do it anymore. I don't have anything left. And what I have left needs to be for me. Yeah, and that's exactly it, Moonfox. He's doing it on purpose. And I know that. I guess he feels if he's going to get any reaction out of me, getting me worked up is better than nothing at all. Because he doesn't feel like I give him any attention. Well, why? What, like, he told, when he accused me of having a boyfriend, I called my friend on the phone, which is one of my mods, Eternal Light. And I told him, I said, he thinks you're my boyfriend. Do you want to have a chat with him? So Eternal Light had a chat with him face to face on video where they could see each other. And he wants to sit there and whine to Eternal Light about, I won't even give him 5 minutes of my time to talk to him. Talk to him about what? I'm talked out. There's nothing else I have left to say. Everything I've said to him is stuff I've been saying over and over and over again. And I just sound like I'm repeating myself. And it goes in one ear and goes out the other. I'm done. I have nothing else to say to that man. The only thing we need to talk about is anything that pertains to this house, and that's it. Everything else, I don't care anymore. He's made me not care anymore. An Acorns account? I've never heard of it, Nicole. Yes, Lady Freedom. He needs, I don't know what wake-up call he needs anymore, though. Like, I don't understand what would really wake him up this time. Because almost dying twice didn't wake him up. Having to sell our house didn't wake him up. Even me telling him I'm going to walk out that door hasn't woken him up. The only thing I could think would be is me actually walking out that door and not coming back. Which I don't think he believes I'll do. But he just doesn't know me that well then. Not as well as he thought. Yes, Moon Fox Knight, I agree. And that's what he did. So, I'm working on it. No, I'm working on it, beautiful. Trust me. I just need the money to do it. And I need my car fixed first. I can't go anywhere without a car. But I'm working on it. So, bring a boyfriend home, you think, Parker? He yeah, he wouldn't like that at all. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you, Alfred. Yep. I am, country girl. Trust me, I am, sweetheart. I know it will get fixed. And if it takes a little bit longer, it will. But I just can't be with someone who doesn't believe in my dreams either. You know, and he doesn't have any comprehension or tries to understand. He claims he does, but he doesn't. Because every single time I'm streaming, he'll try and start a conversation that there's a high possibility I'm going to get upset. Which, what does that do? That changes my energy around. To where I'm not as positive or have as much light shining through me and this and that, right? And so, and I try to make him understand that, but he don't understand that because he'll still stop me in the middle of while I'm streaming and say something that is going to start a fight or an argument. Hi, Caleb. Thank you, baby. That was very sweet of you, honey. True, Jules. Country girl, once in a great while, I'll read, but usually I don't read for myself. I don't get as much enjoyment out of it as I do reading for y'all. I don't know why that is, but I just don't. Yes, I will be, honey. And I do believe in that. Caleb, I can pull a couple cards for you, sweetheart. My personal readings are $30 US, Caleb. And doing it through the super chat, it's more expensive, honey. You would be better off sending it to my PayPal or Zelle, because what most people don't know is YouTube takes almost 50% of everything you donate. That's their percentage. It's 45%, in fact, is what it is. Then I have to pay taxes on that money, so you might as well just round it up to 50%. And I think that's it, Jules. And that's why I don't do it. Because I know I could go in there and be neutral about myself and read it, but I don't want to risk that I overlook something because I'm invested in it, like you say. You know, it's a conflict there. Yes, YouTube takes a lot. Caleb, my Venmo, it's Manda. If you look in the chat, you'll see a posted comment. If you click on it, you'll see my email at the bottom of it. Because it'll say Zelle and Venmo. Oh, thank you, country girl. I mean, Kelly J, if the universe is testing me, they've been putting me through a test for the last 7 years then, is what I can say. Because he's been laid off since 2018. That's the last time he worked, was 2018. So, I don't think the universe can test me any more than they already have. So I think I've already made, you know, passed that test with the universe, if they were testing me. You know, yes, Moon Fox, it will be. I mean, it's like I said, you know, I can't sit here and say that I didn't try. You know, I've stayed in it for 7 years. I've stuck around when most people would have already left, but I'm still here. But I don't think he appreciates that fact of it either, so. But that's okay. I don't have to stay in this anymore, and I know that. And I know I'll be better off. And I know I'll find that person who will want to build with me, and not instead of drain me or hold me back. Amen, Jules. That's exactly right, girlfriend. Hey, Diane. How you doing, beautiful? Always, country girl. You know I'm a fighter. It's like my songs I listen to. There's the one by Destiny's Child called Survivor. And then there's one by Christina Aguilera called Fighter. And then the one by Sia called Unstoppable. Those are 3 songs I listen to. And then I love Imagine Dragons. So there's 2 songs I always listen to, which is Thunder, and the other one is Whatever It Takes. Those are the songs that keep me going, that remind me of that strength and that inner fight. Yeah, Imagine Dragons is one of my favorites. Those 2 songs always stick out to me. No, off-grid. I'm happy to be here, baby. I needed to be here with y'all. Exactly, Jules. Oh, thank you, off-grid. Thank you so much, baby. I appreciate you. Oh, thank you, Diane. I agree. And I will get there. I know I have people who will. Yes, it does. And that sounds beautiful, country girl. You're having a bad night, Jack Prepper. I'm sorry. Hello, Aprons. I'm doing okay. How you doing? Yeah, that song Thunder, I always think of it when I bowl. But that song Whatever It Takes, that's my song. And I've always been that way. So I'm gonna make it no matter what. I won't allow it to kill me, I do know that. When you cry, it rains in 2 days. Is that right, Jules? Wow, honey. You're slipping away. All right, Jack Prepper. Well, you have a good night, honey. See you later. The last time I went bowling, it's been probably about 7 years. Actually, probably longer than that. I'll say 7, 8 years ago. Because I was trying to remember when it was that I tore my shoulder. let's see. I think I tore my shoulder in 2015. So that probably would have been the last time. Because I couldn't bowl with a torn rotator cuff. Oh, thank you, Jules. Yeah, I keep trying to keep myself and my energy safe and secure because he will drain me. And that's awesome to hear, Joseph. I'm happy to hear that, baby. Oh, thank you, McDawn. You must be in the UK. Wow, Jules. You're like one of those, not a magnetism, but something similar to it, where you can control the weather. There's a name for it, but I'm drawing a blank. Ireland, that's right. I'm part Irish, Mick. Well, all that sounds good, country girl. Thank you, honey. Yes, I'm very dedicated to my long-term goals. I'm too determined to fail. And even if I fail, it'll only be a temporary thing. I'll get back up. And that much I do know about me. Yeah, I do understand that. You must have pulled the Two of Pentacles. Oh, that's cool, Nicole. All right, Jules. Well, thank you for stopping in, beautiful. It's good to see you, girlfriend. You keep yourself safe too, honey, and have sweet dreams. You keep your light shining bright too, honey. Much love to you, girlfriend. Have sweet, wonderful dreams. Talk to you soon. That's right, Mick. I have that fiery fighting blood in me. I got Viking blood in me too. Okay, Moonchild. Well, you have good night. Sweet dreams to you, beautiful. Thank you for being here. Much love to you, honey. Hello, Jody O'Brien. Yes, I'm both. I'm a lover and a fighter. And that's right. Victory is mine. Well, I mean, well, knowing that I'm mixed, um, I'm part Japanese, and so my Japanese comes from my dad. So my last name is Japanese, and my name just happens to mean warrior spirit or spirit of warrior. And I just think that really just resonates well with me. The English and the Irish and the Scandinavian comes from my mama. So there's the Viking blood and there's the Irish blood too. So I think I got that fighting spirit on both sides working for me here. And you're right, Lady Freedom. I'm an Aries rising, sweetheart. So I will. I'm fiery. That's why I always say I'm a fiery Pisces. Oh, Jody, I'm happy I could cheer you up, sweetheart. Yep, I got lots of fire. That's why you can't see my red natural highlights in my hair. But my grandmother was a natural redhead. And I have an aunt and uncle who are redheads too. So there's that fiery side. My mama was a strawberry blonde when she was a baby. You're a Pisces too? Well, that's beautiful, Mick. That'd be cool, Nicole. I've had my birth chart done before, but I've had others do it too. Let me see. Okay. Let's see something. Actually, let me go here. Okay, baby, I got it. Thank you. There. Hi, Liddy. I'm good, honey. How you doing? Your mom's a redhead, Nicole? That's cool, honey. I like redheads. That's beautiful, Lady Freedom. Hello, Pacamo, the ace mechanic. Yeah, I feel like the universe is always testing me. Oh, well, at least you're off now, Liddy. Yes, Caleb, I can do that for you, sweetheart. Good morning, Watha. I'm good, honey. How you doing? Oh, Pacamo, because you can only see it when I stand out in the sunlight. You would see all the red and brown in my hair. My hair looks jet black inside, but in the sunlight, there's a lot of red and brown in my hair. Let's see. I'm looking for something. And I'm doing gravy, Hawatha. How you doing, sweetheart? Country girl? I think there's only one other person who's ever done that. At least on my stream. Hold on. So, just a general on your future, Caleb. Well, I'm happy you stopped in to say hello to me, lady. It's always good to see you, honey. You know what? I gotta get... Where's my deck? 2 years a little different. Because that's what I'm being told to do. I might be taking a seminar soon. You know, that's very possible because I've been looking into a couple of things. I've been wanting to take a couple other, like, classes and stuff to learn something, so that would be awesome. That would give me an excuse to travel, too. Okay, Spirit, let's see. First, I want to know. That's what I want to do first. All right, Caleb, Santa Monica. Caleb, do you happen to live in Santa Monica, California? No, Jody, that's very sweet of you, baby. Is that right, lady? Capricorns and Pisces go well together? Oh, y'all gonna make me blush now. Thank you. Keep crafting it, huh? Is that right, country girl? Okay. I'll keep going. Keep working on it. All right, Spirit. Oh, thank you, Caleb. You live in Colorado? Oh, I was just saying that, baby, because I saw Santa Monica, and I think of like Santa Monica, California, where I'm from. But home is Hawaii, huh? I'm part Hawaiian. I've never been to Hawaii, though. You're a Libra, Jody? I like Libras. There's a lot of Libras in here. Libras, Virgos, Aries, and Pisces. And I think I've seen a few Capricorns and Scorpios and Cancers. Y'all are attracted to me for some reason. I can't figure out what the reason is yet. A romantic encounter soon, huh? Wow. You never know. That would be interesting. Alright, Spirit. Show me the topic for color, please. The feature. Focus on. That's what the experience. Hi, Kathy. How you doing, beautiful? Oh boy, country girl. Sounds like there's gonna be a shake-up in my life. Good. Spirit. Oh, wow. Your graveyard. I'm hanging in there, Kathy. Thank you for asking. What does that mean, Kathy? Your graveyard. I've never heard that before. Alright, what's it? Ooh. Are you focusing on love, Caleb? Or a new endeavor? A new creative opportunity? Looks like you're focusing on your romantic love, though. Is that what you're wondering about? Rough day? Oh, I'm sorry, honey. Yeah, it's been rough for me too, girlfriend. I'm sending you healing love and light. Oh, wow. Country girl. That'd be something. Knowing how stubborn I am. No, lady, I haven't, baby. All I got is the PayPal, the Buy Me a Coffee, and the Zelle and Venmo. So you are looking for, you're focusing on love and romantic. Okay, honey, because that's what Spirit's coming out with. It shows my masculine has no attachment. Yeah, I believe that. Gilbert, I don't understand your questions. I'm confused. I know that's what I said, Sunnyland. Country girl, I mean, the only thing that I've had going on is I was still healing from my rotator cuff repair. But I have chronic back pain. So I don't know if that's what it is. Oh, okay, I got you, Caleb. Well, let's see. I want to pull out a different deck then, baby. I want to see something. Where's my love deck? Since we're focusing on love, it's only right that I pull out my love tarot instead. But I can come in and clarify it. Let's see. That's coming in. Right, that's what I was saying, honey. I'm confused what Gilbert's talking about. Hi, Andrea. How you doing, sweetheart? That's cool, Liddy. You can use some real love. Hey, I can too, honey. Alright. Yeah, there's a couple of things there, country girl, but yeah. You're hitting on a lot, country girl. It's resonating. What you're telling me is resonating, beautiful. So you're doing a great job. Yes, Kathy, we all need real love. I know I need it. For those of y'all who just came in, who weren't here at the beginning, I got some bad news yesterday. The last 24 hours has been really emotional for me. My childhood best friend that I've known since kindergarten, I found out she died Easter. Her fiance found her in bed. When he woke up, she was already gone. So now we don't know what the cause of her death is, but they're going to do an autopsy to see what caused her death, because she's young like me. I mean, she was 43, she'll be 44 next month. How she lived. And then I have another friend who I've known over 20 years. She was in a bad car accident before Christmas, and she's been in a coma. And now her aunt and uncle, who's pretty much her only relatives that's able to make any decisions, is talking about having the plug pulled on her because she's on life support. So they've been fighting, going to court, asking the judge to make that decision to pull the plug on her, even though she's showing improvement according to the doctors. So it's been an emotional 24 hours for me. Yeah, country girl, you're right about that. He's just there. Hi, Clyde. I'll be doing business traveling too. Oh, that's cool, country girl. I can vibe with that. I like to travel. Yes, I'm a big animal lover. Hi, Platonic. Thank you, honey. Hi, Gina. So, I cried myself to sleep last night because I didn't have anybody to lean on. And, my heart's broken. I never expected any of this to happen right now. And, naturally, the insignificant other isn't there for me either. So, naturally, I get put last. So, country girl, that wouldn't surprise me. I felt like it was, in a weird way, it was a sort of protection for me, to be honest. That's kind of like what my intuition's been telling me. My shoulder getting torn was my protection. And I can't explain that. It may not make sense, but it makes sense to me. Gina, I had my childhood best friend, who I've known since kindergarten, who I grew up with in California, with her and her family. I found out yesterday she passed away Easter Sunday in her sleep. Her fiance found her in bed. When he woke up, she was already gone. And then my other best friend that I've known for over 20 years that lives here in Georgia, who has 2 kids, 2 little ones. She had that bad car accident right before Christmas and had a head injury and was put in a coma. And she's still in a coma, but the doctor's saying she's starting to show improvement. But her family, because her parents are in nursing homes because they have like dementia, so they can't make those decisions. So I think it's her mother's sister and husband is the only, like, other relative she has. She has no siblings, um, who are next of kin. And so now they're fighting to pull her off life support and let her go. And I don't understand that. So they're supposed to be going to court and asking the judge to allow them to pull the plug. And I don't agree with it, but that's me. Oh, thank you, Andrea. So, and I'm worried about her 2 kids. She has 2 little ones. And they've already lost their dad a couple years ago to cancer. And just the thought of them losing her now, I can't understand this. I can't make sense of why anyone would be so cruel, especially when they're showing improvement. And granted, I get, suffering a traumatic brain injury. I get it's a long healing process. I get she may not come back overnight. But at the same time, why are you going to give up on somebody like that and take 2 little ones' mother away from them? I can't wrap my head around it. I can't. So I'm hoping the judge will decide to not allow them to pull the plug. It's been an emotional wreck the last 24 hours. That's all I can say. So other than that, I'm okay, honey. I did get plenty of rest. I didn't go anywhere because my car obviously is still in the shop. And the other car, because it's been raining, I wasn't going to drive it in the rain because it needs new tires and brakes. So yeah, and I believe she's gonna come back. If anyone's can fight and come back, it would be her. She reminds me a lot of me. Because I'm sitting there, I've even told people over the years, it's like if something like that were to happen to me, where I couldn't tell you, what to do, at least give me, 60, 90 days, give my body a chance. Give me a chance to fight, to come back. Don't just automatically assume there's no possibility and just pull the plug on me. No. I don't know how to give up. So to let her go like that, I can't. That's like someone giving up on me. And I can't. I can't comprehend that. I mean, look at what my mama went through. And I never gave up on her. Everybody else did, but I didn't. And she lived a lot longer than even the doctors had projected she would. So why can't this situation be different and be just like that? To where she does come back. And she comes back better than what maybe any of the doctors even possibly could think could happen. Because I still believe in miracles. And if a miracle is going to happen, it's going to be her. So I just, I can't understand. Because like I said, I feel like, by them wanting to pull the plug on her, that'd be like someone pulling the plug on me. Like I'm not worth the effort. I'm not worth the energy. I'm not worth the headache and stress to see if I can pull through this. Give her a little more time. That's all I'm asking. And then wait and see, especially when she's showing improvement. If she wasn't showing improvement, fine. I can wrap my head around, okay, maybe it's time. But knowing she's showing improvement, I can't. I can't justify them pulling the plug on her. And I can't understand why they want to. I can't. So I'm mad, I'm angry, I'm all these emotions and I'm heartbroken. So, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Moon Fox Night. I'm sending healing love and light to you too, honey. It's just, she's young. She's 37, or will be 37, and I can't. She has 2 small children. No. So I'm hoping the judge will see it our way and tell them to go take a hike, pretty much. So it's been a lot. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. A mutual friend of ours, Gina, she and her husband's been watching her kids the last few months. Because she knew I didn't have anywhere for them to be. And they got a couple of kids of their own. So it just made more sense for her to take the kids right now. But I've been to visit them here and there. And I've talked to them on video chat, so. Kelly J, I haven't looked into any of that. I have tapped into her energy, though, and she's still there. And that's the other thing I know. I've tapped into her energy, and she's telling me she's still there. And she wants to live. So, but you can't go into a courtroom and make a judge understand that. Because they don't believe in our world. You know, you can't, because you can't prove on paper that what I'm saying is a fact. They would look at me crazy and think I need to go be put in a mental hospital. So, there's also that. Oh, thank you, Gina. Thank you for offering your place, honey. Oh, Liddy, I do. I do. I just try not to do it on here because of the channel being monetized. Yeah. So, it's just been rough right now, y'all. But it'll be fine. I just gotta, you know, stay positive, stay grounded. That's why I came on here, because I needed to get myself out of, you know, the grief of it. Disconnect from it for a little while. And to be in more positive energy, which has helped me a lot being here. So I appreciate y'all being here. Moon Fox, I just keep praying for a miracle. Beautiful. That's all I can do. Pray that the universe will grant her more time. You know, I understand there's, you know, soul contracts, and maybe she, you know, signed up to die young. But that's not what I'm picking up. I don't feel that's true for her. And if it was, maybe she's changed her mind. Now she can break that contract and sign a new one. And that's what I'm hoping will happen. And somehow the universe will make it right, where she's still here. And she does come back. Because I believe she will. I believe she will come back if everyone would give her a chance. And not give up on her. Yeah, maybe the recovery will be a long process, but she's worth the effort. She's worth the fight, the stress, all of it. It's, you know, I believe, you know, she can break that one contract knowing for her children. If anything, she would fight for her children, you know. And I can't see her leaving them behind. I can't. Yeah, and you're an example of that, country girl. And Darby's another example of someone who's come back from a traumatic brain injury. There's several of y'all out there, so it's like, I don't understand why they're so dead set on pulling the plug. And I feel like unfortunately, I feel like it's for the wrong reasons. I feel like there has to be some type of insurance policy that her family's trying to get. Because obviously, I know her husband left a nice size insurance for her and her children when he passed away, which is in a trust for her kids. And some of it was left for her. I feel like that's what this is about, to be honest. And I don't like thinking of that about people, but I don't know what else to think. Why else they would be in such a hurry to pull the plug when we're telling them, no, she doesn't want to die. Don't do this. I don't understand. So it makes me sad, and it makes me angry, and people can be so cruel, you know. So, and the only reason why I know it's going on is because the caseworker and the social worker has kept me up to date. Because they knew that me and my friend were also listed as people they can talk to about her health. She did write that in her medical records, thank God. Otherwise, me and our mutual friend would have been kept out of everything and not have known about it. But I guess she didn't finish her living will. So, yeah, why would you want to pull the plug on someone who's showing improvement? It really sounds like there's something. I feel like they're after the money. I was so do. And of course, if she dies, then they'll take, custody of the children, which means me and our mutual friend probably won't see those kids again. And then what? And that's not what she wants. And I know that, but how do you make a judge understand that when there's nothing on paper that says that, There's got to be another way around this. Yeah, I believe that's exactly what it is. It's the money. Yeah, exactly, Liddy. It does every single time. So, alright. Well, let me focus on this reading real quick. Actually, I need to go grab something, y'all. I'll be right back. Exactly, Lady Freedom. They have no idea what that feels like. Unfortunately, I do. A few times I've done it. And I didn't want to do it. I hated it. Especially on my dad. And like my My situation with my dad was different because he had a massive stroke. So I understood that he was pretty much gone. You know, I understood that if he woke up, just like the doctors told me, if he had recovered, he wouldn't have been there. You know, he would have been like a vegetable. He would have been stuck to a life support machine to breathe for him, and he would be fed through a feeding tube. That's not life. So I understood it then to pull the plug on him. It didn't make my decision any easier, but I knew it was the right one. This feels so wrong to pull the plug on her. In more ways than one, I can't even express how wrong it feels. And thank you, Andrea. Okay. So, hello, Jake. Alright. Caleb is coming forward for you. Show me. Caleb, Santa Monica. Alright. President Spirit. Star. Yeah. Aw, thank you, Caleb. That's so sweet of you, baby. I appreciate you. Storm. Alright. Spirit, show me what's coming in. Okay, well, thank you, Spirit. Well, there it is, right there. What else is coming forward? Calvin. For love. And happily ever after. What else, Spirit? Ten of Cups. Ace of Cups. There it is. Alright. Future outcome, Spirit. Well, Caleb, you might have someone in your circle right now, baby. And they got their eye on you. Looks like you might be missing an opportunity, though. Let's see. Let me clarify these cards. Get a clearer understanding of what this is. Chariot. Hi, Eric. How you doing? Hi, George. Hold on, baby. Let me clarify the cards before you get freaked out. Yeah, lady, it will, honey. Let's see. Where's my other deck? But I see more love coming towards you, baby. It looks pretty positive to me. You're going to find that one person you're looking for, I feel. I feel like you got to get through some more healing first, though. Caleb, I get the feeling like you got to go through and assess and evaluate your past relationships, like what you went through, and the things that you couldn't tolerate, and the things that you were wanting in a relationship. But I feel like you need to focus more on your healing as far as, you know, what you went through. Like, you know, if the person wasn't trustworthy, if they weren't attentive to you, whatever those flaws were that caused those relationships to end. I feel like you got to do some healing from that. Okay, country girl. Well, thank you, sweetheart. You have a good night too, honey. Thank you for doing the reading for me. That was sweet of you. Sweet dreams to your girlfriend. Catch up with you soon. So, Caleb, don't feel like it was a bad thing, okay? Because I feel like you might needed to miss it right now. But, you know, just think of this, baby. You know, what's meant for you will never pass you by, okay? So even though maybe you might have missed an opportunity with someone, it doesn't mean that opportunity can't come back around. If it's meant for you, it will happen. So that's how I look at that. That's how I try not to live in doubt so much, or try and focus on, you know, my mistakes. Because some mistakes I'm meant to make to learn, but also things that I might have, you know, overlooked. Well, maybe I wasn't ready for it, or maybe the universe didn't feel I was ready for it, because there was something else I needed to learn or go through. All right, Nancy, have a good night, honey. Sweet dreams. So, but right now, it's like I feel like you're trying to find your balance. Everything is about balance and healing. So, all right, Spirit, show me, clarify for Caleb. Hey, Scott, how you doing, baby? All right, Spirit, star card. No. Alright, Spirit. Yep, I get that. Alright. Clarify, Spirit. Ooh. Yeah, I feel like this will be an even give and take what's coming towards you. Maybe that's what you were missing in your past relationships. It wasn't an even give and take. Alright, Spirit. Show me. Where's all the words here, Spirit? There it is. You know, you might get so much attention now, baby. You may get overwhelmed by people lining up for you. I kind of feel. I don't know. I seem to pick up a shift here for you, where you're gonna get a lot more attention. Maybe people don't know you're single and looking. I feel like you gotta put yourself out there a little more. I feel like people aren't able to recognize that you're maybe on the market, and maybe that's why you're not being approached, or people aren't like giving you the hint that they're interested because they're unsure of your relationship status. I feel like you're gonna start getting more attention here soon. Spirit. Feel me. And there's the star. Again. And that's what I feel. Yeah, I mean, Caleb, I feel like right now, baby, still feel like you need some time to kind of get regrounded, to kind of heal from past relationships. Because the last thing you want to do, baby, is take any baggage from past relationships and bring them into your new relationships. Like an example that would be like, say you got cheated on in the past, and because you were cheated on by an ex, partner, you now have trust issues. Well, that's going to affect your new relationships, and that lack of trust is going to poison your new relationships. So you want to get over that and heal completely from that before you start something new. Otherwise, it could turn that relationship on its head. And you don't want that to happen, because it's as I say to people, it's wrong to make other people pay for people from your past. That new person didn't do that to you. They didn't break your trust. So why are you going to make them pay for people who did you wrong in the past? This is something new. This is a new start. It should be started off as a fresh start, not something that carries over from your past. Leave your past where it is. The only thing you want to bring forward in your future and in your present are the people you want in your life still, and the lessons you've learned, and apply them, and then all the beautiful memories you've made. Everything else, leave it behind. It serves you no good anymore. No, Liddy, it's not. I mean, if it resonates with you, baby, take it. So, I want to get... Where is my other decks? I think it's this one, I think. Let's see. Does that make sense, Caleb? You know, because I'll put it to you this way, baby. Think of it like, I'll give you an example of me. I went through, this is back when I was 21. I was newly engaged. And my eventual husband had trust issues because his ex cheated on him. And so I compete professionally, semi-professionally in billiards pool. So there's been nights I've been out really late until like 3, 4 in the morning. And so there was one night I went out by myself without him. And it was supposed to be like my girls' night out type of deal. And I was hanging out with a few friends at the pool hall, same place he met me at. And I ended up not getting back to the house till almost 5 in the morning. Okay. And all I was doing was hanging out with friends, shooting pool. And when they closed up the pool hall, I knew the manager and her husband, and they allowed us to stick around and play cards and still shoot pool while they were vacuuming and cleaning out the bar and so what. So that was it. Well, as soon as I walk in the house, he's up waiting for me. And out of nowhere, straight out accuses me of cheating on him without no evidence. Only because I came walking in that house at 5 in the morning. And it's like, are you kidding me? Like, where's your evidence? Like, who in the hell do you think you are going around accusing me of something I'm not doing, which I wasn't? And he's like, well, where you been? It's like, I was at the pool hall. He's like, well, the pool hall closed at 2 in the morning. I said, yeah, you're right. It did. I said, however, you know, Mama, which was the manager, her name was Melissa, and her husband allowed us few regulars to stick around and still, you know, play pool and play cards and whatever else while they were finishing cleaning up. So, you know, but he didn't want to hear it. And so I said, you know what? I'm out of here. I'm not going to tolerate this. I'm not going to be accused of something I didn't do. So I took my engagement ring off and I slammed it on the bathroom counter and I grabbed my stuff and I walked out that door. I didn't talk to him. He kept calling me for days on end. I think it was like a week or two later. He kept calling my cell phone. He kept calling my job. And it was because he kept calling my job, I was forced to kind of like answer it and talk to him. And that's what I told him. And he finally listened to me then, you know, because he was like, you know, I've been so sad. I can't focus on anything. I miss you. I love you. I'm sorry. Blah, blah, blah. You know, and again, and I told him, I said, I don't appreciate being accused of doing something I didn't do. Just because you've been cheated on doesn't give you the right to accuse me and not trust me. Because I've been cheated on a few times. I still trust you. Because why? I know you haven't done anything wrong yet, or you haven't given me any reason to doubt you. And I expect the same in return from you. So, you know, the fact that you would go and accuse me like that is just, I'm not your ex-wife. I didn't do that to you. So don't you ever treat me that way. And I pretty much had to let him know. If he couldn't get a handle on his jealousy, his insecurity, and lack of trust, that relationship was not going to continue. And so I told him, I said, I better not ever see your jealousy ever again. I better not ever be accused unless you actually got evidence, which I know he'll never have because I've never done anything like that. But that's how he treated it. So that's what I mean. It could have possibly potentially poisoned this relationship to where it would have never continued. So, but I wouldn't allow that. And I understood that. And I don't think he was expecting me to come back and say what I had to say to him and stand up for myself or to walk away from him like I did because I wasn't going to stick around and put up with it. So that's just an example. You know, just think of it in that way. So you don't want to go in and add that baggage into your new relationships because that it could potentially turn out to where it causes the end of that relationship. Then what? That could have been your soulmate. But you didn't give it an honest opportunity because you treated them like they were the people of your past. You can't do that. That's wrong. That's not fair to them. They deserve an honest shot. So until you can get past that healing, get over that pain, the trauma, all those things that have happened, it's no good starting anything new. You're not ready then, if that makes any sense. Exactly, Eric. Yep. Then he accuses me of messing around with the eternal light. Yep. There's that too. But that's just him not willing to take accountability for himself and for why this marriage has gone off in the ditch. That's all that is. He's not willing to man up and hold himself accountable. So, but yeah, it's the same thing. Here he is accusing me again of having a boyfriend, which is just laughable. Okay, Lady Freedom. Have a good night, honey. It makes sense? Okay, baby. I'm glad. You know, I try to, you know, give y'all the best advice I can give y'all from my personal experience, too. Arvin, yeah, I wasn't cheating. I was with friends. You know, and the fact that he would do that to me, knowing the fact that I shoot pool, and he knew that. But yeah, so, it was crazy. So I can tell y'all. But yeah, now he wants to accuse me of eternal light. I just find hilarious. Instead of taking accountability for himself, for his own behavior. Alright, Spirit, show me. I'm just pulling you a few oracle cards, baby. And then I'll go over this with you. Co-create. Ooh. Let's see this. Spirit, show me. Show me about these two. Actually, I want three. Spirit and Empress. Okay. Yeah, I can't make this up. One more spirit. I feel like you're gonna find something very solid. One more spirit. Show me. Ooh. I like this. Where's this real quick. Yeah, honey. I mean, and I know it has nothing to do with me. I know it's his own insecurities. And Eric's right. it's his own low self-esteem, not loving himself or thinking he's worthy. So instead, he would just decide to accuse me of doing dirt, which just cracks me up, you know. But let him think whatever he wants to think. It's not true. Doesn't make what he says true, so. It's his own fault for putting me last or putting me in the back seat, and he doesn't understand that. How he easily hurt me like that. Alright, Spirit. Show me. Show me. Wow. Were you in a serious committed relationship before, Caleb? Like one that you were possibly looking at getting married? But it ended. Okay. Who's the serious relationship you had, Caleb? Like, I'm picking up an energy of someone you either were with that was serious, like it looked like it was going to possibly get married, or you were thinking about it. Because that's what I'm getting, baby. And I want my one other thing. And this. Let's see. There's someone attracted to you, though. But I feel like you're gonna have to let go of some of your control issues, too, baby. In order to welcome this new love and abundance in. Spirit, can I get one card for Caleb, please? Yeah. Open your wings and fly. You wanted to marry her? Yeah, I see that. I can't make this up. There it is right there. This is your past. This is your present. And this is your future. I just wanted to see a quick, from my angel romance deck, what would come up. And that's what came up. And I'm sorry, baby, you know. Oh, wow. I was engaged before I got married to someone else. And I was in love with that person too, but there was a lot of problems because of it being long distance. We were 3,000 miles away from each other. So it created a lot of trust issues on his part, and me being a lot younger made it more difficult. And the fact that I was taking care of my sick mother didn't help matters either. So he kind of pushed me away because he was trying to be overly possessive, controlling type. jealousy. There was some of that too going on. And I finally said I had enough. And I think even though the relationship was going downhill before my mother died, but what really put the final nail in the coffin was the day my mother passed away. I called him to tell him she had passed away. You know, and you would think that your significant other would be very, you know, compassionate, loving, understanding, you know, talking about they're sorry. Nope. That wasn't the first words out of his mouth. Instead, the first words out of his mouth is, it's time for you to come home. Meaning it was time for me to leave Georgia and move back to California, where he's at. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't stay in that relationship anymore. It wasn't working for me. And I ended it. That was the last time, pretty much. So, and there was someone else that I had talked about getting married to, but they ended up cheating on me. But they did admit to it too. But I completely walked away from that relationship. Well, alright, Spirit, show me. When is this going to start? Give me a timeline. Let's look at this one. Give me a time frame. Spirit. Let's have it. What's the time frame? Show me. I don't know the time frame. Well, baby, there's someone in your energy right now. I feel. Huh. Someone you have chemistry with. Amazing chemistry, but maybe it's the wrong timing. Something needs to be situated. But I feel like that's part of your energy more so than theirs. Whoever this is, this energy I'm picking up on. There's someone else in your energy that I'm picking on, baby, that I feel like has their eye on you. But like I said, I feel like they're not sure of your relationship status. So I feel like they're possibly just a little too speak up and approach you. Maybe they have given you hints that there's an interest there, and maybe you've just ignored it. But I feel like there is someone in your energy that is attracted to you. Someone you have chemistry with. Hi, DM. How you doing, baby? How you feeling? And Caleb, that's a great thing, baby. You know, leave your past in your past. Even though I feel like sometimes it can have a habit of surfacing in our subconscious, it's there because it's a trauma, it's a hurt. But I would still try my best to still heal from it and leave it there. Hey, Fred, how you doing, baby? Force yourself to read. Well, I'm glad you're feeling much better, baby. It's good to see you. I thought of messaging you earlier, but I figured you were probably still resting. So, here's what I get for you, Caleb. This is your present energy, baby. Okay, this is the Star card. The Star card is all about hope and healing, which I feel like is what you're trying to do right now. I feel like you're in that energy. You're trying to take this slow, even though you have your heart open to receiving love. But I still feel like there's a hurt there that you still got to get through and heal from first in order to bring in this love. But I feel like, you know, this Nine of Swords is showing me that I clarified with it that, yeah, you're feeling lonely right now. You know, the Nine of Swords is about being in your head. But it's also because you're trying to still heal and get through this, you know, time. So you can prepare yourself for a new love, you know, for this 10 of Cups, happily ever after. And so right now, I feel like right here, the Five of Cups is what I'm getting. I feel like this is where you got to reevaluate your, you know, your relationship, like past relationships. If you're going to go through this whole healing process, evaluate where you've made mistakes and own up to them, hold yourself accountable to heal. And also take a look at your relationships. Like, what is it that you were drawn to that made you love that person or have strong feelings for them that could make this relationship work? And then what was it that you didn't like? And so that way, going forward, you know what to look for, what you're willing to accept and what you're not willing to tolerate. Okay, be clear of those boundaries is what I would do. And I feel like that's what Spirit's trying to say to you right now. If you can go through and evaluate, you'll have a better chance in the future with your new partner and be able to make that relationship work. If you stay true to what you will allow and what you will accept and what you won't, and find someone that does, fit into that and you mesh well with and have chemistry and then are on the same page, have the same goals and likes and all that in life. Because Spirit's telling me when you get through this healing, this trauma, this Five of Cups, looking over your regrets and mistakes, looking at how you can have done things differently maybe, that you will come into finding more maturity, which will create the new doorway for you to find new love. Because I feel like it is already knocking. It's just I feel like you may have overlooked it, for whatever reason. Okay, we all, can't pay attention to everyone around us 24/7, right? So unless that person makes their intentions clear, it's hard to really know if they're interested in you or not. And like I said, I feel like someone is, but I feel like they're not sure where you stand. Or maybe they're not sure if you have an interest in them. So there's always going to be that fear of rejection. How most people fear. They're afraid to tell someone or tell their crush they like them because they're fearing that that person isn't going to like them or have a crush on them. So, it causes that sting. But it's like I always tell people, I look at being rejected as also a blessing. And this is how I look at it, okay? I'm not going to sit there and say being rejected by someone I might like or have a crush on doesn't sting and hurt, because it does. But it also reminds me this is the universe protecting me to prepare me for someone who's better suited for me than the person I'm crushing on. And two, at least it gives me a chance to know right then and there where I stand with that person. So if they don't have that interest in me, then I know and they can release me, or I can release my crush from them and move on. It'll give me more time to find that person who does want me. So I don't look at being rejected all in negative sight. There's a silver lining there, you can say, or a blessing in disguise. It's all in your perception. So maybe there is someone you got your eye on. Maybe there's someone out there who has their eye on you. Whichever way it works. I feel like, it'd be easier for whoever it is that's crushing to go ahead and say, listen, I like you. Can we, look at possibly going out on a date, and see what happens. People can't know until you make your intentions known. And then, the other thing about, being able to be upfront about your feelings when you like someone, and let's just say they don't like you, um, I also look at it as that opportunity of at least I know where I stood with that person. So I can go on with my life and not have that what if. You know, what if I had spoken up? That's the other thing that sets me free from. So instead, I can already say, well, I already know because I let that person know and they didn't like me. Okay, fine. So instead of having that what if I was brave enough to tell that person I liked them? But I wasn't. I chickened out. So now I'm always going to think and wonder what could have been. Well, there won't be no more what could have been because you already know where you stand with that person. So that's the other thing that does bring forward. And then, and in your center, baby, this is the Chariot. This is all about desire. This is about confidence. This is about success, accomplishing. I feel like you will get through all that healing. You'll be able to find your center, find your boundaries, find where things went wrong, and hold yourself accountable to now become victorious in finding your Empress. And this person, I feel like, will be that person where you're going to have a great mutual love and respect and affection for. So I feel like that person's coming. They're right here. I know you said you moved, you relocated to find love. And I feel like that was the right move. I do feel that. And I feel like that person's not far from you now. It's just a matter of you redirecting your attention or maybe looking in a different direction than where you've been looking before. And maybe you'll finally see that person. I feel like they are coming into your energy though, or they've been in and out of your energy recently. Sure, Liddy. And the next one is the Lovers. Here it is right here. The Lovers. So I feel like you're going to have more than one opportunity of someone having an interest in you. I do get that. I feel like there's going to be multiple people who are going to have an interest in you. Because I feel like you're going to have a big energy shift where your energy is going to spark out more light and more love that's going to pull in that attraction. That's going to be like people, you know, maybe even the people you know, you've walked past and maybe they didn't see you before, but they suddenly see you because you have a different energy, a different aura about you that is calling to them. Like attracts like. And that's what I feel like this is what's going to happen. Because I get the Eight of Wands with this, which is all about a lot of action being taken towards you or you going towards others. And it's going to be a lot of action forward from you or another person or multiple people to where you might even feel overwhelmed because you're going to have so many people at your door, so to speak, or to choose from that it could be overwhelming, but in a good way. So, and don't get yourself locked up in your, you know, head and ego. Okay, stay humble. But I feel like there is a lot of passion, a lot of attraction here that's coming towards you with this Lover's card right here. And then in the outcome, I do get the Six of Pentacles. And the Six of Pentacles is telling me that person you're looking for that's out there, there's going to be an even give and take. Like, I feel like there will be an even give and take of mutual love, respect, understanding, um, appreciation, being able to value each other for what each other brings to the relationship and to the table. And it won't be so much one-sided because I feel like maybe in your past, maybe there was some relationships where it felt like you were giving more of yourself than you were receiving. So I feel like this is going to be the balance now. And I feel like this will be more of a mature relationship. The one you've been wanting, the one you've been looking for. And Spirit's even showing me that there's great hope here because here I get the Star card again. Hope for the future. Hope for this love. For this Six of Pentacles to come forward where you're going to have that equal give and take with someone who's going to want to give you as much as their heart, as much as their time, as much as their attention and interest and make an investment in this relationship just as much as you are going to want to do the same. It's going to be equal. And Spirit showing me there's a reason to hope. And this relationship is going to be stable and mature. Because I get the Four of Pentacles with this. So I feel like you will get a lot of what you put out. And I feel like it's going to be that one union That's going to be a long-term relationship, I feel, that's coming towards you. Because I do see attraction in your future too, baby. So again, Caleb, there's someone out there in your circle right now, I feel, who has an attraction to you. It's just a matter of now you paying attention. Or there's someone out there that you're attracted to, but maybe you're a little hesitant of approaching them. Take that shot. What do you have to lose? You know, a wise woman once told me, the answer will always be no until you ask. And that's true. To me, that's true about life in general. It's always going to be no until you ask or until you try. So why not ask? You know, if they say no, okay, that's the worst that can happen. But what if they say yes? Then you get that opportunity. And then you get the chance to find out. Maybe that's the one. Maybe that's the one you've been searching for. And maybe they've been looking for you. You just never know. So why not give it a shot and try? Because I have here, I pulled a few cards from a couple of my other oracles, but I wanted to pull this one first. Because we were talking about healing. So I was called to pull a card from my Healing Heart Oracle. And this is like a card that's a love letter from your higher self to yourself. So think of it even being like a love letter from the divine to you, to let you know where things stand with you right now. And the card I pulled for you, Caleb, is called Beautiful Heart. Open your wings and fly. And it says, Dear heart, I love to see you shine and express all your inner riches. Your beauty exudes warmth, kindness, and purity, and your connection to divinity is at its highest when you allow yourself to sparkle. Everyone is attracted to you and wants to be around you to taste the lusciousness of your wisdom. Your softness can feel like a supple pillow where others can land. Your voice exudes the sound of angels, and your caress can heal the deepest wounds. As you allow yourself to taste true love, your wings open to fly high, as well as be of comfort and support to all who need your affection and care. No more hiding, my beautiful, courageous, potent, tender heart. It is time for you to shimmer with all your colorful, creative, unique flair. So open your wings and your heart to love again. Because like this card right here, attraction, and this card talks all about attraction. People are going to be attracted to you. And I do feel that strongly. I can't make this up. This card just clarifies what this one came out. I can't make it up. So believe in yourself. Have hope in yourself. Know that you exude that confidence, that radiance, that sparkle, that light, that soft pillow, that soft place that people can fall and lean on. Be there. Be a best friend, you know, because some of the best relationships come from not just the foundation of two people being interested in each other and just starting a date. Think of the foundation of a friendship. If you can start out on a friendship level and build onto that, there's more stable ground there than there will be if you just start off and start dating without building that friendship first. And I feel like that's what you're meant to do right now. Is that right, Eric? Who you flirting with, baby? A little flirting doesn't hurt nobody. Liddy, look in the comments section, baby. There should be a pinned comment from me. My Venmo's right there. Alright, Caleb. Then I pulled from this other oracle, my other oracle deck. And this is the Wisdom of the Oracle. And the card I pulled for you is called Co-Create. And it says, you may not consider yourself a creative person, but in fact, you are creating your reality every moment of every day. via your thoughts, feelings, beliefs, intentions, and actions. Yet you must consider that you do so in partnership with spirit, consciousness, God, or whatever name you call your higher power. You are a spark of this intelligence that works through you, nudging you with inspired thought and intuitive guidance. You are a paintbrush that co creates a beautiful, unique expression of your own individuality, blended with universal spirit. You are a product of divine inspiration, and now you're aligned with it to create miracles. When you view your life as art and know you co-create, it co-created, only beauty and grace result. Prepare to be amazed. That's a general message, but I want to read you the relationship message too. The relationship message here is connections of the heart serve to inspire you, opening you up to new ideas you would never have come to on your own. You are looking in a mirror held up by this experience and seeing yourself in an unexpected way. Who is this extraordinary being looking back at you? You're going to be so happy that you kept your heart open. Your love is a unique work of art now, the very embodiment of beauty. Co-create, manifest. What does that love look like? What does that relationship look like is what this card is saying. Now you create it. Because even in your own soul and your aura and being, you have that beautiful light already. The magic is in your hands. Now create that love into reality. The person you're looking for, what is it? What are you wanting? What are you hoping to gain? What are you hoping to get out of this relationship? What are you willing to give? And what are you wanting to receive? You can create and manifest anything you want. And that's what this card's all about, is creating that. And then, Caleb, I pulled a few of these other oracle cards. Just to let you know that it's coming in for you. So, Caleb, Santa Monica, the first card I pulled for you is Love's Guidance. And it says, trust the guidance of your heart. In matters of love, your intuition knows the way, leading you to the relationships and experiences that are meant for your highest good. So here's the first one, Caleb. And know this. Know that you're being guided to this. That Spirit has this ready for you. Again, it's all about creating what it is you want, turning it into reality, and creating this attraction, that nudge, that love's guiding you towards, that Spirit is guiding you towards. And the next one is Love's Balance. And it says, maintain a balance of giving and receiving in your relationship. This equilibrium creates harmony and mutual fulfillment, strengthening your bond and deepening your love. And it's crazy that this card comes out because in your future and final outcome, this is what this card is. Six of Pentacles, which is all about giving and receiving and the equal balance of the two. So Spirit's reminding you, this is something you need to look for and focus your time and attention on when you're looking at creating that love, when you find that person that speaks to your heart and your soul. And the last one I have here is Soulmate Union. And this is the one that caught my eye. It says, you are united with your soulmate in a deep and loving connection. This union brings a sense of completeness, joy, and mutual support that enriches your life. So, you know, some people believe in twin flames. I'm not sold on it, to be honest, but I do believe in soulmates. And I do believe that right now that there is a connection you're making. And it may not be something you're aware of in the conscience in our physical world, but I feel like you've been tapping into it in your sleep. I feel like you've been doing a little bit of astral traveling, in fact. I feel like you have been with your soulmate and you've been in communication with them. And now it's a matter of now the universe bringing your soulmate forward. Now, is that soulmate where I'm seeing this and the Four of Pentacles with this attraction card? It's possible. Because I feel like this will be a long-term relationship, whoever this person is. But I feel like Spirit doesn't want to give away all of the surprises and details yet. I feel like it's meant for you to not know everything just yet. But I do feel like there is someone you're having great chemistry with. And Spirit's showing me like the time is now. It's the right time to start taking action, start putting yourself out there more. Look around, go to different places. Don't just get comfortable. Don't become complacent. Look at yourself being more spontaneous, being adventurous, going out there and doing different things you never thought of doing before. Because it's going to be one of those unexpected places you may find your soulmate. You may find your love that you've been waiting and looking for. But Spirit's showing me that next month looks promising for you. That you may end up finding them. You know, this person that I feel like you overlooked, that's one possible option, but there's others. So I feel like next month will be more promising for you. As the weather gets warmer and more people go spending time outdoors, I feel like you're going to find that person that you're meant to start a relationship with. Yeah, be positive, baby. I feel like, you know, you're going to find that person. Don't lose hope. Because Spirit's working on something in your favor is what I keep picking up. Don't feel like you made a mistake is what Spirit just said. Don't feel like you made a mistake relocating and getting away from your old place where you had, you know, your other connection, where you wanted to marry the girl. Now, you know, that's over. So I don't feel like you relocating was a mistake. I feel like that was part of it. Okay, Spirit. Okay. And I pulled you an angel card, Caleb. And this angel card is Michael. And it says clearing the way. This is a time of great change. Know that all of the roadblocks and challenges you have been facing are part of a great shift that is unfolding in your life. All aspects of your world that are not in alignment with your highest good are being cleared away so that you can stand in your truth once and for all. Trust in this unfolding. So trust that the divine is working in your favor to clear the way, for you to open up the door to new love, to happiness. Because I feel like someone wants to come in and offer a cup of love to you, which is why I keep saying there's someone in your energy now that has their eye on you. This is the time to look for that love, to either you present yourself to a person you've been, you know, considering asking out or have a crush on, or them coming towards you. And then you just kind of like get an epiphany like, oh, wow, that person has an interest in me. Maybe it's time for me to step up to the plate and ask them out. But this is where you're going to find your 10 of Cups. This is your happily ever after. And that's what Spirit's showing me. So I feel like it's a matter of you being positive, getting through that healing process, getting over, you know, any hurdles that maybe you're still experiencing, to really open up your heart and your mind to new love coming through and coming towards you. But it's there for you, baby. That explains a lot. Did it explain a lot? I hope it did. 'Cause that's what I have for you, baby. I hope this reading's resonated for you, Caleb. I hope it helped to answer those burning questions you've had. And I hope it's helped to put away any doubts, fears, worries, concerns. And I hope it's been uplifting for you too, to give you the positive nudge you need to keep going forward, to search for your happily ever after, and to keep looking ahead and let go of the past. And I just want to say thank you so much for trusting me to read for you tonight. It's been an honor, baby. You're welcome, baby. Oh, I missed you too, baby. Liddy, was that you, baby? I saw 20. I didn't know if you knew this, baby, but my readings are $30 now. Oh, thank you, Caleb. I'm wishing you nothing but the best, baby. And I want to know who this love is. I want you to come back and tell me when you do meet her. Because I feel like she's going to be a little spicy, too. Jinx. I hope they do. Thank you, James. I feel like it's going to be worth the wait, though. I feel like it will be a great experience. I get goosebumps in a good way. So that tells me it's going to be very positive. I think this girl's going to knock your socks off, baby, is what I pick up. See, I'm such a sucker for love. I'm the worst sucker for love. I always want to hear a good love story. I always want to see everybody find their forever love. Yeah, exactly. I want a wedding invitation. That's right, Sunny Lynn. I want an invitation to the wedding. Make sure I get one, Caleb. Alright, baby. Put this up. Liddy, did you hear me, baby? Did you hear me, babes? Wow, Eric, that's crazy. You can't make that up, baby. That just says it's meant to be, Eric. Okay. Alright, I saw someone else. Someone else sent me something before you, Liddy. Let me look at this real quick. Oh. So Cupid pointed his arrow to you, Scott? Is that what I'm hearing, baby? I don't know, baby. You're asking me about somebody. So you met someone, apparently, that has you considering. You must like her. I thought you loved me, Scott. Wait a minute. Okay. Let's see, baby. Alright. Y'all got love on the brain. I'm trying to run away from love and y'all are running towards it. What's wrong here? Okay. What I want to see first, Spirit. Oops. Where'd that come from? Secret lovers. Hi, South Africa. Secret lovers. Ooh. All right. My dating site, is that what it is? Y'all were funny. All right. Let's see. Spirit. Oops. What card did you turn over or not? Stacy likes God. Spirit. I'm getting a yes for you, Scott. So let's see. I want to do this one tarot spread then. Where is it? That's all one spirit. Okay. Let's see. For you, Scott. Okay. Ooh. All right, Spirit. Wow. Damn, baby, what burdens are you carrying still? Scott, what you got going on, baby? One, two, three. Present. Future. Hmm. Hmm. Well, I feel like there's desire here, Scott. But I'm not getting it's gonna be a good, solid one for you, baby, to be honest. I hate that. I'm not reading it's gonna be, your forever partner. It looks good in the present, but the future doesn't look good. I think you'll probably end up getting your heart broken, Scott. I don't think, I don't think she's the one. But, let me see. Spirit, show me. Let me Spirit. I feel more like karmic. That's what I'm picking up. Yeah. Mm. Man. Damn. Mm. Y'all are funny. Hey, so, hi to everyone else who came in the room. Alright, Scott. Let me see. Spirit, show me. Spirit has someone better for you, Scott. I'm getting. But it doesn't mean that this possibility of this love relationship, it doesn't mean it's not supposed to happen, baby. For the long term, I don't see a good outcome for it. For the short term, I feel like it would be a karmic lesson. Like there's something you're supposed to learn from the experience. This is what I keep picking up. I feel like, yeah, she does probably have an interest in you. And the cards confirm that, but there's like a hole in the whole layout of, will this make it to your Ten of Cups, and I'm not picking that up, unfortunately. But I want to pull from one more deck before I say that for sure. Yeah, I feel it too, Bob. I'm surprised it hasn't been asked yet, but I'm sure it will be coming. Everybody always has their curiosity about me. Alright. Spirit, can I get a few cards for Scott, please? Show me. Okay, baby. Spirit, show me. Spirit, show me. Past. Show me, Spirit. You're not talking to me at all. What? Come on. Damn, I don't know why I'm getting so emotional, Scott. Like, what is this, baby? Has somebody just hurt you that bad in the past? Like, I get the energy, I want to cry right now, Scott. Does that make any sense to you? Right, and I do feel like it is the past, but for whatever reason, Spirit's bringing it on to me very strongly. Like, this is part of the hiccup in your love connection, and you finding that one love, like, you still got some healing, I feel. You got to get through first to get to the other side of this, because I want to cry right now, Scott. Like, I really want to genuinely cry. Like, I feel it in my heart space, like, it hurts. Like back when I've had my heart broken, or I've been let down, or I've been disappointed deeply by someone I cared about who I thought would be there for me, but they put me last. And that kind of energy is what I'm picking up, baby. I know you had dreams with someone. You were going to build something with them, I feel. And it didn't come to be, and I think that's probably what got you from that past relationship. I just, I don't know why this energy is coming on so strongly. I'm picking it up. I feel like there's still something you need to let go of. And that's what I feel. I feel like she's going to be a lesson. There's a lesson to be learned. And I hate describing a relationship that way, but that's how I'm picking this up. I don't feel like this is the long-term one. Do I feel like she has a crush on you or has a romantic interest in you? Yeah. Do I feel like it's the long-term, forever, happily ever after? No, I don't pick that up at all. I feel like it's going to be a hard, I feel like it's probably going to hurt, though, when it does come to an end. Crap. Let me see. Man, this sucks. Alright, baby. Like I said, I feel like she does have an interest in you. And I even see, like, where there's this innocence with y'all. Because here's the Fool card right here, which is having a leap of faith. So, and this is recent past. And even the possibility of y'all's, like, friendship right now in this Two of Cups energy. And seeing each other and you actually seeing her as this Queen of Pentacles, this loving, nurturing person that you see a side of yourself in, that you can connect with and relate to. This is the past energy I'm seeing. The present energy shows me there's an opportunity for love here, for this connection with this Ace of Cups. And it's being followed with the Wheel of Fortune. And, you know, so this is, you know, love's on your side pretty much is what I'm being shown. And this is you taking that chance, having that romantic desire to want to pursue something with her is what I'm picking up. And I do feel like it's mutual. I feel like she does have a mutual interest in you. It might be a little scary for her at first, I feel, as I get the High Priestess card. But I know there seems to be a big balance here with the Six of Pentacles, where it'd be an even give and take. But I feel like there's going to be a lot of passion with this Ace of Wands from her, where there might be a little bit too much passion, where I feel, even though I feel like it would be an even give and take where she feels, I feel like there might be one side that's not balanced here with this Ace of Wands. I feel like there would be like too much attraction, affection. I get the energy of someone who could be very clingy, needy-like, that might want to smother you, which can create an imbalance and create a toxic relationship. Even though I don't have the Devil card out here, I kind of get a little bit of that Devil energy. And then when I pulled from my Angels romance, I got codependency. So this worries me, and this is in the future, okay? Because the future is showing me, if I were to take the future into account right here, betrayal, heartbreak, secrets, betrayal, cheating, heartbreak, that kind of energy. And this is you, you know, trying to give it a chance, still want it to be that knight in shining armor. But then here it is the Three of Swords. And that, like, three-party relationship, I feel like that's how it could possibly turn out too. Or you're going to be in a severe heartbreak from this Ten of Swords, to where I feel like you might recover from it, the relationship might recover, and it could bounce back. And this is you willing to give it a second chance with this Prince of Wands. But the Three of Swords tells me you're going to get hurt again. So like I said, baby, I feel like this is a karmic. I feel like it could work, sure. The energy could change, but right now I'm reading it as a karmic. I'm not reading it as soulmate, twin flame-like energy. And it's not to say anyone's a bad person, okay? Because, you know me, I don't think that way. But I feel like this relationship overall is going to come with a lot of burdens, a lot of hurts, is what Spirit just said. So you might want to consider that. Like, I mean, I would... Before I would take action towards her, I would get to know her. I feel like you need to get to know her a little more before pursuing her that way. Because I feel like there's something there with her that you may not be aware of just yet, that she might reveal to you down the road, that's going to make you reconsider the interest in her and wanting to pursue her and have some type of romantic relationship with her. And again, I'm not saying she's a bad person. I'm just picking up there's something else there that makes me feel hesitant. That makes me feel why you're going to end up at some point in this energy where you're going to have your heart crushed, where it's going to come to a bad ending. And this is in the future. And that codependency. This is also in the future. This is what I'm picking up. So like normal. Scott, what does that mean, baby? So like normal. You telling me you keep getting your heart broken, baby? Come on now. All these ladies keep breaking your heart. I mean, Spirit's showing me you're going to come to a point where you're going to have to make a decision about this relationship. Because Spirit's even confirming it with this fork in the road. I can't make this up, Scott. I'm just telling you, baby. Okay? This is what I pulled from the wisdom of the oracle. And this is the fork in the road. And it says, you've reached a moment of truth in the evolution of your relationship. Which will you choose? To open up to the possibility of love or to remain isolated? To go deeper and commit to mutual passion or to walk away? This is a time to take responsibility for your truest desire and follow it. Be honest with yourself about what you're willing to do, invest, and give. Then choose. You cannot make a wrong choice. If you move forward with the relationship, know that it will be based in truth and authenticity. You will have made a conscious decision rather than simply hanging on because you don't want to be alone, or ending things because you're afraid of the intensity of genuine connection. All roads lead to the lessons you must learn in your relationships. Regardless of the decision you make, it will place you on the path to a truer experience of the heart. I can't make it up. Like I said, no matter which choice you make, there's a lesson in it that I feel like you still must learn in order to grow you to be a better person, a better partner overall, so you can have your forever happily ever after. I just don't feel like this one is it just yet. I feel like Spirit's holding out on you, baby. I feel like there's something else that needs to happen and take place first. So, like normal. What am I going to do with you, Scott? Come on now, baby. I know you want to believe in love like the rest of us. You know, and this is weird, Scott, because I get soulmate healing here. I don't, even though, like I said, I don't feel like this is a soulmate, but I feel like this is someone you're meant to be around, get to know, however deep level you allow them into your life. That's going to help you to have more healing, to allow you to heal from things from the past that maybe you haven't recognized or you have forgotten about. So they're going to bring some of these things up to the table for you to kind of work through and focus on. And I feel like that's part of this karmic lesson. There's still things here from the past that you have left in the past, which I'm not, coming down on you for that, because you hear me, I always say leave the past in the past. But there's a hurt here, there's a wound that hasn't healed yet. So I feel like this person's supposed to come in and be that healing for you for now. And this card says, your soulmate connection brings healing and wholeness. This loving bond transforms past pain into present joy, creating a sense of peace and fulfillment. So I feel like that she could even bring this towards you. Even if it's only, let's just say you don't pursue her in a romantic way because of what, the energy is showing me right now. But just having her in your life as a friend, I still feel like she can still be very beneficial to helping you get through this healing, get through this cycle, get through this phase, so you can pursue other avenues and other love interests to be better and be ready to where you have grown, you've ascended more, you've evolved, you have grown more as a person, and that maturity just keeps getting better and better. There's more stability and a foundation there. So I feel like they're at least meant to be in your life to help you heal. If anything else, baby, I feel like she's meant to be around you to help you heal, to face something from your past. That's what I'm picking up here. And there's nothing wrong with that, baby. There's nothing wrong with, having that one person or two people that come in and they're just a lesson. Yeah, it's a painful lesson. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's not, because God knows I've had my experience with it, but nonetheless, a lesson that you can grow from, and that's what I'm picking up. And I understand that too, baby. But you get the same feeling I do. Okay, so I'm confirming what you already know. Then I would keep her in your life, baby. If you can have her as a friend, I think she would be very beneficial to your life as a friend. I feel like she will fulfill a lot of those other attributes that a friendship bond can have without crossing that boundary. But as the one, yeah, I'm not getting that, baby. Um, I do feel like there's some dreams there for you, in your future, that the person you're looking for, they're gonna have a lot of the same dreams in common with you, because this is in your future, shared dreams. So this can be anyone though, baby. I'm not saying this is with her. I'm saying this could be anyone. And this card says, your dreams and aspirations are aligned with your partners. Together, you can achieve great things by supporting each other's goals and working towards a shared future. And I feel like that person will be. All those dreams, desires you want, I feel like that person who's going to come into your life is going to have the same wants and desires that you have, where you're going to be more on the same page. And you're going to want to achieve them together, where I feel like you'll have a better suited partner who's going to work well with your energy and want to pursue the same things you want to pursue in life. So keep your heart open, keep your eyes open. Don't close your heart off to love or even the chance of experiencing it, even if it's just for a little while. But I don't feel like this is long-term, baby. And then the angel card I pulled for you is Sky Beings. See from a higher perspective. You are being guided to take a higher perspective. Do not allow yourself to be limited by what you do not see or understand. Do not allow your current experience to disrupt you from being the force of light you were born to be. Be open to seeing things differently and with consideration. For by being willing to shift your perspective, you allow angels to bring divine order to your life. Wow, that's deep. And I know I've read this many times, but this has just hit me in a different way. So just be open and understanding. Don't allow, things that are going on currently to disrupt that energy, because you're meant to be that bright light and to shine into other people's lives. Like, I feel like this whole shared dreams, this, soul connection healing, I feel like you're supposed to shine your light into her life just as much as she's meant to shine her light into your life right now. And for y'all to reflect off of each other for a little while. Like I said, I don't feel like it's meant to be a romantic, but a friendship, I do pick that up. That it's part of your journey, it's part of your experience, it's part of your evolution, you evolving, you ascending, and going on to the next phase of your life. I hope this makes sense, baby. And that's what I have for you, Scott. I hope this reading has resonated with you, baby. I hope it's helped to answer those questions you've had. And that it helps you on your path, baby. I hope that it's, put away any fears or doubts you've had, your concerns. And I hope it's a help to encourage you to see your path forward, wherever that path takes you. Whatever you choose, baby, just trust your discernment. It's all about you, what you want, and what you foresee happening. And be guided by that, because you are that bright light that many of us are looking for. And don't forget that either. You have a love that's meant to be shared with the world. And Spirit wants you to share it. And I think part of it is going through this part of it. And I just saw a purple blue orb over here. Like it came out of the corner of my eye. Like it was right here. And it was beautiful. That's my confirmation, baby. So I want to say thank you so much again for trusting me to read for you. God bless you too, baby. Anytime. You know me, I'm here. All right, lady. Baby, give me a minute. I gotta run to the ladies' room again because my bladder is screaming at me. And then I'll be back to do your reading. What do you mean, baby? A potential maybe or just no? Hi, Mitch. Morning to you too, baby. You're looking for her, ask spirit for her number. You're so funny. I just don't feel it's that forever love. I'm not picking up the energy that it's the forever love. I feel like it's a karmic. I don't feel it's a soulmate. I don't feel like it's meant to be forever. Now, here's the thing. I want y'all to know, and many people don't talk about this, but, you know, I'll bring it up quickly. You know, there's such thing as soul tribe, like your soul family, which doesn't have to be romantic. It could be friends, family, and your soulmate, your romantic partner you came here to be with, right? And the same thing that comes with when you incarnate into this life. Before you came here, before you incarnated, you made an agreement with divine of certain things, certain lessons you were going to go through, the things you needed to learn. And in doing so, you make certain contracts saying, oh, well, I'm coming to Earth to learn how to be more compassionate when it comes to people who are in, we'll just say, physically abusive relationships. And you just happen to end up with someone who you incarnated with who end up being physically abusive. We'll just say, for example, for you to get that compassion, even though you are with them for a little while, but you're meant to separate. And then you're supposed to go on and say, be a counselor to help those people who've experienced domestic violence. We'll just say, just an example, right? You can still break your contract. You can talk to the divine and say, listen, I don't want this contract. Cut the cords. Release me. I want a new contract, please. I want to pursue a relationship. Is there a way you can bring it together to make it work for me? But you have to tell them what you want. And you have to really believe in that. And it's something you're going to have to do some type of meditation, which there's different types, to talk to your spirit guides and tell them, this is what you want. Okay? I want to break this contract. I want to be broken free from this. I want something more. This is what I want. Can you now give it to me? Can we make and negotiate a new contract? And that's what all you have to do. And I know Miss Diane can probably say more about it than I can. So you can break free from that contract though. Just so y'all know. Diane is very fast. No, I'm glad you love learning from me, baby. Okay, I'm gonna run to the ladies' room, y'all. I'll be back. That can't be the same, KB, and if it is, KB, you need to take yourself to bed, because you don't want the other side of me right now. Well, I guess I'm not allowed to go use the ladies' room, go get something to eat. Yeah, I'm supposed to be here to serve you, KB. Let's get something straight, KB. If this is you, let me tell you something. Okay, you might be here, but you're only here. Have you contributed anything to my presence being here? I think not. Don't mess with me. You don't want that side of me. Especially right now with all the pain that's in my heart. You don't want that side of me. So I suggest you back up and you take your happy behind to bed before it gets ugly. Alright, baby. I got the other part of it. Okay, Liddy. Go on, baby. I'll be here. I'm patient. Hey, Billy. Thank you, Dean. Thank you, DM. Appreciate you, baby. Well, if you got anything more to say, if he has to be hidden, I have no problem with that, because I'm not going to tolerate that nonsense and disrespect. And yes, I saw it and I read it. He's not entitled to my energy. And hey, Buttercup. Welcome back, Liddy. Alright, baby. Yes, God, I'm fine, baby. I just had a sweet tooth real quickly. Get some extra sugar in my body. Keep me going. I feel alright. At least I've been able to focus on y'all instead of focusing on my grief. So it's helped. How y'all doing? It's about to get deep. Alright, baby. Well, what's your question, lady? Or do you want me just to do a general on you, sweetheart? Because if it's going to get deep, you better bring your shovel, baby. Savage, don't even start in here. You're in the wrong stream. Ain't nobody coming here and preaching nothing about no religion. That's disrespectful and rude. Yeah, you wish my heart was black. I got nothing but love in my heart. So what's it gonna be, lady? It's about to get deep. What wasn't a bad message, lady? Hey, I can get as deep as y'all want me to get. Ooh, we got the lovers at the bottom. Well, you know what, Terry? If I'm gonna burn, guess what? I'm going out in a, a blaze of glory is all I can tell you. Whoever was Jesse Morales, am I mean? Why don't you ask my subscribers in here if I'm mean? They'll tell you. Am I mean, beautiful people? I just want to know. You know, I can get fiery in here. I hope you're ready for the fireworks. I hope you buckled in. Because this road can get a little, choppy. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's so sweet. There you go. Boundaries, yep. Diane knows. I'm the sweet mermaid to the people who are nice and polite, but I'm the shark to the disrespectful, rude ones. Yeah, that's about right. No, they don't understand, lady. Alright, baby, I'm doing a general on you. For clarification, lady, do you want a general reading or do you have a question, honey? That's absolutely true, Sunnyland. We're all nice till we're not. Oh, I have no doubt it is a bot. I just got a sudden chill. Alright, Spirit. Amen, Sunnyland. That's exactly it right there. Someone's in an illusion. Someone's in denial. What else, Spirit? I don't know why this little girl's talking to me. Amen, Diane. And then break the veil. Okay. You want to know about your spiritual path, is what I'm taking it as. Let's see. Let me put this on real quick. Since I just got a chill. Yeah, I think this is going to get a little deep for you, Liddy. If Spirit's making me cold, it's fixing to get deep. How deep is your soul? Alright, I'm going to put this up. I need to pull out that other deck that I had. Alright, Spirit, stop. Well, okay. Which deck, Spirit? This one out. Let's see. Let's go behind the veil, Liddy. Spirit. I want to do something. I want to tap into your psychic gifts, Liddy. I don't know. I think he meant Liddy. Mitch meant Liddy. Okay. This here. Well, one pick is missing. Make it fine though. Man, if I didn't know better, I would have thought I'm missing a few decks. It must be over here. Go figure. Y'all should see this hole in my floor. This is so ridiculous. That's funny, Mitch. Why? Because of the way I say it? With my accent, baby. Y'all want to see this hole in my floor? This is ridiculous. Let me show y'all real quick. Remember I keep telling y'all, there's a hole in my floor, you know, because I had this house built, right? So I've been here 11 months. This is the hole in my floor. Right here where I'm sitting. Right there. And you can see where it's breaking apart. This is the LVP flooring that I paid extra for. And it's already tearing up. I cannot believe this damn hole in my freaking floor. And it's like, now I'm going to have to go through and have them come in here and fix this. And I don't even know what's going to happen then, because I don't know where I'm going to stream from. I know that hole shouldn't be there. And it shouldn't be happening like that. I mean, at less than a year old, that's ridiculous. So, this is what my chair keeps running over. Yeah, there's a warranty. I have a year warranty on this house, which I have to make a list of all the stuff that has to be replaced. I have till like towards the end of next month. That's when the warranty will run out, because it's a year from the day I closed on the house, which was the middle of May. End of May. So I have about a month. But yeah, that's one of the things, and it's like, I don't understand. And I was told by my neighbors that their floor is all coming apart too. So it's not just my house. It's these other houses that have been built too. The only difference is my house is I had it modified. Like this flooring, I paid extra for. If I had went with the builder's, you know, standard, it would have been like brown flooring. And I didn't like that. So I wanted it to match my granite countertops that I also paid extra for. So it's just crazy. But yeah, that's what I've been running over, and I keep getting stuck in that one spot. where my chair is, and where the wheels go over. It is poor workmanship, Bob. That builder was so cheap about building this house. It's crazy. Of course, I didn't realize that because my own realtor thought that his workmanship was good, and there was reason to believe it was because we did go to that one house and checked it out, and she said that whenever she had any problems, that if she called them, they would be right over to fix it. But here's the other thing, like my backyard, it's like a slope. It goes this way, okay? It's flat to a certain point, but then it starts going down, and it's not leveled. And I asked them to bring me more dirt to level it out and to bring me more sod. They promised me they would do that. They still haven't done it. Hi, Spirit Brothers. How you doing, baby? Oh, I love you too, Lady. Alright. So let's see. Let me put this up real quick. Alright, Spirit. Show me for later. Show me. You're an empath, Lady? Oh, look at this. Wow. I should be scared of you, baby. Let's see. Well. Not funny. Hi, Jessica. And Spirit Brothers, I'm happy to see you, baby. I figured you've been busy. But I'm happy you're here. Well, I can't believe it's already 4 in the morning. Doesn't feel like it. Alright, baby. Alright, Spirit, show me. What are you focusing on? Yeah, this is true, Diane. Where all the idiots come in here and act like a fool. What's the thing? Wow. Okay, well, thank you. Damn, baby, you feel like you're carrying a lot of weight? Are you feeling burnout from something? What's burdening you? Spirit, show me. Someone's let you down. Why do I get a sense of some type of heartbreak here with you? That is too funny, Spirit Brothers. Well, Diane, I appreciate you being here, sweetheart. I love you for it. Well, you got a new opportunity coming. What else coming towards? Living Spirit. If you feel like you're being weighed down or burdened by something, I feel like something's going to change for you, baby. There's going to be a new opportunity, but you're going to have to be open-minded to it. You may need to take some time to take a chill pill, though. Well, Spirit. You need to take some time to relax. Go deep into meditation, too. But you're going to be successful. Whatever it is you're working towards, baby, it's going to be successful. I just feel like you got to get out of your way and drop whatever burdens or things that you're carrying that you feel like are holding you back, including being let down or disappointed by others. You got to let that go, baby, because that's part of the heavy burden you're carrying around right now, and it's not helping you. And because you're not as focused and connected as you could be, you're going to miss an opportunity coming your way. I feel like one's been presented to you, but actually more than one. But because you were so focused on one thing, instead of looking around you, you missed all the other possibilities that were showing up for you, is what I'm picking up. A deep general with a bit of love on your mind. All right, baby. Well, I'll pull you general, and then I'll pull some love cards, too. I just want to see what's going to come out in this. Everybody got love on the brain, except for me. I'm running from love. I love y'all. All right, Liddy. Let's see. What's possible outcome, Spirit? Well, Something's gonna have to end, baby, before a new beginning can come in. So what have you had your mind occupied on, lady? I don't know why. The Spirit's telling me to pull this for you. Don't know why. The Spirit wants me to pull this for you. So I'm going to trust it. Okay. I feel like you've been encapsulated by someone, baby. I just feel like that relationship wasn't the one. I feel like it's kind of thrown you off track. And along with it, you're carrying around some other burdens. That's creating some blockages for you too in your energy. Show me already. Uh-oh. Alright, Spirit. Future. Already. Oh, damn. Alright, Spirit. One more. Yeah, baby. I feel like you were deceived by someone. Damn. This is that time for healing, lady. You gotta let this person go. And you gotta lean on your friends, baby, to help you through this healing, I feel. Whoever this person is you were involved with, I don't feel like they had the same positive, good intentions towards you in the relationship to build with you as you did with them. But again, I feel like this is like a protection from the divine too. Because there's someone else out there who's meant to be with you, not this person, whoever this is about. Spirit's got someone else in mind. There was some trickery in this, I feel. Let me see. I'm going to clarify this, but I want to put this first. No. Let me put this away. What is it about people in love today? It seems like there's so much more deception out there. Like people aren't genuinely looking for love. Or it's like a, I don't know, it's a superficial love. I can't explain it. It's just not genuine. It's not the deep love that I watched my parents and my grandparents have. And it kind of just throws me anymore. I don't understand it. Well, I appreciate it, Lee. And give me full access to your energy, baby. I feel like this is going to get deep. I'm going to have to pull some other oracle cards for you, too. Alright, Spirit, help me clarify this first. Yeah, Diane, that's very true, too. And I get that. I get a lot of people didn't see that solid, stable relationship to understand what it's supposed to look like and what it means. But I don't know. It's just everybody has a different mentality. The younger people have a different mentality from what I grew up watching and experiencing. Yeah, I agree with that too, Scott. We have been. Yeah, you're right about that too, Spirit Brothers. Yeah, exactly it, Bob. And that's how I feel about it. Like, people don't want to put in the extra effort to make something work. Or to at least go through and give it a shot. Until it's like there's nothing left you can do or give it, then it's time to let go. But I don't know, I feel like people give up too easily anymore. That's what I've seen to find a lot. And I feel like a lot of it has to do with the way technology has shaped our society too. And that's played a huge role in it, where people have so much access that we didn't have back 25 plus years ago. Okay. And you know what I think the other part of it is? I feel like when people get into fights, arguments with their significant other, and because maybe they're still working out their issues, instead of investing their time and energy in trying to work out their problems with their significant other, they end up turning to social media. They get on the internet and they look for someone who's willing to give them what they're hoping or looking for in their significant other, they're looking for in someone else. Like, everybody has multiple choice, is what it feels like to me. So, everything's gravy when the relationship with your significant other, everything's going well. But the moment there's problems, everybody's like, oh, well, screw you. You know, I can go on the internet and talk to so-and-so or meet that person and that person. And that's what I feel like a lot of it is. And I don't understand that. I mean, I don't know. I want that deep, true love. That one person that wants me and only me. Who isn't going to go out there and be looking around for someone else in case we start having problems. They're going to want to put the time and energy and effort into the relationship they were building with me. Not look elsewhere. You know, just to stroke their ego, I feel is what it is. Many times. So, that's what I don't understand. You know. You know. I've even had, you know, some of that happen in my relationships. And it's like, what the heck are you doing? There's exactly that too, Bob. They do. Alright, Spirit. Let me clarify. But then I think that a lot of it gets twisted because you got different definitions that people have. I mean, you know, when you talk about someone flirting, for an example, let's just say you're out with a group of friends with your significant other and y'all are friends with this group. And let's just say that, you know, the guys here, let's just say you and I are dating, right? And let's just say that I'm over there talking to one of the guys in the group, you know, that we're out, you know, we're all friends with, right? And just by us simply talking and sharing a few laughs, to you possibly, you're looking at that like I'm flirting with him. Like I want to go home with him type energy. When we're just enjoying our friendship, sharing a few laughs. But to others, no, you're flirting. What? No. But that's how a lot of people would see it as. Or even just to turn your head and look at another attractive person that walks by. You're cheating on them. Like, what? Did that person touch them? Did they kiss? So there's all these different definitions. Way to go, Amanda. Half the deck just went flying everywhere. But there's all these different definitions that people have. So it's like you have to know per person, what does flirting mean to you? What does cheating mean to you? Because cheating for me means you cross the line by touching that person in a way that you should have never touched them, that you should only touch your significant other. Okay? Just talking to them is not cheating. Flirting with them is not cheating to me. Looking at them and giving them a compliment is not cheating to me. But you touch them in a way you should only be touching me, then we got a problem. You see? But a lot of other people would be like, no, they don't agree that way. Well, that's what makes us different. I'm a different being. You know? So that's just an example, though. And I just think it gets lost in translation sometimes, where people don't sit down and have those conversations to ask, well, what does this mean? If I were to throw this word out, what does this mean to you? And give me an example to where you need like clarification. So, and then, you know, you do something that's something your significant other doesn't like. Like they think you just cheated on them. And you're like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? I'm not cheating. You know, but to them, you're cheating just simply by having a conversation with someone. It's like, are you crazy? I agree. Kissing is cheating. That's you touching someone you shouldn't be touching. That you should only be kissing your significant other. I agree with that. That's what I mean. Physical touch in that way. Where you're kissing them and you're stroking them, you know, in a way that your significant other should only be touching your body. That kind of, yeah, so. Exactly, spirit brothers, and that's how I see it too. But a lot of other people don't see it that way. And that's what blows my effing mind. I'm just like, what? You know, like the whole thing. You're not supposed to have friends of the opposite sex if you're in a relationship with someone. What? Like, let's see. I had all these friends before you. Oh, and if I go to work, if I was to work outside the home, guess what? I'm gonna have guys there I'm gonna come in contact with. Oh, but I guess you're gonna accuse me of cheating with all of them just simply by me having a conversation with them because we work together. Like, come on. Like, make that make sense to me. And it doesn't. But that's what a lot of the people out there think. Or then you get this whole, what is it? What do you call it? Simping. Like, what? Okay, just because a guy chooses to be a gentleman with the, you know, the ladies and treat them with love and respect, whether that's in a romantic love or a friendship or even family love, like, just because they're being courteous and polite and were raised right to treat a woman that way, all these other guys out here are like, no, you're simping. Get out of here. You know, no, that's how you're supposed to treat a woman. Not go over here and act a fool and call them all kinds of names like, you know, the B word, you know, call them a hoe, slut, whatever it is they do. And they're like, oh, that's just how we talk. No, 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 no. Don't talk to me that way. You surely ain't going to talk about me like that behind my back either. It's just, I don't understand. Exactly, spirit brothers. They do. They get jealous too quickly and it throws me off. And I'm just like, huh? I'm not a jealous person. So it's hard for me to understand when someone else gets jealous or they act that way. And it's like, wait a minute, what did I do? Simply by giving someone a compliment, by talking to them, by, you know, complimenting their picture. Like, you act like I'm going over to their house right now and we're going to go run around in the hay. Like, come on. And I don't get that. Yeah, I hear you, Scott. Why are you running? Who's running, Liddy? Well, see, off-grid, I don't think giving a friend a hug is cheating. I don't feel like that's crossing the line. Because me, I hug everybody. That's part of how I show my affection to people. And I don't just hug, I give a bear hug. So that's not cheating to me, but that's what I mean. There will be other people like yourself, no offense to you, baby, I'm just saying, who would say I was just cheating because I simply gave a friend of mine a hug. That's not cheating to me. You know, that's just me showing my care for them, that I'm happy to see them, you know, kind of thing. So now, if I was over there, like, just embracing them, like, holding on to them and, you know, in a way that you would only do with your significant other, that's different. But, you know, simply giving someone a quick bear hug, that's not cheating to me. Amen. Amen, Michael. I agree with you, baby. That's what I mean. I love to hug people. I hug my friends and my family the same way. Nothing's different. So, but it's just, there's just so much varieties out there now. Because people think I'm crazy, but I'm like that type of woman that you got a female friend, you want to go hang out with your female friend? Have fun. See you later. No big deal to me. I don't get jealous. I don't get insecure. If I'm secure in my relationship with you, there's no reason for me to act a fool, you can say. Or act jealous like, I'm going to lose you kind of thing. You know, and some people would say, well, a little bit of jealousy is healthy because it shows that you're afraid to lose that person. Yeah, I disagree. Okay. No, it's toxic energy. You know what's going to tell me that that person's afraid of losing me? By their actions towards me and the investment they make in the relationship. Not them going and acting a fool with someone else just to get my attention. No, no, no. See, I'm a different breed. Exactly, spirit brothers. I agree, baby. They do get insecure. So it always throws me. And that's true too, DM. And thank you, DM. That's sweet of you, baby. I think you are too. And off grid, oh, baby, like I said, I'm not getting on to you. I just can't understand it from your perspective. Because I guess I have control of my heart, Me hugging a guy friend. I put it to you like this, off grid. I've been shooting pool pretty much since I was 10 years old. I started competing semi-professionally when I was about 19 years old. And I come to know a lot of guys in that world. Same thing with bowling, but I've been bowling since I was in diapers. And me just being around them all these years, people would sit there and look at us hanging out and us having a conversation and laughing it up and think I'm flirting and there's something going on with us. But yet, I've been friends with them all these years, and there's been plenty of opportunity for me to go out on a date with them. And I understand there's a few of them who've had that interest in me. I won't deny that. But they understood that I wasn't interested. I can still walk up to them and give them a hug, and that be it. And they know the boundary because they understand where I stand. So you go over, I'm 44 years old. So that's what, 20 something years of friendship with guys that I've known that long. So you can't get paranoid, insecure, and jealous with what I do because I'm doing something that I love, that I have a great love and passion for. And it's not my fault that it seems to be a predominantly male sport, but that's the world I grew up in, I live in. So it's that touchy thing that I don't know. I can't get over when people want to act jealous and, throw stones and be like, oh, well, you're cheating on me with them, or, you're flirting with that. It's like, huh? I can't. But you got to understand, I watched my parents too growing up. And my parents, talk about head over heels in love with each other. They very much were. And there was a trust there, a solid foundation of trust. They truly trusted each other. And my mama would go up to the bowling alley during the day when my daddy was working and have lunch with one of her guy friends who she bowled with. My daddy didn't have a problem with it. He knew if they were just friends. He knew there was nothing else going on between them. That's what I grew up watching. And my daddy, I know, would also go to the gentleman's club. We'll just call it to, the exotic dancer club, the shoe show is what I call it. My mama would go through and give my daddy money to go to the strip club and to give to the ladies and get by his lap dances. My mama did not get upset. She encouraged it. And she even said she knew it didn't matter what happened because he was still coming home to her. So you see, I grew up with a different mentality and a different way of looking at relationships in that way. Where there was a lot of trust and having friends of the opposite sex was more than allowed. It was more than okay. There was nothing wrong with it. And you could see my mama would hug her guy friends, and she would say goodbye to them that way. She would greet them the same way. My daddy, you know, I know he was up there, you know, having a good old time, even though I didn't watch it, but, you know, my daddy was still crazy in love with my mama. So that's a difference, you know, maybe that's why it's different for me, because of what I grew up watching and understanding, and, you know, what my parents taught me. So most people wouldn't understand that, though. They wouldn't understand it from my perspective, and I get that, too. I really, really do. But that's the way it was. Exactly, Bob. I like to know that, too. Your wife is an excellent bowler? That's cool, off-grid. I bowl, too, baby. My, bowling is in my DNA. My dad was considered a local pro bowler when I was growing up. And my mama was even a better bowler. So much so that she got asked to join the World Pro Tour. But she turned it down because she was already married with 4 kids by that point. So I grew up in the bowling alley in that scene. Alright. Well, dang. Liddy, what is this, baby? These ones. Spirit. That one almost came out. Okay, Spirit. Oh, I picked up the wrong deck. But I must admit, I must have was supposed to pick up this deck. Where's the other one? Okay. Spirit. Oh my goodness. Spirit. Clarify. Hey, DM, you got it, baby. You know, I said that maybe when I start the memberships, I would allow my members to go with me when I do pick up my bowling ball and my pool cue again. Bowling, though, I gotta tell you, I'd probably have to take 4 days off because I'm gonna be sore when I first pick up that bowling ball, to where I ain't gonna be able to sit here for a couple days. I can promise y'all that. My muscles be too sore, but by the 2nd or 3rd time, my body should feel better. So, because I do gotta test out my arm still. You would have bad luck. You know, alright, let me see. Now I'm getting hot. someone in your energy. Really using your energy heavy. You leaving, Diane? Sweet dreams, honey. What is this? Sorry. Clarity when it comes to romantic love. Show me. Clarity. Romantic love. Current spirit present. Yikes. that up. Well, baby, whoever this person is that you got hooked on in the past, you gotta let them go, baby. Because you gotta make room for this new love that Spirit's trying to bring towards you. One card for you, please. Show me. Well, you learn how to alchemize your pain, baby. Use it to help you. It's a teaching lesson. And you being an empath, you should be able to do that. I can't make this up. Alright, baby. Alright, baby. Let's see. Alright, beautiful people. Alright, lady. I'm waiting on you, baby. Frankie, won't you dance? I'm telling people to come in here and dance. Why don't you go dance? But you can dance your happy behind out of my stream. Welcome back, lady. Alright, baby, you ready, lady? I broke this down in 2 ways for you, so I think this is going to be a little deep for you, baby. So, I went behind the veil, as you kind of had mentioned, and also touched a little bit on your love life, too. So, I combined both into this. So, what I first did, baby, is I pulled cards from my spiritual and psychic gifts deck. I just wanted to see what would come out for you to help you with going behind the veil and confirmation, but you know, a beautiful confirmation for me at least, and it doesn't surprise me. There's the 3 cards that came out, which first one is empathy. This is like you being a great person who has empathy for others, but also get the energy of an empath. Someone who picks up other people's emotions and feels them like they're your own. So that's one gift I feel you have. The second one is astral magic. And this is you being able to manipulate the energy in the environment. And to be able to transmute it and use it to help strengthen your rituals, or if you wanted to cast spells, if you're into that. But you have that ability. Just think of alchemy is what this card represents. And the other one is shamanism. And this is about you being able to connect to the spirit world and use natural remedies to help heal people. But this is also you being able to have that clairvoyance and clairaudience to be able to connect to the other side, to hear from, you know, passed over loved ones if you like, and to be able to possibly even see them and have them come visit you, like what happens with me sometimes. So those are the 3 spiritual gifts I got for you, which I think are very powerful. I mean, because your energy reminds me a lot of my own in that way. You having pretty much a lot of the same abilities that I have, so I relate a lot to your energy in that way. Now, as far as the tarot goes, I get the past energy like 4 of Cups. This is like you, baby, focusing too much on one thing, like you're sitting in this cup right here, but you see this tree and you see these other cups, like you're ignoring what's going on around you. You're only paying attention to the one cup, even though you got others that are split up, or your focus is on the other 3 cups and you're forgetting about the cup that's right below you. So you can either take it either which way. And I feel like this has to do around your relationships, because I get the Lover's card with it. But this is not just about romantic love. This is your friendship and family and professional relationships that you have. I feel like there's been some stress, burdens that you've been carrying around for people. And I feel like you've been overburdened with it. I feel like you have stretched yourself too thin. And because of that, you did try to take a step forward and delegate some of these burdens to lay them on others to help. But I feel like, you know, you got left in disappointment. You know, people didn't come through for you like you had hoped or expected them to. So that's a lot in your energy. But I feel like this is a doorway to something new for you. I get the feeling that you were supposed to go through that weight, that carrying of those burdens, to be let down, to realize the inner strength of yourself, to believe in you, to know that you can take on as much as the world will give you. You know, it's like that saying, the divine will only give you, you know, as much as you can handle. I feel like that's what they're doing now with you. They're testing you, putting you through that test. And now there's a new door, there's a new opportunity being presented to you, which this Ace of Wands, which is your present energy. And I feel like this is going to be fulfilling for you, because I get the 9 of Cups with this, which is all about your dreams coming true, being brought into reality, manifesting it. So just the simple one opportunity of this abundance that you're going to be presented with is going to create a whole new rainbow for you. Where there's going to be a lot of happiness, success, and fulfillment. But you got to also relax a little bit. because I get the Four of Swords. I feel like you're stressing yourself out a little too much. I feel like you're overthinking too much and you're not able to allow yourself to relax like the Four of Swords is. You know, it's a card of being able to, you know, take it easy, meditate, contemplate, you know, reflect back on things. That's what you got to do in order to be like this magician, to manifest this opportunity that's right here, plus what's coming in for you, and for you to find that success, that fulfillment, and to achieve all that you're wanting to achieve. Because I'm getting right here the Six of Wands energy, which is all about victory and success. So you have the capabilities to be victorious, to, you know, win the race, so to speak, cross over that finish line and know you're going to make it. Even when others may have doubted you or weren't sure, you're going to be the one that's going to carry all those burdens still, I feel, and still make it across the finish line and show everybody that you can still do it. To all those who may have doubted you or didn't recognize your inner strength, your inner desire, your determination, your passion. Because I see you in this Two of Wands energy, which is, you know, having, you know, holding this one opportunity in your hand and being focused on it, being so determined, where I feel like you may possibly still miss out on an opportunity. And I'm not going to say that's going to be a bad thing, but you do have your focus and you're centered around this one opportunity here that you're going to work on, that you will be successful and you will achieve it. And in the outcome, I get the Knight of Pentacles, which is you know, taking everything you've learned and going forward and providing that outlet to the world, the knowledge you've gained, your experience, your wisdom, and you even coming into being able to get paid to produce your knowledge and wisdom and your insight to help others achieve their own success, where you'll be able to take it easy for a minute too and be easy on yourself, where I feel like you're going to have a lot of people who are going to be cheering you on here in the end. Between this Six of Wands and this Knight of Pentacles, I feel like there's going to be a lot of success here, because I even get the Three of Wands here, which is all about celebration. That clarifies this Knight of Pentacles. So don't be too hard on yourself. Spirit said don't be too rigid. Don't, you know, step in, you know, be too stubborn and only seeing things happening one way. Because things can be resolved and worked out more than one possible way. So I think you're going to have to adjust and adapt to the differences of people, their frequency, and what they're bringing to the table and what they're showing you and what they're trying to teach you, just as much as what you're trying to show and teach them. To where it will be a happy collaboration, I feel, where you will find celebration with others that mean and matter to you. You've never been what, baby? Been able to let go of certain things or be able to relax? I can understand that. And I do understand that. Because I can be very stubborn. And I won't deny it. I'm a stubborn person. I'm hard-headed too. You can say that's my Aries and my Taurus in me, in combination with the Pisces side of me. Yeah, being rigid. And I do get that in you, baby. And I feel like you got to relax a little more. And allow everything around you to kind of flow. You know, because I feel like being too rigid gets you stuck. And it creates too many blockages to where it's going to block you from your abundance and the things you're wanting to create, the things you're trying to manifest in your life for your future. Whether that's in romantic love, family, friends, and your professional life. And even anything outside of that, like your hobbies and your interests. You got to be able to flow a little bit and be able to adapt and grow and evolve with the changes. Because you can't grow to be your greatest potential if you're not willing to adapt and change. Because that's why we're all here. You know, you start out in the cocoon from the caterpillar and you go into that cocoon and then you come out as the butterfly. So I feel like you're like still that caterpillar that's getting ready to crawl into that cocoon, but you haven't done it yet. But Spirit's trying to guide you there, so you can go in that cocoon and transform into this beautiful butterfly. And, you know, be able to adapt and move anywhere and go with the flow. Go with the way the air, you know, takes you, where your wings will fly you to. That's what I feel like Spirit's trying to get your attention in. And I also feel like it's playing a role even in your romantic life. You know, I feel like you're too stuck having things one way, one specific way, and that's it. You're not willing to negotiate and compromise. And you're going to have to be willing to compromise, willing to work with someone, to be able to see that their needs and their wants are just as important as your own in order to make that one happy union, a solid one at that. Flexibility. So do you feel you're flexible, or do you feel like you're not flexible? Because rigid is just being stuck, being stubborn. Where flexible is where you're able to move. You're willing to move. I missed what you said before that. Spirit knows that I've never been rigid. Well, baby, are you not rigid in your thought process? Because Spirit's telling me you are. There's certain things you're not willing to negotiate. Like, there's something there you should be more open to, is what they're telling me, that you're, like, closed-minded to. And they're not telling me what that is. They're telling me you will know what I'm talking about. There's one specific thing you just won't break from. It's this way, and you're not going to negotiate. It's on my screen. Of course, I get chocolate on my screen. So I want to know exactly where this Six of Wands is going to come from. Because they're telling me to release and let go. But put your focus into something. Like, I feel like once you have your mindset on something and you work towards it and you accomplish it, I feel like, you know, a lot more things will line up for you. And it's going to line up just right, the way it's meant to and the way Divine wants it to. But I feel like there's that one hurdle. It's not resonating. Well, baby, I want you to take a step back from me. I want you to think. I want you to meditate. Because Spirit's saying there's something there that you're not willing to see. And they're telling me it even goes back to your young childhood. I don't know, maybe it's a trauma. But there's something that you're not willing to face just yet. Or you're not willing to accept. So that's what I'm getting told. They're not telling me anything else. So, you know, after, you know, today, just take some time when you can and think about it. Get in that relaxed Four of Swords energy. And ask Spirit to show you what it is they're trying to guide you to. What they're talking about. Where did that Four of Swords go? It's not me. Okay, I'm confused, Liddy. Sorry. The loud traffic by my house. I'm sure y'all can hear all the vehicles going by. Okay. Well, maybe that's what they're talking about, baby. They're just telling me there's something that you still gotta handle and heal from. It seems like there's something that you still gotta heal from. Seems to be what I keep getting, is that healing. Going through whatever that healing is, you know. We all, because what you gotta understand, lady, we all have um, dark and light that runs within us. Where there's certain things we've gone through in our life. And it can go back to our very young childhood where we suffered some kind of trauma that, you know, we think we've healed from or we've moved on from, but all we did is bury it. And because we buried it so deep that sometimes we forget about it, and I've had that happen. There was a couple things that actually came to mind in the recent months that I was like, I can't believe I forgot about that. And I come to realize and I recognize it's like I buried it so deep that I forgot it happened. But something someone said made me remember it. And I realized that was part of, you know, my own blockage that's creating that pain or making me do act a certain way when it comes to a certain thing that I had not learned how to face and handle yet. So I guess an example of that would be like my mama, you know, knowing she had emphysema and she was really, really sick. And I watched my grandfather, her father, also had emphysema and died from it, right? But because I was my mother's caregiver throughout my teenage years, I had to watch her. I had to watch her go from being okay 1 minute to the next minute, she's pretty much gonna die. Like she can't breathe at all. And I have to figure out how to make sure she keeps breathing, whether that's to get the breathing treatment, pump more oxygen into her body, call the paramedics and get her to the hospital. You know, there's so many things I had to really, really think about and be able to think like that in a split second. Otherwise, it was life and death for her. Okay. And so I thought I handled my mama's illness well. At least I thought I did. I felt like I did. Until I went through and I was told that my insignificant other got diagnosed with having emphysema slash COPD. It's not as serious as what my mother had, but he has it, right? And at first, when I heard that, you talk about freak out, I freaked out in the doctor's office when the doctor came in and told me that and told him that. Because all I could picture then is my mama dying that way, and how can I go through this and survive this once again? To have to care for someone in that way. So that told me I had not faced all that trauma, all those times that I had to be quick on my feet to make sure my mama still was alive. You know, the times that, you know, as a teenager, I shouldn't have been dealing with life and death like that constantly. But that's what I was dealing with. And then the fear of losing someone again that way, you know, it brought all those memories back. So I had to deal with that. That's just an example. Okay. I just saw a blue spirit orb right here next to my screen. It was pretty. So, you know, it's just things like that that I had to learn and I figured out. Cuz I know my doctor and him and my stepdaughter weren't expecting me to see me react the way I did. I reacted like a scared little child, fearful. I'm going to lose my mom again. It's exactly how I felt in that moment. Getting that news and seeing the diagnosis on his paperwork that says he could, you know, he has this. So But I got to deal with that. It just took a little more time. And that's beautiful, Liddy. Yeah, Bob, that's true too. There are some out there who don't know how to get back up. They feel defeated. Him being one of them, it seems. But anyhow, I feel like there's a lot more good coming your way. I just feel like there's a couple things you have to kind of deal with and handle in the moment. And then when it comes to love, baby, like, I feel like there was someone you knew. And I'm reading like past, present, and future is how I did this for you. So in the past, you got to know someone. You were getting to know them to the point that you even got hooked. Like, you know, you really wanted this opportunity with this person where that love was going to grow and blossom, the relationship was going to build to the point you got hooked to them. Because even I pulled this card out that says you were hooked. So this person, like, I feel like got your heart. They got a big chunk of your heart. If not all of your heart, they got a big part of it, a special part of it at that. But then I feel like something happened where there was some type of deception. As I get this. And what's crazy is it got clarified by the tower. So something like this relationship that you thought may have been good for you wasn't, and it needed to be destroyed. And I feel like a divine came in and destroyed it. But you were supposed to learn something from this experience with this person, which, you know, now comes in your healing, which Spirit wants you to lean on the people you trust and care about to help you. If you're still dealing with this heartbreak or having trouble letting go of this person, to be able to see ahead of you, they want you to turn to your friends and family, the people you trust the most. Let them help you. Don't be too prideful to ask for help or to let others know that you're hurting when you know, are hurting. And it doesn't have to always be romantic love either, baby. This can be other things you're dealing with. Just allow your loved ones to be there for you, period. No matter what it is. If you're hurting, let them know you're hurting. And let them know, you know, just by them being in your life and being in your physical presence will help you. Whatever that need is, whatever they can do to help you. Don't be afraid to ask for it. Because Spirit wants to remind you, you deserve love, which we all do. You are deserving of love. Do not feel like you don't deserve to have a deep, loving, nurturing, fulfilling relationship with someone to create a life with, to be like a solid team that you can, you know, have children with and build a home and have all these other dreams come true. You're just as deserving as the rest of us. And I feel like sometimes you forget that you have more value than maybe you know, want to give yourself credit for. Because I feel like this person, you know, really let you down too. But then I feel like, you know, I pulled this card, which is from another deck. And it says, I surrender to whatever this life has planned for me. Maybe something good will happen eventually. If I just keep waiting, maybe the universe will reward my patience. Probably not, but this is what I feel like you're feeling right now. You're waiting for the universe to be, bring you abundance, those opportunities to bless you with. And I still feel like something's coming, what you've been searching for. I feel like it's on the horizon. It just means you gotta have a little more patience first and take your time. But I do feel like there's a divine connection coming in for you. 'Cause, 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 Wow. So Spirit wants to remind you, everything's going to come to you in divine timing, Liddy. Because I pulled this card and it says, trust that the universe is bringing your soulmate to you. At the perfect time, divine timing ensures that you are both ready to embrace the love and lessons this relationship offers. So there is that love coming towards you that you're meant to have. That, you know, I pulled with this card, baby, about you deserve love. And Spirit saying you do deserve that romantic love you're wanting and you're searching for. So be a little more patient. Give it a little more time. It's coming towards you in divine timing. And then I pulled these oracle cards for you. And these really spoke to me for you. The first one I pulled, Liddy, for you, is from the Priestess of the Light Oracle. This is one of my favorite decks. I gotta be honest. And the card I pulled is Precognition, Psychic Ability, Future Vision. Isn't she beautiful? I love this card. Look at that power she's holding in her hand. The ability to foresee what's coming towards her, what's ahead of her. This is like you, Liddy. And it says, the Egyptian priestess on this card has developed a profoundly heightened psychic ability. She looks peacefully into the light, hovering over her right hand, where images of the future reveal themselves. A soft glow emanates from her throat center and brow chakra, radiating from beneath her hawk headdress. The hawk aids her in reaching higher levels of consciousness. This messenger bird represents expansive psychism and future vision. It indicates that you are now capable of reaching new heights of intuition and precognitive ability. In fact, you may have already noticed flashes of insight and deeper awareness. If so, trust the information you receive and let yourself look even deeper into the potential meanings of your future visions. There may be important messages coming your way. These may take the form of guidance about future choices or inspirations about creative, career-related, or personal projects. Remember that your soul vibrates at the level of spirit connection. For this reason, you may also indicate a potential career involving psychic or intuitive practices. In fact, you may have had such careers in your past lives. Know that your soul is calling you to reconnect. Take time to meditate more so you can peacefully receive. Let yourself trust your growing intuition. The spirit world is open to you, ready to reveal your future potential and all that you need to know. And I love this because this kind of goes with these three cards. You know, the shamanism, empath, and astral magic. And precognition is one of my gifts. It's one of my abilities that I have. And, you know, it could be scary sometimes when I know things before it happens. And I can't explain how I know, but I know. And, you know, I will doubt myself too. And I have. And I still have. Even in recent years, I've had doubts. And then it ends up coming to fruition. And I'm just like, well, damn, you know. And many times it ends up being something I don't want to come true, you know, but for some reason, Spirit wants me to know that it's like a heads up. It's like, listen, this is coming, so be prepared because, you know, someone's going to pass away, for an example. And I've gotten warned about that. I got warned about that with my parents, in fact. And I didn't want to listen to it. I didn't want to believe it. I even had a pretty much good time frame of when it would happen. And it scared me. But I knew. And unfortunately, it came to be exactly what I said. So, trust in this ability, baby. Open yourself up to it more. I know it can be scary, but you're meant to embrace it. And you're meant to be a light worker, I feel. You're meant to practice the spirituality and apply it in your personal life, but also in a professional way too. And I feel like this is where you'll reach your heightened senses and the abundance you seek for your life. And I get the feeling that you're gonna meet someone. If you're looking for love, I feel like you will meet that person you're supposed to be with, who's gonna be a light worker, who works in this, world like, I do and what, you're open to. And the next one is from The Shaman's Dream. The first one is, I got two different cards from this. The first one is Hollow Bone, Teachability. The hollowing bone of an ego is a flute for the shamans. The appearance of the hollow bone invites you to become empty of your notions of who you are, to check your ego at the door, and to know that this is not about you. Relinquish your need to be right and to express an opinion, as this will not change anything right now. You are being called to practice humility. Hollow yourself out and hear the wind blow through you and play you like a flute. You will learn the language and the storm and understand the message in the summer breeze. There is an important communication waiting for you. Humility is the swiftest path for you to become like hollow bone. Drop all notions and titles that bolster your ego. Eliminate the doer and allow things to happen of their own accord. Remember that you can accomplish most anything if you are willing to let someone else take credit for it. The hollow bone has come to caution you to believe only 50% of what others think and only 10% of what you think. Trust your experience, not what you have read in sacred books or holy texts. This will allow you to turn your apparent danger into opportunity. Remember that you are an insignificant grain of sand in the grand scheme of life, and as important as the brightest sun. So learn to be empty so spirit can breathe through you and surround you and teach you the things and the lessons that you need to still learn in this life to make you better, to grow your spirituality and your potential into the going beyond the veil and being able to see behind the veil all the mysteries and the unknowns that are waiting for you to be revealed. All right, and then the other one is Fool's Embrace, Transmuting Pain, Allowing Life to Love You, the experience of both land. And it says the pain of life is sometimes unbearable. When we're in it, we think that pain, that loss, that betrayal will always be woven through our continuity of existence. We're kept hostage by the way we identify with the pain and what we make it mean. If we let it, it becomes etched into us like a tattoo. No matter where on the spectrum of pain you find yourself now, whether it be mild disappointment or searing loss, it's time to make peace with it. Befriend it rather than resisting it, running from it, or judging it as bad or unfair or hostile. Can you see the gift that is here? Surrender to the fool's embrace. allowing the truth to envelop you in love and compassion. What if you could learn something amazing from this? What is truly yours will not pass you by. Something better and perfect for you is waiting elsewhere. If you could come to terms with the liberation and freedom inherent in loss, your broken heart might open you up to a greater sense of humanity and compassion. As in the narrative of tarot, the fool will be at the beginning of your life's adventure, and at the end, when you've integrated all the wisdom you accumulated along the journey. He will never let you down or lie to you. He will, however, teach you how to revel in both the beauty and desperation of life. Both in this and that will always be true. Remember, the pearl can't be created without the gritty sand causing discomfort and acting as a catalyst in the oyster. Your pearl is discovered in radical acceptance that everything has value. All is well now and will be well. Remember that today as you feel the fool's embrace. So transmute all your emotions, but especially your pain. Alchemize it. Use it to your advantage. You know, and he's not here. I haven't seen him tonight, but one of my mods always talks about, you know, the light energy and then the darker energy, the negative energy. And sometimes, in order to flow well in this life, you got to be able to work with both. And sometimes you have to connect both. I feel there is some truth in that. I don't feel it's always true, but I feel there is some truth in that. And, you know, when I think of pain and when I try and alchemize, transmute it, I think of using it to my advantage to fire me up. You know, if I feel like I'm getting, you know, tired or worn out, or I feel like I want to just throw my hands up and say, the heck with this, I'm done, I'm tired, no more. I find that energy and it re-energizes me to keep going, to not give up, even in my worst pain. Um, you know, a prime example that would be like right now. Knowing I lost one of my best friends, my childhood best friend, and I'm dealing with that grief. And it just happened the other day. I found out, you know, and I could have, you know, not streamed tonight. I could have just allowed myself to get lost in my pain and my emotions and just cry myself to sleep. But instead, I chose to allow it to energize me and transmute it in a different way and do my best to transmute it, to fire me up to be here with you and everyone else that's here. Instead of running away from it, you know, for how long, you know, can I withstand that type of pain? Only time will tell. I know when my mother died, I didn't handle it as well, but I still got up. I still got out of bed. I still went to work and did what I needed to do. How? I really don't know. I think in the times that I was, you know, in so much pain when I wanted someone to cut my heart out, I also had to learn how to numb it for a little while, just so I can get through the day, so I can do my job, and so I could be the responsible adult that, you know, my mama raised me to be and that I'm meant to be. So I would. Was it easy? No. And many times it made me angry. And I think I became resentful to a certain degree. And I know I had my anger for God too for taking her from me. So how will this end for me? I don't know. You know, I'm doing the best I can with that pain, with that grief, and I'm not allowing it to swallow me whole. Even though there might be moments where I have to catch my breath and remind myself, you know, to not cry. Just, you know, to be in this moment with y'all and to focus on what we're talking about and not think about her and what I've lost. And so I turn it around and put it in a circle and allow it to re energize me. to stay here and stay focused instead of going off into my own pain and discomfort and grief. That's how I transmute it. When people come to me and say that I'll never achieve what I want to achieve, the people who don't believe, like my insignificant other, as a prime example, he don't believe in what I do. I use his energy to energize me, to keep going, to keep fighting, to not give up. No matter what he says or how he feels, I don't care. I'm going to do this and I'm going to make it. And I'm going to prove to him and everyone else that I will still be here. And I'm going to grow. And I'm going to evolve. And I'm going to be better than what I was before. So that's what I do. So what pain is still in there deep within you is what I want to know. Like a past hurt. And then what you get going forward, I think, is what Spirit wants you to remember. It's not just about the past, Liddy. It's going forward into your future, knowing there's still going to be certain lessons you're going to have to learn. And you may get knocked down. And it may cause you hurt. So how do you transmute it now and into the future? So it's not about the past or the present. It's about the future. That's how Spirit's meaning it. So I hope that makes sense, Liddy. Don't think of it just in past tense. You gotta think about it in the present and future. Hi, Victoria. Thank you, beautiful. That's very sweet of you, honey. And then I pulled a few messages from the universe, my oracle. And the first one is, it says, the stressful situation is almost coming to an end. We are sending positive energy, financial help, miracles, and life-changing blessings your way. So, whatever stressful situation you may have had going on, Spirit's trying to help you to resolve it and sending blessings your way. And the next one is, I know that you have been questioning yourself lately and wondering if you are good enough or strong enough to do that which your heart desires to do. This message is here to remind you that you really are more than capable of doing it. Rise up and take that leap of faith. Have a leap of faith. Rise to the occasion. Whatever comes towards you now, know that you can get through it and get past it and get over it. And you will come out the end better than before, stronger than before. Just like, this card about transmuting. Whatever that, agony, pain, stress you go through from here on out, transmute that energy to fire you up, to make you more determined to keep going than what you had before. And the last one, Liddy, is in your journey, there will be times when you feel lost, confused, lonely, and angry. These are times of transition. You won't feel those emotions forever. You are transitioning to a better, stronger version of yourself. Shed away those unneeded layers and keep growing. Know that all the things you've been going through and what you are going to go through from here on out, is going to help you grow, and you're going to keep shedding layers. That's going to build you. You're going to get more strength, and you're going to get better as time goes forward. It makes me think of like a beautiful diamond, a rough diamond that hasn't been cut down or polished yet. But as time progresses on, you're going to become this diamond that's going to start, taking shape, and it's going to start being cut and polished to look and sparkle like a bright diamond that we're used to seeing. That's what this card speaks to me. And I hope that makes sense to you. Spirit wants you to know that, your life's just beginning. And you need to know that. And there's still so much in store for you coming in the future. If you can just be mindful, be patient, believe in yourself, know you're capable and able to grow, change, learn, and adapt, and have that love and compassion and empathy for others, because that's your spiritual gift, is your empathy. This is the strongest one that comes forward for me, for you, Liddy, besides the precognition. And I feel like you have a bit of clairvoyance too. That's what I'm picking up. That you can see into the spirit world like I can. Maybe not as strongly right now. Not saying that I'm strong in it either, because I won't say that I am, but I do have my moments where they come forward and they allow me to see them. I feel like that's true for you too, Libby. Alright, pull this angel card. Alright, Spirit. Can I get one angel card for Liddy, please? Thank you. See, there's something from your childhood, baby. I mean, I can't make this up. We talked about trauma from your childhood. And that's what this card says. There's something there, baby, that you gotta address. Don't ask me, Liddy. The angel card I got is Gabriel. Heal the child within. And it says there are parts of yourself you had to abandon in your early years in order to survive. But now it's essential to reclaim all those parts in order to thrive. The child within you requires some tender loving care at this time. So let them come to the surface and express all that needs to be shared. Hold them with compassion and give them radical healing, understanding, and love. And the positive affirmation is, I let healing and light reach all parts of myself. I let healing and light reach all parts of myself. So, Liddy, I don't know what this pertains to, baby, but this is what Spirit pulled. To heal that child within you. I feel like, right now, a lot of this, there's past, present, and future all in this reading for you. And I feel like there's certain things that Spirit's still asking you to take a step back and really look at it, think things over, and go deep within. Be willing to face your shadow, is what I'm picking up. And I feel like where you see your shadow is where you're going to remember some of these things that Spirit's brought up that they want you to kind of focus on, pay a little more time and attention to get through. Because I feel like once you heal those wounds, you're going to be able to open up those doorways to a whole new world, a whole new life, and more opportunities. And it's also supposed to help you in the future. How you use it and apply it with what comes towards you in the future. With your abundance, with love, with what you're wanting to create, with all the things you're working on, with your professional life, even with your family and friends. Spirit showing me that this is what you need to look at and focus on and make sure you're ready for it. Because I know some things can knock us, knock us down that we're not prepared for, or we may not have seen coming. But I believe in you, Liddy, and I feel you're more capable, and you got more going on, more good coming your way than maybe you realized or thought. Alright. Almost 6 o'clock. Jeez. Can't believe it's been here that long. Well, baby, keep doing what you're doing. I feel like Spirit wants to remind you not to doubt yourself and not to be disappointed. I feel like whether you're carrying those burdens or disappointments or not, even more importantly, don't be disappointing yourself. Don't keep kicking yourself and criticizing yourself. Be willing to believe in yourself more. But even if there's others around you that maybe, have let you down, have a heart of forgiveness. Have that empathy, have that compassion for them. And try and put yourself in their shoes. It's not a matter of just forgiving someone else, but also forgiving ourselves in the same breath. And I feel like Spirit wants to remind you of that. But that's what I have for you, Liddy. I hope this has resonated. I hope that it's helped to bring forth some of the things that Spirit wants you to focus on and look at. I feel like you're supposed to come through this with a different perspective. Looking at things more than one way. Looking at it from multiple ways. I feel like this is the time for you to turn to others for guidance. Not just look at your own. Like one of the oracle cards that said, stop focusing on what, you believe, but also be open and receptive to what others around you believe and what they see. Which I feel like will help give you more of that knowledge that you're seeking. More of that guidance to be able to keep going. To stay focused, stay driven. Go after, the biggest dream that you have set out for yourself. And know that you can do it without feeling discouraged. Because I feel like we get down on ourselves so much that we end up putting up our own blockages that prevents that abundance. The good things we want to come towards us, we end up creating a blockage to where it can't come in because we haven't made any room for it to come in. So in order for that new to come in, we have to release and let go some of the past in order for the divine to make room, to bring forward the new, the things that we're wanting. Believe in that, Liddy. That's like that tree here. Where'd it go? I put it up. Where'd it go? That's like this tree here, branching out. This was the start of your reading. 4 cups. It's like, you're focusing on multiple things right here. And you're forgetting about the 1 cup that the universe is trying to offer you. Because you're wanting and you're focusing on branching out. So this card should resonate with you. So don't just focus on the few things that's going on in your mind. Look elsewhere too. If you're wanting to branch out. Spirit's wanting you to be able to see everything. Because I feel like you're just kind of like focused on one single thing instead of being open to all possibilities and ideas coming forward. I feel like some of the things that have happened have created that creativity of being blocked from being able to see those new ideas or have those inspirations, like you wanting to branch out. I feel like that spirit saying it's time to look elsewhere. Exactly. That's exactly it, Bob. And baby, I don't feel like you're meant to forget about it all. I just think you need more, you need to open your mind to other things that maybe you hadn't considered before. Because I feel like Spirit's trying to direct you somewhere else than where you're wanting to go. It's not to say that where you're wanting to go, where you're wanting to branch out, isn't meant for you. But I feel like there's other things that's supposed to come in with it. And they're trying to get you to open that door to see in it. But it seems like I feel like you've missed it. Because you're focusing on these other things instead of the one opportunity that Divine's saying, here, this is what you're asking for. I'm offering it to you, but you're ignoring it. You're not seeing it. That's what this Four of Cups is. It's ignoring and not being interested in something because you're too focused on the other cups you have instead of being able to pay attention to the one cup that the Spirit's offering you. Well, baby, you may think you've been through it all, and I'm not saying you haven't. But, you know, like me, Liddy, you know, baby, I just turned 44. I've been through a lot in this life. A lot. Um, I've experienced a lot of downs in my life. Things that would have killed most people. And I don't mean in a physical sense. I mean in a mental and emotional sense. As y'all were talking earlier, it would knock someone down to where they've been beaten so much that they're not able to get up. But I got back up. You know, and even through all those experiences and the things I've learned through the years, it doesn't mean that I still don't have a lot more to learn. Or there's something that, a new experience I go through. Like, I'll give you a prime example of this, lady. You know, my mama had emphysema, and she needed a lung transplant in order to live, in order to um, be here with us longer. And naturally, the insurance company wouldn't pay for it. So we were disappointed because we knew she was going to die. We knew she wouldn't be here to see any of us graduate or walk down the aisle, so to speak. Those major milestones in her kid's life, and there's 4 of us. And then, you know, I gave up school to take care of her, and I went and worked 60, 70 hours a week, waiting tables to help my parents pay the bills and such, right? To keep us afloat, or to help keep us afloat. And then I get married, and then I go through, and because I quit school, I promised my mama I would go back and finish. I didn't tell her when, but I promised her I would go back to school and I would get my high school diploma. And it took me some years, but I eventually did go back and get it. The day I got the test results, which I went and took the GED test, is what they call it here. I called my daddy, aka my stepdad, to give him the good news, right? And I was like not even 10 feet away from walking into the door into the college to sign up for a semester for some classes, right? And, but, you know, I wanted to share the good news with my daddy first. So I called him to let him know, you know, my test results that I passed, that I officially graduated now, that I can say that. And, you know, my daddy, you know, said congratulations. But then, as, you know, I'm telling him about, you know, my plans, my next steps, that I was getting ready to walk into the door, to sign up for college courses. He then gives me the dreaded news. I'm really sick. I need a kidney transplant. What? I'm 25 years old at the time. I was not ready for that. And I'm looking around, I'm trying to figure out why in God's green earth would, you know, God put me and my brother through this again. To lose another parent who needs an organ transplant to live. We're too young for this. Why are we having to go through this lesson again? Like, what did we not learn the first time? I'm trying to make sense of this. Me and my brother both, we're angry, we're hurt. We don't know what to do. We don't know how to handle it. We're still too young to bury both of our parents, let alone to lose one of them. And now we're going to lose a second one? Because of the same damn thing, pretty much? No. That's not what the way it's supposed to be. But that was our reality. Okay? And eventually, my daddy did die. He died when I was 30 years old. I can't even express how painful that was. To have to bury both my parents. And my biological father already buried at 25. So all three of my parents are gone, right? And then you come into my marriage, my insignificant other. Back 2 years ago, he went into the hospital. First, it was his diabetes, which he was not diagnosed as being diabetic before. Now he's officially diabetic and needs insulin to help. And you would think that would have woken him up, shaken him up, right, to reality, start taking care of himself, right? 4 months later, he gets rushed back to the hospital. This time, he's in renal failure. Again, the same thing that killed my daddy, I'm now facing with him. And I'm beside myself. And I'm angry once more. Why in God's green earth am I going through this once again? I've already buried 2 of my parents who need an organ transplant. And now you're telling me there's a possibility that my own husband could go the same route? What have I not learned? And I want to know, what have I not learned? That you got to put me through this misery and this hell once more. What did I not learn? So understand me, baby. Just because you've gone through it doesn't mean there ain't something there that you didn't learn. And that may sound crazy, but take it from my perspective in that regard. I'm living proof of that. I'm going through it again. And I'm asking myself, and I'm trying to figure out what did I not learn the first time or the second time, that I may possibly have to walk down that road a third time. You know, especially the way he's taking care of himself. I hate to say it, but I don't know how much time he has left. You know, it could be a year, could be less. I don't know. What I know is he's obviously given up because he's not taking care of his body. He's not doing everything he's supposed to do to make sure his kidney can still function without possibility of needing a kidney transplant. And that's my reality once more. So don't think because you've gone through it that there isn't something you're supposed to relearn again or something else about it. There's a different avenue that you're supposed to go down, a different road to learn something different about it. You know, because I know, I can tell you at 44, I don't know everything. And there still is so much I have to learn in this life. So you got to remember, like me, I'm a student of life. I'm going to forever be a student until the day I leave this world. Because I know there's still so much I need to learn that I'm supposed to learn, that I'm going to learn. Whether I want to learn it or not, the universe has a way of making us learn the things that we may not want to learn or have to face. So I think you got to look at it in that context, Liddy, instead of thinking that you've already learned it. There's something there, baby, that you haven't, or there's a different path you're supposed to go down. And there's something different you're supposed to learn from maybe that same experience. But it might be just a tiny bit different. Take my experiences as an example of that. Nicole, you gotta talk to your parents, sweetheart. Don't think that they don't love you or they're not there for you. They might just be a little frustrated right now. We're human, right? We all go through things differently and experience our emotions in a different way. Don't discount that your parents might be going through something else that they may not be sharing with you, sweetheart. That could be affecting, you know, how they're reacting to you right now. I know it's hard, sweetheart. Thank you, DM. Nicole, just don't get down on yourself, honey. You're human. Okay? You're a human being. You deserve love and compassion, care, consideration, and being nurtured. So don't forget that, honey. It's alright, Nicole. Beautiful, I learned how to read past certain people's comments when I'm focused on someone's reading. Hi, Tina. Good morning, beautiful. How you doing, sweetheart? And welcome to everybody else who came in. Hi, Harriet. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Welcome. That's beautiful of you to say. Nicole, beautiful. No, it doesn't. People got problems, okay? Our body doesn't always function 100% the way we want it to, the way we hope it would. You look at people, there's different ages that are suffering with different things that you would think they wouldn't have that type of problem, but they do. And maybe it's something you can't control. Maybe there's something going on internally. I don't know, sweetheart. I don't know you. And I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to sit here and try and advise you, with your health in that way. But, if I was having that problem, sweetheart, I'd be going to the doctor trying to figure out what the reason is behind it if you haven't done it already. And get that help so maybe they can figure out why that's happening. What's going on with you, honey? So, it happens, beautiful. Don't talk bad about yourself like that. Yes, I never got a chance to. Yes, we've all been through it. We all can say we've been through something that's challenged us. But we all come out at the end, come out on top. And that's what y'all gotta remember. You're stronger than you give yourself credit for. You wanna know how I know that? Because you're still here. So believe in yourself, beautiful people. No, we're here for you, Nicole, anytime, sweetheart. And I'm happy you found us, honey. The deck is supposed to be there. I got decks everywhere. Might have been that one for all I know. I don't know. Exactly, DM. I just turned 44, and I'm far from perfect myself. Trust me. That much I do know and understand. Alright, people. I gotta grab another drink. I'll be right back. I will definitely pray for her, Bob. And I will send her healing love and light. I hope she makes it back here to die at home where she wants to be. Jeez. It's 6:30. Wow. Well, my beautiful people, I will definitely be thinking about her, baby. I hope she gets her wish. I want that for her so badly. Oh, thank you, baby. It's been a rough 24 going into 48 hours for me. And today's gonna be another rough day. I'm trying to prepare myself for what I feel like could possibly be bad news. I don't know. I'm gonna hope that a miracle will happen today, but if it doesn't, I'm gonna have to prepare myself to say goodbye to someone else I love and care about. Good morning, Vicky. My best friend from kindergarten that I've known since kindergarten, I grew up with in California. She died Easter Sunday. Her fiance woke up and she was gone. So she passed away in her sleep apparently, and we obviously don't know what killed her. Of course, the doctors think that she possibly suffered cardiac arrest, which, yeah, that makes sense, but we don't know. So we have to wait for the autopsy. And then, one of my other best friends that I've known for over 20 years that I met through billiards pool, in fact. Her and her husband died a few years ago from cancer. She was in a bad car accident before Christmas. She's been in a coma since then. And, her parents are in a nursing home, so they can't make any decisions for her care. And she doesn't have any siblings. The only family that's left is, I think it's her mother's sister and her husband. And they're fighting in court to pull the plug on her. Even though she's been showing improvement, even though she's still in a coma, but the doctors say she's showing improvement, they're rushing to pull the plug on her. And so there's supposed to be a hearing today where a judge is supposed to decide if they pull the plug or not. So it's been an emotional 24, 48 hours for me. And I'm angry, and I don't understand. You know, I don't understand how people can be so cruel, because I can't understand how you can leave behind 2 children, because she has 2 small children. And I would understand it if she wasn't showing improvement. I would understand. There's no sign of life there. There's no sign of her coming back. Okay. You know, it would hurt just the same, as I've already been there, you know, with my father and with another friend, but I would find a way to accept that. But she's showing improvement. So why in the hell are you in a rush to pull the plug on her and let her go? I don't understand. Other than they're after the insurance money is the only thing that would make sense to me, because I know her husband left behind a large inheritance to her and her children that's in a trust. And I'm not positive, but I believe she also has an insurance policy. So I honestly believe it's about the money, is what I feel. They want control of that money. And then obviously they're going to take her small children away from my friend, who's a mutual friend of ours, who's been taking care of her children the last few months. And so it's just a nightmare. It's a mess. And I'm just, hoping for the best but preparing for the worst. So I cried myself to sleep last night, naturally. You know, when I got the news about Marisol, which is my best friend from kindergarten who died, and now getting the news about Anna, I just, you know, my heart is shattered. I'm devastated, but I'm trying my best to not think about it. You know, I'm sure I could probably cry a lot more, but I won't right now. I'm trying to stay as strong as I could possibly be, to keep doing what I'm doing, to be here with y'all, instead of, being by myself in my bedroom, isolated, because obviously I don't have anybody I can call and lean on. I thought, I had someone I could lean on, but I never heard back from them last night. When I reached out to them and I got the news, they never responded back to me, so whatever. It's tough, but, it's not my first rodeo either to, go through this kind of grief by myself. It just sucks that I have to, but I can only think that God's trying to prepare me for something better again, to show me that I'm stronger, that this won't kill me either, no matter how bad it hurts, that I'll rise above the ashes, and that's what I keep holding on to, so. But I can only pray today that a miracle will come through. Because I can't, for the life of me, I just can't understand why someone would be so cruel to leave 2 young children orphaned. I don't understand. And I don't understand how you can give up on somebody like that. You know, I've told plenty of people over the years, and this came up because my own father had a stroke and he ended up in a coma. And then another friend had a heart attack and ended up in a coma. And so I've been through this enough that I told everyone in my family, if this ever happens to me, don't you give up on me right away. You give me some time. Give me some time to fight and allow my body to heal. I need you to believe in me. I need you to believe in this body, that I will come back. It may just take a little bit longer than what you may anticipate or what the doctors may predict, but give me that time. And knowing that, and knowing my friend, she's a fighter like me, I just can't understand how you can give up on someone like that. She's strong, and she has more than enough reasons to want to still be here and live. And if anybody could come back from a traumatic brain injury and come back healing and come back even stronger and better, it would be her. But it's like they don't seem to care. It goes in one ear, it goes out the other. I mean, they just feel like heartless people to me, honestly, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around that. I can't understand how somebody can give up on somebody like that. It's one thing if there's no hope there, or because that person isn't fighting, then of course you gotta, accept your defeat, fine. But that's not what this is. She's still in there, and she's still fighting. But for the life of me, I don't understand the cruelty of other people. I really don't. Yeah, and it's rough. And it's true, Nicole. Money makes people act stupid and crazy and scary. It's just scary to me. I can't put a price on someone's life. I understand people have to do it. I get why life insurance exists, and there's a good cause behind it. But just as much as there's a good cause and a good purpose for it, there's always the bad side of it, and it's always the people, the evil side, that overrides the good side of it. And I can't understand. I can't understand. So I'm trying my best to not think about it and hoping the judge will give her more time. Because I can't even see her, like, the children, her 2 kids, they love and adore me. They call me their aunt. And the person they've been living with is like their other aunt. Me and our mutual friend is like her sisters. She said that she never had. She considers us more like family than her own blood family. So, but we're helpless in this because our rights got taken away the moment that the next of kin by blood stepped forward, which was her mother, sister, and husband. And so we got wiped out. So anything we want or our thoughts, our desires don't matter. That's what we were told. And the only reason why I know that they're fixing to go through this is because the social worker and the caseworker called me to let me know, to give me the heads up that it's coming, and to be prepared. To be prepared that it may not go our way, and we may end up having to pull the plug on her in the next couple of days. And I'm just praying it won't happen. So we'll see. And then, I mean, I went through the same with my mama. I remember with my mama, I remember, yeah, she was suffering. And I'm not going to sit here and dispute she wasn't. suffering, because I knew she was, but me and my siblings weren't ready to give up on her. Being teenagers, it's the last thing you want to do is say goodbye to your parent, but I remember that I reached a point with my mother's care that it had gotten into about a week. She had been in ICU on life support. And the doctors had told us early on that the longest they wanted to ever see her on life support is 4 days. Because if it went past the 4th day, that means her body is going to start becoming dependent on that breathing machine to breathe for her. Which means her lung function would start, disintegrating pretty much. And so, by almost a week, he told me and my brother that we needed to go in there and tell her to give up. It was time to let her go. And, I don't know what my brother said, and I didn't ask. But, I went and saw my mama, and I told her, I told her, I said, if she felt it was time, if she felt she couldn't fight anymore, okay. I'll find a way to accept this. I don't know how, but I'll find a way. Even though it hurts. But I said, if you still want to fight, I said, you fight until you ain't got nothing left. I said, you keep fighting. I said, because I'm not giving up on you. I don't care what anybody else says. They can give up on you, but I'm not. I'm still here. So you fight. If you still have a reason to be here and live, you fight. So I went home, and my daddy calls me and my grandma at home, and my brother. And we're talking on a Nextel, which is like that two-way walkie-talkie, which is, it was both a cell phone, but a two-way radio. So he's talking to us on the Nextel, the two-way radio. And he asked me, did I tell my mama what he wanted me to tell her? I said, no, I didn't. I said, I didn't. I said, I told her that if she felt it was time, go ahead and go. But I also told her if she still wanted to fight, she needed to fight until she had nothing left. And what do I hear out of my daddy's mouth? GD, Amanda, what did I tell you? No, you were supposed to tell her to let go. I about came unglued. I couldn't believe the audacity of him. And I'm standing there and I'm like, yeah, it's so easy for you to give up on her because that's not your mother. Obviously, you have no idea what me and my siblings are fixing to walk through because both your parents are still alive. But you want us to give up on her? No, I can't do it. I refuse. So you can get mad at me all you freaking want. I don't care. But no, I'm still going to be here and fight for her until the end. And you can kiss my behind. And I walked away. And that night, I had called the radio station. My mom and I listened to this radio station together faithfully with my brother. And I talked to the radio host, told them, what was going on with my mama. And that I needed them to play a song for her to remind her, that I was still here fighting no matter what. And I had every intention on recording it and taking it up to the hospital and playing it for her with my boombox I had on a cassette tape. So it just so happened to be that, which I didn't know, the radio host understood exactly what I was going through because she said her father had died from emphysema. So she understood what I was facing, and she, sent her heartfelt, sympathies, empathies, and all that to me. And of course, she said, of course, I'll play the song for her and for you and allow this to bring you comfort tonight. And know that she's still in there fighting for you. You just have to remember that. And the song my mama asked me and promised me, or made me promise her, that I would play at her funeral is that song from the City of Angels soundtrack called Angel by Sarah McLachlan. So I listened to that song, bawled my eyes out as I needed to, recorded it, and took it up to the hospital later that night with my boombox and sat there in my mama's room right next to her bed, and I played it for her. And she was still in there, and she was squeezing my hand to let me know she was still fighting. So, you know, it's like, damn it to hell, excuse my language, but that's what I told my daddy. And just like I said, the audacity. You could ever tell your own child to let go of their parent like that? No, that's cruel. So that created the rift between him and I from that point. And it wasn't much longer after that that I got asked to move out, you know, because I'd already reached that age of being 19. You know, I'm an adult. I'm supposed to be responsible for myself. And because I wouldn't follow his rules, it was time for me to go. Fine. Watch me. I'm going to be more than fine. You know, because I felt like he was trying to be self-righteous and he thought that I would fail. I'm not going to fail. Watch me. And so I did, and I busted my behind off. I worked the extra hours I needed to work. I shot pool, played money, you know, single money matches whenever I could to make up the extra money. And I reached a point to where I had my car payment paid like 4 months in advance. And also had my rent paid a month in advance. So I was succeeding where he thought I would fail. But that's what I felt. He wanted me to fail, to teach me a lesson, and because he felt like I went against him by telling my mom to keep fighting instead of just simply saying what he wanted me to tell her, which I refused to do. So, you know. Yeah, it is. True, too. And my daddy was being self-righteous. Yep, it was mommy. That's mama to me. So, you know, I just don't understand how people can be that way. So, but from that point on, our relationship was never completely the same again. Some ways it was bad, other ways it wasn't. It just depends on how you look at it. I don't think he was expecting me to be so strong, hard-headed, and stubborn like himself. Because now, as crazy as it sounds in many ways, there's certain things that I'll do, my mannerisms, my expressions, is a lot like him. And I catch myself every time. And it's wild because I'm not his blood child. But he raised me like I am his blood. So, and we never looked at that being a problem of us being, you know, father and daughter. We were still very close. And I'll forever be thankful to him for everything he did for me and teaching me the game of pool and loving me and my brother and my mom with the way he did. You know, and I tried to, years later, I had to take a step back and put myself in his shoes too, to realize he was watching his wife, you know, the love of his life, die. He didn't want her to die, but he didn't want her to suffer either. And I understand that now, but I couldn't see that then because the only thing I could focus on was my own pain and what I was losing and not trying to empathize and be in understanding from his point of view too. So, But at the same token, he wasn't trying to see it from mine or my siblings' point of view either. That we were losing our mama. You know, that's mama. You only get one. And she's the only one. So, and I remember my mama telling me years before that truly your best friends are your parents. Yeah, she's right. I don't think I recognized or realized that until she died. How much she is my best friend. How connected we were, how close we were. The things I lean on her for, even through her illness, she was still there. No, she couldn't go out with me like she did when she was healthy. But I could walk into my house and talk to her anytime I wanted to. And talk to her about anything. And she was there. And that's all I needed. I just needed to know she was there. That I can lean on for guidance, just talk to, laugh with, whatever. So that brought comfort to me. But yeah, I hated that she suffered. I didn't want that. I was 19. She died Thanksgiving of 2000. I was 19 years old. And then I lost my birth father when I was 25. And then I lost my daddy, the man that, you know, said all those things to me when I was 30. So it made things very difficult. You know, all I can say is at least my parents aren't suffering anymore. Does that make it any easier for me? No, it still hurts. I still miss them terribly. And even though I'm connected to the spirit world, and yes, I've been able to talk to them on, you know, occasion and hear their voice and see their ghost, it's still not the same. But it's more than what most people get, and so I can't complain, and I'm thankful for that. But, you know, I wish I could, you know, reach out and touch my mama's hand. You know, squeeze her hand and feel her squeeze my hand, feel her embrace. All those different things. So, I grew a lot from it. I had to. God didn't give me a choice. It was either going to help me grow and be better, or it was going to destroy me. And I could have allowed it to destroy me, but I refused because I had to remember I'm my mama's child. And if she could fight as hard as she did, for as long as she did, what excuse do I have? I don't have one. And she had it worse than what I'm going through. So, and that's how I've always seen it. And I think that's always helped me to readjust those moments, you know, that we all experience when we just want to throw our hands up in the air and say, you know, the F it, you know, and all that. I won't, because I remember her, you know, what she fought through. I have no excuse. I should be able to go through this and more and not give up and not give in, and I don't. So I do whatever it takes. True too, Bob. Oh, thank you, Nicole. Hi, Prairie. I'm sorry, honey. Hello, Beetlejuice. How you doing, sweetheart? Hi, Lucas. Hold on. I just got cold. Yeah, closer to the path. I can relate to that. I kind of had to be that way too. just because, like, I had to numb my heart in order to function most of the time until I can get past that deep hurt where I didn't feel like I wanted to cut my heart out of my chest anymore, you know, or in the sense for me, there was a point that I I will never ever do anything to harm myself intentionally. So hear me clearly. I would never commit suicide or do anything like that. But when my mama died, what I can tell you is I didn't care if I lived or died. I actually kind of welcomed death just so I could go and be with her. Because that's how much I hurt. I missed her that much. It hurt me that much. I just wanted to die just to be with her again. So I remember calling my ex-fiance that night, and it was raining. It had been storming, in fact. It was storming really bad. And after my aunt giving me the news that she had passed away, I'm devastated. You know, I can't think clearly. You know, I can't function. But yet, what do? I get behind the wheel of my car, and I drive 30 minutes out to my friend's house, hoping they were there. And in the back of the parking lot, I went to the restaurant nearby because my friend wasn't home afterwards. And I called my fiance at the time to give him the news out in the pouring rain, telling him, you know, I just lost my mama. And instead of, you know, being the loving, nurturing, caring, empathetic partner you would expect, it was the exact opposite. He said, his words to me, it's time for you to come home. I could not believe my ears. Like, he did not touch anything about, I'm sorry you lost her, I'm sorry this happened. You know, wasn't comforting in any way. It was strictly, it's time for you to come home. Which meant it was time for me to leave Georgia to move back home to California to be with him. That's all he cared about. Yeah, that ended our relationship right then and there. And I hung up on him. No, I couldn't deal with it either. What's my name? My name's Amanda. So, Beetlejuice, yeah, my big teddy does give good hugs, honey. Oh, Prairie, I'm happy, honey. I'm happy I could be there for you, sweetheart. Good morning, Orbs. Good morning, Chris Fox. How y'all doing? A white light trap. NK, I have no idea what you're talking about, sweetheart. Sorry, y'all. I'm sure y'all hear the traffic going by my house. So, NK, what is the white light trap? I'm curious to know. Because I'm clairvoyant. So I see spirit orbs. I see energy that moves through the environment, through rooms. And on occasion, I get to see ghost, what people would call ghost, but to me it's spirit. It's the spirit of someone who has passed away. And every now and then, even one of my spirit guides will appear to me that I get to see. So, and like, it's so common for me to be here. And when I'm here, and y'all will often hear me say, "Hey, beautiful spirit." And usually, it's me talking to one of the spirits that just moved by, because they move around in a orb form. Whether it's blue, white, gold, purple, pink. I've seen green, orange, even like a metallic silver, which is interesting to see because it looks just like metallic. And I've seen a brown one, and I've also seen black ones. So I've seen every color in the rainbow and then some. But they move around me, and I get to see them. And I know it's just different spirits moving around in my environment. They just don't have enough energy to be able to manifest into a full body apparition. But it's a spirit of someone who has passed away, 9 times out of 10. Or it's a guardian angel, too. So, you've seen them too. Orbs shared to you by me. Wind chimes. I'll call you wind chimes for short, sweetheart, if you don't mind. Nature spirits like elementals. Yeah, they could be too. I think it's different for everyone. Because for me, many times when I've seen a spirit, or especially like blue, for an example, that usually is my parents letting me know they're around. And the only reason why I say that is because when I have seen blue orbs, I pick up my daddy's energy. And I've already had my mama speak to me one time from a blue spirit orb. And then I've had like a fiery reddish orange orb appear. And it was my grandmother coming to say hello to me. So I think it depends on the person, to be honest. I think it depends. But many times it's passed over loved ones. But if you believe in elementals, then okay, yeah, I get that too. You're funny, Bob. So, trust your intuition. If your intuition is telling you it's elementals, trust it. Okay, just because I may say it's something different for me doesn't mean you're wrong, sweetheart. Okay? Always remember that. What does your gut intuition tell you? And trust that. Listen to it. I'm just telling you what my intuition has told me. And then being able to hear them speak to me confirms what I already pretty much felt. So, because I remember there was a time I didn't believe that spirit orbs were actual, like human spirits, for an example. I had a hard time wrapping my head around the idea of them being exactly that, because I didn't understand. How did you go from this big, human body, so to speak, and now you're in this small sphere? Like, what? Like, make that make sense to me. So I had to, really think long and hard about that. And I, asked the universe, I need some answers here. I need you to explain this to me, because I don't understand. And sure enough, one day, in my old house, I'm just watching TV, and I see this fiery reddish orange orb appear out of nowhere. And I'm expecting it, and I see it out of my peripheral vision. And I'm expecting it to disappear just as quickly as it appeared, right? But that didn't happen. Instead, this orb is hanging around. It's not only just hanging around up here, it's hanging around up here. And then I feel it touch my forehead. And I'm like doing this because it's like, I wasn't expecting to feel something touch me, but I felt someone touch me. And it was a warm touch to my forehead, like someone had kissed my forehead. So I lean back and I'm looking at it. And all of a sudden, I hear my grandmother say, "Hey, Lala, it's me. I love you." What? Grams? I haven't heard her voice since she's been gone. Then I finally said, okay, fine, okay. They are human spirits. Okay, okay, universe, okay, God, okay, divine, I get it. And I had to do some research, and I made a friend who's been studying this, since he was very young. And now, I think he reached his mid-70s, but unfortunately he just passed away in the past year. And we were talking about it, and we were talking about like the other parts of science that people ignore, which is I'm trying to remember the name for it, and I can't think of it. Doggone it, what is it? Oh, why can I not think of that name? Something mechanics. But we were talking about it, and he was talking about how the energy moves around, and what we all actually are. And I said, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But I still need something else. I need spirit to tell me that that's exactly what's going on here. So I waited, some months. Then I finally got an answer, and I got confirmation that that's what it is. We're just light beings. We're just energy, just moving around. We just get put in a shell, in a monkey suit or a clown suit, whatever you want to call it, this human body. But once we leave, we become this ball of light, this energy, where we come together, we become one big, huge universe, because we're all one. So that's how, when you stop and you think about things happening in your environment, when you think of like the light bulbs, going in and out, flickering, or you hear like your TV get turned on and off, or the radio, or something having to do with that, where the energy's being manipulated, and there's no rhyme or reason. It's not like there's a bad electrical outlet or anything like that. You've already, had all that checked, so what's left? There's nothing else left except for to say, okay, that's spirit. Especially when I've seen them appear, and then I see my lights flicker. And I've seen that happen several times. Or they play with my devices and make music play, or make something on my screen play on my computer to let me know they're there. And I'll see them hovering around. So that's them manipulating the energy. Problem is they can't go through sometimes and manifest any full body apparition because they don't have enough energy to do it. So they have to draw in an energy source from somewhere. So from like your lights, your electronics, wherever there's power, they are trying to draw off that energy in order to manifest, to let you know they're there. So that's why you won't see them in a full body apparition. Hi, Jason. Thank you, baby. So I just take it as is each day. Hi, Derek. Yeah, and it could be angels too, baby. Don't think it can't be. I've had angel wings appear in my office a couple months ago when I've been talking to a friend of mine on video chat, and I've seen the wings over here by my closet door. So, yes, it can be angels too. You trust your intuition. What does it tell you? If you feel like it's angels, trust that. Okay, do not be persuaded or have a change your mind or question. What does your inner knowing tell you? And that's what you go with. And it's okay if it's different from mine. Don't think you're wrong, okay? It's going to be different for everyone. But I can tell you from my experience, that's what it is most times. Are they angels too? Now and then? Yes. The gold ones are angels. That much I do know. But like the white ones, the blue ones, the purple, the pink, those are different spirits of loved ones. And sometimes they appear to me in that color because that was their favorite color. So like my mama and my stepdaddy, they both love the color blue. That was their favorite color. So when I see blue spirit orbs, I know it's one of them. So the fiery reddish orange one I saw, well, I've seen it since then, and I know that's my grandmother. She was a fiery redhead when she was alive, before she turned gray. So that makes sense to me too. Yep, she was a fiery redhead. Wind chimes? Yes, I guess so. Um, yeah, I guess so. There's a little bit of a difference, but I can't think of how to explain that right now. But it's very similar, yes. And you're still coming and using that energy in the environment. Like you think of someone who's able to alchemize and take energy and use it from negative and turn it into a positive. Or you think of like someone who puts up what you may know as a psychic shield, or like a bubble that surrounds you, that helps protect you from any negative, evil entities or energies being able to break through to get into your own energy. It's kind of the same thing. You're using that same energy. So yeah, like when I visualize using energy, can I visualize it to be something the same like those spirit orbs? Yeah, I do. But it's strange because when I've seen energy move, that's just energy. And it's not a spirit orb. It's not a symbol of any kind. It's just like a line that moves. And it's weird because it's like a hazy, smoky, whitish gray color. And I've seen it move through the environment. I've seen it inside and I've seen it outside. So I think that's more of the energy that some of us draw off of to kind of help heal others or heal ourselves. But when you think of just energy, you think of like pulling energy from Mother Nature. Like think of the tree in your yard. If you have trees, that tree has energy and it's positive energy. You can draw off that tree's energy to help energetically heal you, as an example. I hope that makes sense. Um, to where like I've told people to ground themselves, and I mean there's many ways to do it, but it depends on where you are. For someone who's starting, who's just learning, I always tell people you gotta make sure your energy is grounded and you're centered. And part of what I, suggested to them to do is go through and think of vines coming out of their feet, going into the ground, like going into the earth's core. And you're wrapping these vines around the crystals that's beneath, the earth's core. And you're drawing the energy out of those crystals. And you're moving it up through your body to open you up and to help ground you, keep you centered, and fill your body up with positive light. So that's another way. So when you think of crystals, also hold energy. And you can use this energy to your advantage. You know, that's why a lot of people have crystals. They do Reiki healing using crystals because they're drawing some of the positive energy out of the crystal. So I hope that makes sense, honey. Derek, no. Not the way you're describing it, no. Yes, Orange. This is rose quartz. I have several crystals. These are all crystals. Lapis lazuli, there's black tourmaline, this is charoite. And I have all these other ones over here. And I got crystal angel wings too. So I always have crystals around me. Kyanite. Black obsidian. I got others over here. They're hiding. Selenite. There are just a few on my desk. I had to move most of them off because they were taking up space for me to put my cards. But yeah. And that's beautiful, or wind chimes. Orange Bora, keep using them, honey. You need to do a smudge in your house, too. High Buttercup Dreams. A friend of mine made it for me. It was custom made, just for me. Orange Bora, I would tell you, if you feel like you're being visited by demons, it may help you to get a church involved. It may have to come in and do a cleansing and a blessing of your home. Otherwise, it's going to get bad in there, honey. Same to you, Orangey Bora. No, wind chimes, that's beautiful. Yeah, you know, I feel guided to also get into the Reiki healing part. So, that's one of the things that I'm going to look at doing. That and, numerology. So I have a big interest and curiosity about it. When I get some time after I've done establish the channel more, which I'm gonna probably start the memberships through YouTube, y'all. I'll probably keep it at a low price, and I'll probably only have one price for the time being, but I might add a second tier later. And then I'm gonna have my pre-recorded videos on Patreon. So, and that's beautiful, wind chimes. If you can communicate with animals, that's beautiful. Most people can't. That's a rare gift for people to be able to do. So, I wish you nothing but love and light and abundance and blessings. that you succeed in all your endeavors. That will be exciting for you, sweetheart. Look, the sun's coming out, but it's cloudy. Thank you. You're very sweet. Well, beautiful people, I think I'm going to shut it down for the day. I've enjoyed being here with y'all all night and through the morning. I appreciate y'all joining me. It's been an honor and a pleasure to talk with y'all, spend some time with y'all, read for those of you who paid for personal readings, and just to engage in conversation. I love and appreciate every single one of you and the energy you bring and the time you spend with me. So thank you. Thank y'all so much for being here. If you haven't already subscribed to my channel, please don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell that selects all so you'll know every time I come live or when I post any new content to my channel. I plan on being back tonight, same time at 10 p.m. Eastern. So I hope to see y'all there then. Until then, my beautiful people, I'm wishing y'all a wonderful, beautiful, blessed day. Take care. Bye, y'all.